Proverbs 4:20. Your lungs are now filling up with chronic. Oh, I know what that means. COVID-19. Get out of my lungs. COVID-19. Get out of my body. Get out of here. You don't rule me. And all the symptoms came on me. I started chilling. And I said, you can't put that on me. And the nurses hurt the bigger than my smile. Elbow, I call you well. Back, I call you well. Knees, I call you well. Feet, I call you well. Kidneys, I call you well. Bladder, I call you well. Stomach, I call you well. Intestines, I call you well. COVID-19. Get out of my lungs. COVID-19. Get out of my body. Get out of here. That devil comes up there. Man, you're not healing. You got COVID-19. COVID-19. Let the word fight its own fight. Here, Satan. Holiness. They said I'm better today. Well, that's COVID-19 for somebody. Now then, I have some videos I want you to watch. COVID-19. Get out of my lungs. COVID-19. Get out of my body. Get out of here. Hey, Nico Blue, Presteno, or Presteno, the glass. Get out of here. COVID-19. Get out of my lungs. COVID-19. Get out of my body.
You must unite what has been set aside.
We are TFR, Truth Frequency Radio.
This is not a valid menu option.
Orange. Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
We have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal.
More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, welcome back, True Seeker. It is a Wednesday, October 19th, 2022. And apologies, been missing a lot of live shows lately. We had the big trip to New York. It's hard to believe that's already over a month behind us. And then since then, just been doing a lot of moving stuff. And the schedule hasn't been cooperative. I've been wishing the radio show started at 6:30 p.m. or even 7 p.m. out here on the West Coast, because I wouldn't have missed probably any of the shows. But it's just been hard to make it back to where I got to do the show from by 6. But I should be back to a normal schedule soon, and we won't miss any more TFRs for a long time. I always feel bad when I miss this show, because it's always good to talk to the fellow truth speakers. And with regards to tonight's callers, again, if you're calling in tonight, I want you to stick to the topic. I just want to have an interesting show and hopefully an important conversation as a group. Before we even get into the conversation and what I want to talk about tonight, I do want to address the news here on the 19th of October. Again, news in the world of COVID-19. Today, the CDC recommended free COVID shots for low-income children. And again, if you weren't aware, in the United States, there are certain neighborhoods that are designated low income, and those schools get some kinds of special services. Like back when I taught, one of the things that was actually nice is they were getting local fresh fruit from farmers, which I actually thought was kind of cool. But not everything is cool. And in this case, this isn't cool. And it's just a reminder of what I've been talking about since before the Pokedoke was even here. Remember when COVID first started, they began with the instant scaring of the darker complected community, saying that they're going to be most at risk to COVID. It's going to be most dangerous for them. They need to take it real seriously. They need to be the first to go out and get the jab. And don't forget, the first vaccinated person in U.S. history, the way it'll go down in history books, was Sandra Lindsay, who was a young black woman, a nurse, and on the anniversary of Sandy Hook, no less. And then the next year on that anniversary, Steph Curry was setting the three-point record in New York as Bill de Blasio was going to tell you to go out and get your third shot. Steph Curry did it in New York City at the same time Bill de Blasio made his announcement, after he lured you into the first few with offers of free cheeseburgers and whatever else he was selling. But, yeah, you know, on one hand, there's a nice sign in the world right now. There are more and more doctors speaking out about what they see that is wrong with the Pokedoke. And at the same time, now you have the CDC coming out and saying, well, let's make sure more of these young children get the Pokedoke in their arm. And again, to rewind to the beginning of the pandemic, remember what they were telling everybody? It wasn't that big of a deal for children. It wasn't that big of a deal for children. And I talked about why I thought they were doing that at the time, even though it didn't make any sense. Since when is some kind of disease or illness or viral illness, you know, sparing children? I mean, but anyway, no one's asking questions. They're just going along. And I was saying, I think the reason they're doing this is because there's just so much fear. They don't want the mother of America to just break down. You know, the one saving grace for the mother who's living through all the fear of the screens is that at least this virus, it's not going to impact her children, according to the experts. But then remember what happened. All of a sudden, a Pokedoke was available for the children, and then all of a sudden, there were outbreaks in children. It was like, wow, man, I guess we just live in a big coincidence factory. But speaking of coincidences, today, October 19th, the latest COVID-19 news. Again, the pandemic that began 19 years after the 19 boogeyman hijackers. It's all about fear and scaring you into agendas. Give up your rights and liberties, give up your bodily sovereignty, let Big Brother have more and more control. You know, out here in Washington, you can't even have a gas furnace anymore. Governor wants everything electric. And then next they'll want the Google Nest in your home, and then they'll want to regulate your temperature. Sorry, you're not going to be toasty this winter. You're not going to be extra cool this summer. But anyway, with regards to coincidences, you guys, it's not just October 19th. Today is one day after the anniversary of Event 201. And again, if you still don't know what Event 201 is, you must be tuning into TFR for the first time in your life tonight. In that case, thank you for being here. But again, Event 201 was the coronavirus pandemic simulation put on October 18th, 2019, the same exact day the Military World Games began in Wuhan, China, 1 month before the outbreak in Wuhan, China. Put on by the likes of the Johns Hopkins University, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the World Health Organization, the CDCs of 2 countries, and you'd never believe which 2 they were. Just so happened they happened to be the first 2 in the world with cases of COVID. The Chinese CDC was in Event 201, and so was the U.S.'s CDC. And, you know, at the time you had the one guy, whose name escapes me, the Georgetown product, that was the head of the CDC. And, of course, you had Donald Trump in office, who's a Jesuit product as well, Fordham, like Georgetown. And you had the Jesuit Fauci foretelling it all, and then you had the Jesuit Klaus Schwab being the head of the Event 201 simulation. But again, if you look into all the parties that are connected to this, there are a lot of big-name Jesuits just connected to this Event 201 simulation. And then just coincidentally, Pope Francis, the first ever Jesuit Pope, is the first to live in Suite 201. And then I actually don't want to talk too much about Gematria tonight, but again, just for the record, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, his birth name equals 201, like Ignatius of Loyola, who's the founder, like the Jesuit order, and the list goes on. So many prominent Jesuits with the 201. And again, these things are important to know because if you see through the agenda, you got to know who's, at the spear point of the agenda to address who that is, to stop what they're doing, and to wake up your fellow man with real proof and evidence, just sticking to the facts. But anyway, it is one day after the 3-year anniversary of the Event 201 simulation. And back at the beginning of the pandemic, when everyone was staying home and Netflix stock was going through the roof because everyone was signing up for Netflix and all the streaming services, Disney Plus, Hulu, all these, at the beginning of the pandemic, when they were the hottest stocks in town because just people never found so much free time on their hands being told to stay home, everything's shut down, don't go to work, Clorox everything. But, oh shoot, I lost my train of thought. I was saying at the beginning of the pandemic, shoot, there are just so many things to say at the beginning of the pandemic. I lost my train of thought. Sweet lady might be right. I might be getting amnesia, Alzheimer's. But anyway, they've been doing all this stuff to us, you guys, and knowing who is doing it is so important. Oh, and I know what I was going to say. It came back to me, thank God. So Netflix, they put, okay, we got to talk about what Amazon did too, but Netflix put on the show Between. Look up this show. The main character is a pregnant teenager. And again, in the show Between, you see Medical Building 201 all the time. This grand conspiracy is linked back to Medical Building 201, and it's about essentially a pandemic unleashed on a town that kills everyone but the children. And again, they just keep showing you 201 in the show over and over. It keeps going back to Medical Building 201. Always shows you a shot in front of the building where you see the address. Like the director definitely wanted you to catch on to Medical Building 201. And don't forget names like William Henry Gates equal 201 in Gematria. Of course, that's Bill Gates. Don't forget his dad was big with Planned Parenthood. It all comes together. Again, Bill Gates supposedly got his first jab on the anniversary of Roe vs. Wade, and his dad had a lot to do with that as well, with Planned Parenthood. There's so much to say about all these things. But again, this show Between, they keep showing you Medical Building 201. And, and then Amazon comes out with Utopia not long after, a remake of a show made in the UK about billionaires depopulating the world with a virus and a vaccine to save the earth from climate change, which is like Bill Gates' 2010 TED Talk. Right out the year 2010. Is there a 201 sequence in that? 2010? But anyway, here, again, that's what the CDC is doing again today. All these rituals by the numbers, so often coming back to 19. For the record, 19, it represents the moon, which is on a 19-year cycle. That's why these people do things in 19-year patterns. Again, all of these things were 19 years apart. The war on germs, COVID. The war on terror, 9/11. The war on drugs, 1982. The war on courage, JFK's had in 1963. And the war on Germany, the year the most troops were sent off from America. And I'm sure there's something even 19 years before that, but I haven't taken the time to go back that far yet. But that's a lot of 19-year cycles in big history. And again, we were talking about how 2020 would be bad for so long, but what the number also represents is in Gematria is chaos. And the motto of these Jesuits and these other societies that are related, order out of chaos. Ordo ab chao in Latin. 19 hijackers. COVID-19. You think they would call it, why isn't it, there's a new dominant strain in every year. Why didn't we start calling it COVID-20? COVID-21? Why are we sticking with COVID-19? I'm sure at some point they'll decide to change the number. But again, people should be asking questions like that. I thought it was called COVID-19 because it was the dominant strain at the end of 2019. Well, then we had the new dominant strain in 2020. Again, the numbers are a language to these people. The numbers are a ritual. But here's what I really wanted to talk about on the 19th. Again, the 19th letter of the alphabet is S, and we use S for snake, for serpent, for a lot of words. I don't just want to, if your name is Sarah or Sean, I don't want to say it's something bad to have an S as your name. That's not the point I'm trying to make. But I am just pointing out that an S does look a lot like a snake, and it is the 19th letter. And again, the serpent in the beginning of the Bible. Again, this whole thing of gematria relates to Kabbalah. Again, Genesis 3:2:2 mentions the tree of life, the physical model for Kabbalah. The physical model has 3 pillars and 22 paths like Genesis 3:2:2. But this whole thing of letters and numbers is biblical. So I often like to think about biblical stories in light of what's going on in the world. And I wanted to make this point about the serpent and what the forbidden fruit is really all about. And I have a theory on that a lot of people disagree with. And every time I bring it up, they're sure to leave a long comment about how I am surely wrong. There's another word with S. But again, maybe I am surely wrong or maybe I'm not. I've always thought that, to me, the story of Adam and Eve and this forbidden fruit, and then after they eat it, them realizing that they're naked and they're covering up their genitals, and then, God finds out that they broke the rule and then punishes Eve with birth and labor pains. To me, it sounds like the forbidden fruit is they had sex, and then sex changed the whole dynamic of their world. And I mean, if you've ever been friends with somebody and then you slept with them, it was hard to remain, friends with them. Or because then maybe you didn't exactly want to be in a relationship, but you messed up the friendship you had. And you know what's weird about this day and age? Like back in the day, that used to happen between, guys and girls for the most part. But I'm thinking now maybe that's even happening between guys with all the societal pressure to, just do all these different things. Can you look into all the agendas going on right now? You realize they all come back to what Bill Gates talked about in 2010. We need to reduce population. And go back. If you've never listened to Bill Gates' 2010 TED Talk, listen to it before the day it is completely censored for the web. Record it. Write it down. That's why I documented it in a book, which I've made free to download as an ebook, Number Games, 9/11 to Coronavirus. It's out there. It's been out there for over 2 years. In that book, I said why they would wind down this pandemic in the Year of the Tiger, which is exactly what they did as soon as the Year of the Tiger came around. And again, it's not an accident that every celebrity was dressed up in a tiger outfit as they came out and said they had COVID. But anyway, the serpent and sex. And I was just thinking about how we've really gotten to be where we are at this day and age, where so many of us are beholden to authority. We need them to employ us. Maybe we need them to send us checks every month so we can stay afloat. We need some authority to tell us what to do for us to do anything. We can't be motivated without some authority telling us what to do and how to live. There's a lot of people that are becoming more and more this way. And it's really dangerous. But how did it get to be this way? Because it didn't used to be this way. And there was a time that it was much the opposite. And there was a time where governments feared their people. And now you have a land that thinks it's the home of the free and the brave, but they're totally afraid of disobeying their government because they know they live in a surveillance state. They know there's records and cameras and everything else going on everywhere. They know there's smartphones listening to them because they just asked their wife if they should pick up some apples. And then you pick up your phone and you have like an ad popping up about Kroger, 29 cents off per pound apples. You're like, what in the world? That's creepy. What else are they listening to? But anyway, how do we get into this world where we are like so dependent and at the mercy of authority, I should say? We're also at the mercy of it. If we're not dependent on it, we're still in a way at the mercy of it. If we disobey it, there can be real consequences. You can end up in a cage, buried in fines and fees and court dates, And again, the state, we've allowed the state to creep more and more into our lives because more and more people felt like they needed the things the state was offering to have any kind of life. And it's like, you got to really think about how this has all been systematically done. And I was just really thinking about like what we as people could do Like, really, if we can't get everyone to organize and stand up and fight for their rights, if that day's never going to come because people are too firmly parked on their rear end, what can we do realistically within our own lives to at least make us feel better about our own situation and hopefully rub off on others around us, and maybe if somehow it gets enough momentum, it actually changes the world. And I was thinking, like, really what we have to do is bring the family back together, because it's almost a non-existent thing. There are so many people that their family's just completely dysfunctional. They don't communicate at all. They don't get along at all. They don't help each other out at all. They don't talk to each other. They've been broken apart for a long time. And, in a lot of ways, that this has been my existence, but I realized, like, years ago, it's not right, and I've worked at making it better. I've made my relationship a lot better with my dad, but my mom is so stubborn. I mean, there hasn't been as much progress there, or I don't even know if there's been any progress. But, I was just thinking, like, how did they get it so our families are so broken? And again, you go back through history. There was a time when one adult could work and afford to pay for his family. He could pay the bills. He could save money for retirement. He could pay for the child's education. The average American, and this goes across all demographics. There was a time when things were a lot better. And still, even somehow at that time, there was still a super rich ruling class. It's just like they weren't as greedy. They were still there. But there was still a time where the average American family could exist. Because, again, if you don't have people in the house, how's it, I know that my growing up was not different from a lot of other people's. Parents working around the clock, 7 days a week. You're at, again, for kindergarten and first grade, they had me go to Catholic school, even though we were Lutheran, because they had all day care. They could drop me off early in the morning and pick me up at night at the end of the workday, and no cost. And thankfully, I was dropped off at a very nice, it was called Archbishop Howard in Portland, Oregon. Now it's like a Korean school. It's right next to a bike shop close to the Hollywood district. But my Catholic school years, I got to admit, as much as I rag on the Roman Catholic Church and the Jesuits, who are again, everything I say they are to be, but I got to admit, all things good and bad, I got lucky because I had the nicest, sweetest nuns for teachers, and I still remember their names, Miss Jenny and Miss Bird, and they were just the sweetest ladies. And I remember when I went to public school in second grade, I had Miss Hanson, and she was just mean. I'd never had anybody tell me I smelled bad before. Miss Hanson would tell me I smelled terrible, that I needed to bathe, and I felt bad because I did bathe. Nobody'd ever tell me I smelled bad before. But that was my public school teacher. She just made me feel like so low about myself. It's like, oh my God, I'm a horrible person. I smell bad. And adults should realize what they might be doing to children's heads when they say certain things a certain way, especially like when it's uncalled for. But anyway, how did it all get to be like this? Why was it that instead of being around my own mom, who actually loved me, I was in Miss Hanson's room, who just seemed like she wanted to take out whatever was going on in her life on everybody? She was mean to other people too. It wasn't just me. That's what I started to realize. I was like, this Miss Hanson's just kind of a mean person, And I'm sure, to Miss Hanson's credit, she would have said she was going through menopause, and she was raging, and she had to because she had to finish her job to get her Social Security so she could retire, or whatever it is. The same reason that Americans go out and do jobs. But once upon a time, there was a time when not everybody was having to be working, and there was a time when families could raise their own children and educate their own children and pass on the family skills. If your dad's a great laborer, good chance his sons are going to, and his daughters are all going to be great laborers because they're learning from him, Maybe not all. Some might want to do something different because that's just what's in their nature. Again, sometimes parents got to realize that too. Their children aren't supposed to be just like them. They are their own separate person, but you can definitely rub off on them in a lot of the right ways. But some children are just like born to be rebels, and it's another subject. But anyway, broken homes. And like, if we can look in the mirror and say, well, am I also part of the problem for why the home is broken? I know that I am. When I think back as a child, I just wonder if I'd done things different as a child, if I had more respect, if it might have helped both my parents out. But again, you know, a lot of bad behaviors were rubbing off all over the place, and a lot of fingers could be blamed on what was going on. But I just know that my growing up was not uncommon. Just so many dysfunctional houses, so much anger and frustration from parents being out slaving away, being poor, feeling like everything's an injustice. And it's just like, because people have all this stress, they take it out on the people who are next to them. You know, they can't let it out in the workplace. They'll lose their job. You know, it's just like the same dynamics going on all over. But how did we get here? How did we get from, you know, we used to have a family unit and way less stress and, you know, stable people in the house at all time. Mom's around taking care of the house. Mom's teaching the kids. You know, think about what happens when you're a teenager and mom's not home. Sometimes you get into things that you shouldn't be into. Sometimes you get pregnant way too early. And, you know, if mom was home, maybe that wouldn't have happened. And you know, that's also part of my mom's own story. She got pregnant as a very young teenager. And that set her off on a tough path right there. She'd been living the tough path since she was a teenager. But that's her thing. I mean, she is a tough person, and she definitely has a lot to work on, but she made things, she raised 2 children, even though things weren't all the way right, but she raised 2 children that were mostly good people. And even though I rant on my sister all the time, I mean, she tries to be a really good mother to her children. It's just, she'll only listen to Oprah Winfrey for parenting advice. That's why I'm always ragging on my sister. But I don't want to go down that road. But again, I was going to say, what can we as people do to try and bring our family unit back together? Or if that's impossible, have our own family and raise it right. Because again, imagine a society of strong families. You know, they don't need any government resources to stay afloat, and they don't want to pay really any government programs to have them save their money for them because they're responsible themselves. You know? We live in a world that promotes irresponsibility, and then, you know, we offer ways for, you know, I mean, so many people are just so financially irresponsible and just do the most reckless things, but they know that there's programs where essentially the taxpayers will end up bailing them out, like bankruptcy. And again, all things are good and bad. But ultimately, the point I'm coming back to is, what can we do as individuals to make things better for our families? And yeah, I got to talk a little bit more about this after the break. But I was going to say, I think at the center of what's breaking up every family, not every, I shouldn't say, but a lot, it comes back to sex and cheating and not being faithful and resentment. And because even if a family sticks together, I think, and like the wife knows that the husband's cheating, but she sticks together, it just creates this bad energy, this bad friction that's there. You know, this vibration that's not good for anyone. And yeah, I just think like all of us, I mean, people have been saying this stuff forever, but just everyone in this community too, I just think more people need to start talking about this. The reason we need to start being honest and treating each other better, and again, just think about what are we doing? Again, look at the world as one big connected machine, and each of us are just a little teeny tiny part of it, but what are we doing for our part in the machine? Personal Jesus, how perfect. All right, Truth Seeker. We'll be right back. I got to talk a little bit more, and then we'll be with Rambo. Sit tight.
It's a luxury to pursue what makes you happy. It's a moral obligation to pursue what you find meaningful. And that doesn't mean it's easy. It might require sacrifice. If you need to change your job too, let's say you have a family and children and a mortgage, you have responsibilities. You've already picked up those responsibilities. You don't just get to walk away scot-free and say, well, I don't like my job, I quit. That's no strategy. But what you might have to do is you think, well, this job is killing my soul. All right, so what do I have to do about that? Well, I have to look for another job. Well, no one wants to hire me. It's like, okay, maybe you need to educate yourself more. Maybe you need to update your curriculum vitae, your resume. Maybe you need to overcome your fear of being interviewed. Maybe you need to sharpen your social skills. Like, You have to think about these things strategically. If you're going to switch careers, you have to do it like an intelligent, responsible person. That might take you a couple of years of effort to do properly.
Extendivite is more than just a heart tonic. Do you have any of these symptoms? Night cramps in the hands and feet. Your arms and legs often go to sleep. On short walks, do your legs get aches and pains? Is your memory worse than it used to be? Ankles that swell late in the day? Has your blood pressure increased lately? If you answered yes to even one of these questions, you may have early warning signs of arterial blockages. Your body is saying that it is time to take Extendivite. These are not the normal signs of aging. They are the warning signs that accompany blocked arteries. Get your Extendivite today. Extendivite is available in capsule or liquid form for just $69.95 for a 2-month supply. To get started, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendivite.
Join me on the Nikki Colombo show. It's time to reclaim our true history, our true timelines, our cosmic heritage. And remember to be humble, for you are made on earth, and to be noble, for you are made.
This is Truth Frequency Radio.
No hate, no hype, no fear. Real people, real radio.
All right, welcome back. Got interrupted by the break. But again, I was just talking about how we've gotten to this point in 2022 where authority does have so much control and access to our lives. How did it seep in? How did we allow this to happen? And again, it's happened over a long period of time. But as I was saying, that they broke down the family unit and they made people, again, there's synergy, right? There's synergy in a family. In a family, there's strength because they can help each other out. They can look out for each other. One person can handle this. The other one can handle this. Third, fourth person can handle this and this. Maybe you might have a fifth person in that family, however many people, but everyone can help each other. And again, if your family's strong, you don't need really that much from the outside to sustain. You're a strong unit, but you can also have greater strength as a community. Each family's strong. Now the families can help each other out. You know, that community's strong. Well, guess what? The other community that grows out of it, because now it's generations later, and everybody that grew up in this strong town, now that, you know, there's a few more of them because their brand is spreading, and you know, now they're setting up a strong community, just like this one. I mean, there was a time when it was that way. Native Americans who were here, the tribal people here, they lived off the land, they lived in harmony, they didn't destroy the place. That they say one of the greatest real democracies in the world's history was that between the tribes where we live now. And, you know, they had family and tradition. And they didn't have big government in Washington, D.C. and screens to dictate to you through your life like it's 1984. But how did we ultimately allow our families to get broken up? Because even, 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago, things were a lot better, and probably before that as well. But all those years right after the war, I mean, there was a lot of strong families coming up across all demographics throughout the country. And again, what are the things? Okay, on the topic of sex, close your eyes and think about your own life. And if you don't have any of these things yet, good for you. You're a young person and you've probably been making good decisions. But close your eyes and regret things that you did sexually. I mean, I would think most adults who grew up in my era before mine, decades before mine, up through now, they probably have things where like, I probably shouldn't have done that. I probably shouldn't have slept with that person. How did it happen? Was alcohol involved? High chance alcohol was involved. Was something else involved? Another kind of drug? Also possible, but most likely alcohol. That's what most people are drinking and deciding to do things that, they probably otherwise wouldn't do. Again, I mean, it's basic psychology. If you look into psychology, what happens to people's minds when they're drunk, they're more in that animal state. They're thinking with their lesser but more physically instinctual mind. And then a lot of regrets come out of that. And again, the things that you've done that you regret, maybe also something that might have, besides alcohol, maybe another thing that might have influenced you was music or entertainment. Something you saw, something you heard about in entertainment or a song that you wanted to experience, right? Because music can be very persuasive. And that's what I was really starting to think was different, just the technology and music really getting to people. I think about those old black and white videos of Christians talking about this new music, it's the devil, and it's persuading all of our daughters to do the nastiest, naughtiest things, and it's like, well, you guys remember, the day they overturned Roe v. Wade was the day that the Elvis movie came out, which is also modern Freemasonry's birthday. And again, they say Elvis persuaded, legions of young women to go out and not be the sweet little, daddy's angel that they were before. And again, my mom grew up in that generation. Again, she got pregnant as a young teenager, as did a bunch of her sisters who were all infatuated with Elvis. And again, all things good and bad. I'm sure there's plenty of people who listen to Elvis and they never did a bad thing in their existence. But for some people, they're getting persuaded to do things that they might otherwise not do. And we realize that's the way advertising is, and why you're in the grocery store, they're playing music. They know that playing certain types of music might make you more likely to purchase those types of items, and that's why different stores have different types of things going on. Somewhere they figured out that at the club, if they just play the music so loud so that nobody can hear anything, they'll all just go get drunk together. And you know what I mean? It's like, that's why I've always thought it was kind of funny about the club scene. It's like, people want to hang out there. It's like, for me, it's always been bad because I have tinnitus, but I'm just like, there are so much better places to go to hang out and have a conversation than the club, man. Club, man, I can't even hear you. But anyway, all of these little things in our society that are normal, they might have persuaded us into doing things that changed the whole course of our life too, like getting pregnant. And again, because, when these things happen, we know so often that, one half of the parent doesn't want to show up. And then we also have a court system that makes it so that, like, if women get rid of the dad, they can get all these services from the dad and the state. So there's almost like an incentive to ruin the dad or eliminate the dad from the relationship. And again, it's a whole new world with a whole new philosophy of being a parent and strategies to being a parent and financial incentives to being a parent. And again, now here we are, where this is the world we live in, and this is the way people make decisions. And now, because you've been so dependent on this big, massive system, again, it's amazing to look at the American workforce and how much of it works for the government. You would think if we were you would think, like, isn't that communism where everybody works for the government? But if they don't work for the government, they often work for a big corporation, which is just like a slight branch off the government, since there's a lobbyist that represents their community, or 1,000 lobbyists that represent their community in the capital city, writing the laws of the land day after day. So you have the corporations and the government dictating to the land, creating the policies, doing what's... And again, I mean, I don't know how people... One of the best documentaries I ever saw was called The Corporation. And if I remember right, the cover has like a orange man carrying a briefcase, but it's just like a silhouette of a man with like a yellow halo around his head or something. But that film gives the best breakdown of how the corporation and what it represented evolved over time in America through court law. It might sound really boring, but it's important to know. And then it gets into more interesting things than that. But again, once upon a time, it was understood that corporations should only be temporary, and they should only come together to do massive projects like build railroads across nations. And then once the project's over, it has to dissolve because its economies of scale are too great, and it's not fair to local mom and pop business. So again, imagine our ancestors. I always think about how almost everyone I talk to doesn't really know anything about their own family past their great-grandparents. It's like how soon we lose the memory of our near ancestor. And again, I mean, just kind of let this erasal of the idea of family and just it being cultural, how we don't even really think that much about our ancestry. Hey, you want to learn about your ancestry? You can send off your DNA to one of these weird companies and they'll only charge you $100 and how many dollars? And it's like, who knows what they're doing with this database. I got to admit, there's a part of me that always wants to do one of those things, because I would like to know more about my ancestry, especially since my dad doesn't know who his dad is. And my dad's even been saying he wants to do it, but I've been telling him, I don't know if we want to participate in these databases. I could be too paranoid about that, but that's how I have felt about it. Curious to know, but not wanting to participate because I don't trust any of these big corporations or anything going on in the medical world right now. I even joked years ago, I could say, what if I have like some gene that makes me want to speak out against tyranny more than others, and they identify that, where they're like, make sure this gene never exists in humanity again. You know? They know more about this information than we do. We don't know what to do with it. We just spit in the bag. They're the ones that are coming back with all the data and information that also we have to trust is accurate. It's like, how do I even know this is true? What if they're just BSing me? But anyway, the family, you guys, the family. Here's what I want to say. I talked about women earlier today in a live stream. I've been driving in my car a lot back and forth, doing small moving loads, one carload at a time. But a young gentleman, he left a remark, and I was talking about the genuine flaw with men is they cheat on their women, and women do cheat too, but men are more likely to cheat than women, and it's just it's part of the nature of man, and not a good part of his nature, but it is. Let me say one more thing about this before we get to Rambo. I know you guys are waiting for Rambo, but he left a comment, because I was making the argument that, like, the thing that men could really work on to improve society is stop cheating, stop breaking women's hearts, stop making women not trust men, and then just creating this friction that just seems to exist as a culture that women, you know, they're fed up with men and their doggish ways, and men at the same time are fed up with women and the needless cattiness and drama. It's been the battle of the sexes for my whole life. Again, when I was a child, the big hit book was Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. And I'm losing my train of thought again. But again, just... Oh, I know what it is. The gentleman, he left a remark, and what he wrote back was something to the effect of, it's in a man's nature to have multiple partners, and women just need to learn to accept that, and then there won't be these standards that are unrealistic that allow women to get their hearts broken. And you know what? There's a part of me that hears that. This is a true story if you guys didn't know this, but back when I used to have my medical marijuana delivery service, I met a woman who was over 50, but she was still a prostitute. And she didn't tell me this at first when she became a customer, but the way I found this out was she trusted me from just the relationship of just me, you know, bringing her medical supply when she needed it. And she could tell that I seemed like a decent person. Well, she had a bad encounter one night. I didn't know she was a prostitute, but this is how I found out. She called me like in the middle of the night, and she kept blowing up my phone, so I answered, and she begged for me to come to this hotel and come pick her up. She was in a bad situation, and it was dangerous. And so I was like, what in the world? Like, before, the only time I'd ever, contacted her was for the medical delivery. And I thought, I don't know why she's contacting me, but I guess it's because, I see her. I probably saw her like 2 or 3 times a month. And she told me that just this customer blew up on her, and then she was telling me that she's a prostitute, and she said it's what she's got to do because she's putting her daughter through med school. And I was like, wow. These are American stories. A woman who's over 50 years old, who's still a prostitute, and she does it to pay for her daughter's medical school. and what's funny is I'd only been dating Sweet Lady for a few years, and she actually got to meet Sweet Lady one night because we had to pick her up in another situation. I had to do this for like 3 or 4 times in the time I knew this woman. Come pick her up from a bad situation. And I'm sure she had other people, but she just knew I would come and I'd be there quick. And again, I just felt bad for her once I heard the story. She was a good customer. I'm like, wow, this is how a woman's... And that's the thing mothers will do for their children, right? They'll sell out their own body to pay for the daughter's medical school. And, but yeah, she had that mentality about men. And she's just like, that's just the way men are. And she said the same thing, that women would be best to just get over it and accept it and be happy if their man's good to them in all other ways. And I said, that's an interesting philosophy. I said, like, right now I got a Sweet Lady. That was the thing. When she found out that I had a Sweet Lady, this lady was honestly trying to set me up with her daughter. And I was like, no. Sweet Lady has always been just perfect for me. But anyway. Anyway, the point is, you guys, that is some people's philosophy, but I don't think that's the right philosophy, okay? So I just want to put that argument out there because the guy left the comment and he said that's the way it is. So I just want to see how many people resonate with that comment if people call in tonight about this. Again, when you call in tonight, do talk about this subject of the family, and let's try to make the focus about sex. So, a problem that sex might have caused in your life, or how it might have changed your life, or somebody else's life that you know. Because, again, I think we got to get serious as a society. I mean, I know this is definitely true, but it's just a conversation we should start having way more based on everything going on in the world right now. We have to get back in control of our own families, our own lives, and not having this evil authority essentially playing Russian roulette with pokey-dokes, especially when they're mandating them for children, and especially targeting certain communities that they've been targeting for a long time, the same type of communities that they target with, the war on drugs and all this. But okay, here's the other side. So what I responded to his comment when he wrote this is I said, I know where you're coming from. Because I'm a guy too, and you have to be very disciplined as a man. I mean, people will tempt you sometimes, and you have to be disciplined in that regard. But what I said back to him is, or what I wrote back to him was, again, just this idea of the phrase making love. So often when people start having sex, they start to fall in love with each other, especially women, probably more so from a woman's point of view. So, again, that's where this phrase is. You're making love. You're making a loving bond between two people by, having this physical experience. And again, if you look at everything as spiritual, as us as spiritual beings, this is absolutely a spiritual experience. And that's why religions have such strict beliefs about it. And I don't know that any certain religious belief is 100% correct about what it comes to with the rules of human sexuality. I think if you let nature take its course and you pay attention to what's going on with the human body through certain age developments, I think it reveals things. Again, like, look when a young woman becomes, starts having her period, essentially becomes eligible for pregnancy, and look at how at the same time, young men start waking up and, they got a 10 in their underwear, as it's so often referred to. They got a 10 in their pants. And again, so the human body is telling you maybe when you've reached a certain age to experience something and perhaps start procreating, and that's what it probably was for our ancestors. But as we know, that's usually around 12, 13, 14, which in our society we say is way too young, because you're expected to go through school through about age 18 and get your diploma and then start working and build up a foundation and then have a family, not before then. And if you're getting pregnant at age 13, 14, that's way before what the cultural expectation is. But that's not what the cultural expectation was in the time that we lived on the farm and we were, having families and community and new young ones coming up. They were helping hands for gathering food and preserving food and whatever the tasks were of the village. But again, that was a different time. So anyway, we now live in this world where, we've shifted kind of the course of nature to fit with the course of society. We open up this window of time where people are sexually capable, but they're expected to not be having sex. But then they're in homes where there aren't parents around, and so many people, again, everybody knows the American experience. It's been going on since way before I was here. But again, it seems like through this change in the Cultural Revolution, it's just set up this. The point I made earlier is, if you're a young person and you learn to have a lot of sexual partners, then you might develop that as a physical habit. And that might become your lifestyle and the way you need to be to sustain, because anything less than that is now boring and you don't want to be bored in this regard. And you've set yourself up in a way that maybe it is physically pleasurable, but maybe ultimately it's also destructive to society, because what you're doing in that process is, it wasn't as big of a deal to you, but maybe with a lot of these women, they fell more in love than you knew, and now they feel scorned, and now in the next relationship they go on with this bitterness, and then that ends up hurting the person's next relationship, and then ultimately, down the road, it ends up being the root that grew into a greater thing that destroyed that relationship, and then there's even more bitterness, and these people are trying to get into another relationship or remarried or whatever it is. I just think that's what we've done to ourselves as a society, is we've been instigated so much into doing what physically pleases us the most, from, sex to, pleasing our taste buds. And again, we're a society that's gluttonous in both of these regards, and it shows all over the place. But it seems that it's, if you really think about it, again, you really just got to rewind the whole tape and try to figure out how we got to where we are right here, right now. And sweet lady's home. Welcome home, my love. She's always so quiet whenever I'm on. It's like she doesn't want to be heard. Anyway. Yeah, again, I think that as a people, we really should start talking about this more. When I was a kid growing up in the 90s, there was a song on the radio. I think it was Salt and Pepper's song, if I'm not mistaken, but it was "Let's Talk About Sex." I have to go back and double check if that's whose song it was. Could have been somebody else, but it was a big song in the 90s. And again, I think it's a conversation that people really need to start talking about for a lot of reasons too. Because the other thing that's scary is, if you're planning on having children right now, you better think about all that entails, knowing what you know. Again, if you're not going to have a way to keep your child out of the public school system, and again, it's going to become policy before long that all children have to get their annual COVID booster, and that's not something you want for your child, and you have good reason to feel that way, no matter how much we get. That's the thing too. They're always advertising about bullying, and then the adults that are getting bullied in this land are the adults that are questioning these big agendas, just coming out of left field right after simulations with the same companies that are profiting from it. But we're the ones who've been getting demonized. Commercials on TV about, how you're an irresponsible person. You're not doing your part to keep everybody safe because you haven't gone out and gotten your jab yet. And again, this world with this kind of authoritarian grip, you got to I'd say you got to make sure, if you're bringing a child into this world, you're ready to not only take care of that child, but do an extra good job and make sure that they don't have to go through these things to the best of your ability. I mean, to me, if I was having a child right now, I'd be thinking, I'm going to make sure, no matter what, my child does not have to be in public school. Just no way. Wouldn't it be something if every parent could... I bet you right now, if parents could take their children out of public school, a huge percentage of people in this country would do it. If they had a realistic solution. A lot of people cannot afford private school. You know, other schools are too far away. There's all sorts of things that keep people feeling like they don't really have a choice and that they can't stay home. And again, you guys, how did we get here? Once upon a time, not even that long ago, 70 years ago, this would have been no problem. Dad would have said, you know what, I don't want our little itty bitty one to have to go through that, especially with the news that's coming out right now. I'm not rolling the dice with, you know, our child. I'm not doing that. Wouldn't be that big of a deal. You know what, Mom? You've been doing a great job at home. I'll help out around with some more stuff at the house. I'll start making some of the meals. Can you make sure she's getting through the school curriculum? I'm sure if so many people were in this situation right now, they would all be opting for that. Yep. One parent staying home, raising the child. And also, just to have a parent around to make meals right now, think about how much money that would save. Food is... I hate to admit this, but the other night, we won't even say what fast food restaurant it was. Somebody was super hungry. They wanted to stop by. They ordered something so simple, so small, and they said back to us through the window, they said, that'll be $16.41. And I said, what? I said, did you put that in right? And then they read it back to me. I was like, that cost $16.41? I said, never mind, just cancel the order. We drove out of the drive-through line. Even though we were hungry, like, no way. I mean, that's just highway robbery. You can go home and make a good meal for $16.41. I mean, you can be eating a really nice meal for $16.41. And this is some junky little fast food meal. I just blew my mind. I was like, who can even afford this? But think about it, you guys. If we had the family right now, we could just bust through all this stuff. You know? You could just bust through all of it easy. It would be easy. You know? So yeah, I just thought about, you know, maybe instead of spending so much time teaching people gematria, we just got to go, like the same way I go over gematria each day, maybe we just got to go over the basics of the things we need to be doing as people, and we need to make it go viral. The new trend is being a good human being. So we can restore family and community, so we don't have to all be, you know, again, that synergy thing, we lost it. The family had synergy, the individual doesn't have nearly as much. And now, because we're all a broken people, all being controlled by the same government that tracks us with our social security number and everything else, again, we're just so easily exploited. And yeah, I mean, you just see what it is. Again, just people living for material stuff, trying to pull one over. I mean, I come from a family where I had a cousin who's a real handsome guy. He's a real strong guy. He used to be a state wrestling champion, real athletic guy. Probably most athletic guy out of all my cousins. And, you know, he purposely married a rich woman that he was not attracted to and got a divorce and got a whole bunch of money. And I just thought, what a villainous thing to do, man. And then the way he got a divorce was by cheating on her with a young woman. And it's just like... We'll be right back, everybody. We'll be back with Rambo. I apologize. Sit tight.
This is iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio makes you want to move.
When you have a great melody,
A song lasts forever.
Instantly connected.
I love it when the beat goes.
Did you know you can listen to Truth Frequency Radio on iHeartRadio? Just download the app to your smartphone or smart TV and get the best of TFR wherever you are.
iHeartRadio.
I'll see you there.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7, with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Just now, President Putin denied having anything to do with the election interference in 2016. Every U.S. intelligence agency has concluded that Russia did. With the whole world watching, who do you believe?
So let me just say that there was no collusion at all. Everybody knows it. I'd be Hillary Clinton. People know that. But the main thing, there was no collusion. Zero collusion. With that being said, all I can do is ask the question: what happened to Hillary Clinton's emails? With that being said, all I can do is ask the question: what happened to Hillary Clinton's emails? Where is the server? What is the server saying? Where is the server? I don't think you can go on without finding out what happened to the server. What server? I really do want to see the server. What is the server saying? Where is the server? I don't think you can go on without finding out what happened to the server. What server? I really do want to see the server. 33,000 emails gone, just gone. I think in Russia they wouldn't be gone so easily. But I will tell you that President Putin is extremely strong and powerful in his denial of his name. With that being said, all I can do is ask the question: what happened to Hillary Clinton's emails? With that being said, all I can do is ask the question: what happened to Hillary Clinton's emails? Where is the server? What is the server saying? Where is the server? I don't think you can go on without finding out what happened to the server. What server? I really do want to see the server.
Wherever you are, make it TFR. Truth Frequency Radio.
A valid venue option.
Condition orange. Situation delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
We have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. I am long in the tooth tonight. We are going to get on to Rambo. But yeah, if you do call in tonight, again, try to stay on topic. Again, the point ultimately is the Bible begins with the original sin, and then Adam and Eve are punished with labor, pregnancy, birth, and labor pains. And again, it seems like the book, in a rated G way, the Bible, is hinting that the original sin had everything to do with sex. And again, is that ultimately the one thing that has been being manipulated so much in humanity and we're not responding appropriately. We're kind of falling for the way. We're doing what the manipulators want, and we're essentially like tearing apart ourselves and what we really are. Again, you guys, imagine a society. Just before I go on to ramble, one thing. Just imagine this. Imagine it's the natural world, right? We're not in cities and stuff. Imagine you're tribal. You live in a tribe. You live a lot more in nature. And imagine that it's normal that when you reach, sexual maturity, that not long after that might be when you begin having your life partner, your childhood crush, the girl you always had a crush on and laugh with, and just whatever it is. Because I'm sure a lot of us growing up, we remember like having a significant other, kind of like it wasn't some deep relationship, but it was like it was that girl in your childhood that you got along the most with. And maybe in a different world, because what happens in our society, it's like you're expected to leave your community as fast as you can and go off to this college and go move there and travel to this place. It's like everything that would be in our natural world, it's like it doesn't happen in this world. It's just you get sent off to different places, and people are moving all over from this place to that place. You know how it is in America. But if you lived in a world where, you're part of the tribe and you did start with like your life partner at a young age, and maybe by the time, she's 15, 16, it is normal to have a child and you already got a little one on the way. And again, you just live in this natural world with the tribe in harmony with nature, the way your body actually is. And parents, it's like we have a great father in this community right now, and his daughter turned 18 and he's so worried about, her ending up with some no good guy and all that could go wrong with that now that she's a young teenager. And again, it's sad that you have to, and the fathers and all the parents have so much concern for what will happen with their children. Again, back in our ancestors' world, these problems didn't really exist because, the young men in the tribe, they weren't listening to some music that was pumping them up on, how to be a real man. You got to sleep with like at least one new woman a week, and that's the message that's being promoted. And again, if that is what you're doing, you might be having a lot of fun as a young man, and a lot of those encounters, the woman might be totally on board and on the same page, and it's no big deal. But for some of those women, you might be, causing an emotional disturbance in them in the long run, an attachment that's broken and is never fulfilled again. Again, there's a lot of women in the world that and men as well, because we just don't do each other right in the relationships, but there's so much poison in there to influence all the negative behavior. It started with Elvis, and then it evolved into, again, a culture of, cheat on your guy, sleep with your friend's girlfriend, steal that other guy's girl at the club, and it's like the toxicity, right? That's another song, right? That's the metal band, the toxicity of our cities. And in just so many ways, just all the information and cool, hip influence to what's in the food, water, air, and more in people's bloodstreams. So, before we go to Rambo, I just also want to point out it is the 19th, and one of the big stories out of Russia, Ukraine is martial law. Talk about order out of chaos on the 19th. But okay, that is the thought. So if you call in tonight, Rambo will always have his presentation, and Rambo gets his time and can talk whatever he wants. If he wants to chime in on the conversation, that's great. But if you call in after Rambo tonight, assume that there's a young person out there listening tonight that is looking for positive influence and guidance, or maybe a real honest story about why maybe you should be responsible about certain things. I think that would be a good story, or a good call, or a good chime in before you make your other point that you want to make. So anyhow, without further ado, Rambo, I apologize for the delay, and let me make sure I got the audio setting on right here for Rambo when he comes on. Yeah, that should be good. And okay, without further ado, here is Rambo. And Rambo, thank you so much for being extra patient. And again, if you want to end up doing a makeup stream for some of the streams we haven't done in recent weeks, I would love to do that as well if you got more information to share. But then again, you guys, subscribe to Rambo's channel, The Truth Codes, on YouTube. It's Rambo times 2 because you'll be blown away by the short videos he's putting together. Very well done, and some of the best stuff I've seen in all of the truth community, to be perfectly honest. So thanks again for being here, Rambo, and you got the floor.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, if the spirit moves you, then you gotta, you gotta put that out there. So I don't mind waiting. I could see that this is something that has moved you spiritually. So, yeah, absolutely.
Am I making any sense? Am I making any sense with what I'm saying, or am I just rambling on?
No, I mean, you're not rambling on. I mean, those are your thoughts. And you're looking at some of the key areas that you feel humanity needs to address to progress. I mean, that's your analysis. So yeah, it's not rambling, and it's an age-old question. I mean, you're born with this very powerful. If you look at religion, the male-female is a constant metaphor in all religions, also going back to ancient times. That's just the essential part of life on Earth. Just life. It's spiritual. It's more than physical. It's spiritual. That's why there are male-female sexual metaphors in all religions. Maybe some religions like Hinduism, they have the Shakti and the Yoni, which is obvious. There's some male-female. It's symbols which are fashioned after male-female genitals. So you have the Shakti and the Yoni. But I'll bring it up in the current World Cup. You actually have a stadium, this is the biggest event in the world. The World Cup is like the Super Bowl, but you multiply it. Literally, just multiply Super Bowl times 100 or something. It's every 4 years, and the world. This is just to give perspective. When the World Cup is playing, the Soccer World Cup, global productivity drops every 4 years. It's about a month long, and the productivity, the GDP of most countries in the world goes down because of that's how much attention is paid to it. Well, the reason I say that is to emphasize its importance. Why they literally made a stadium. It's going to be in Qatar, Middle East, which is designed after a vagina. It's not, it's symbolic, it's a similar, no, that's obvious what it is. But it illustrates the importance. Why would they do that? Well, it illustrates just how powerful. It's more than, it's a spiritual thing. It's beyond soccer, it's beyond architecture, it's beyond the physical. That's called the Al Janoub Stadium. Now, the stadium where the final, the grand finale, the big stage, where that is held, it also is a similar, it's not clearly a vagina, but it does have that yoni almond shape. Look at football. What's the shape of the football? Look at the Pro Bowl shape. It's that same shape. So I'm just emphasizing that even if you look at even the spiritual realm, religious realm, going back to ancient times, just look at modern architecture. It's everywhere because this goes to the heart of just the universe, that male, female, and it's a very powerful energy. So it's probably the most powerful energy in the world, which is why if it's not controlled or harnessed properly, it can burn your house down. That's how powerful sexual energy is. It can burn your house down, or if you have to learn to harness it. I think the symbolism is everywhere, which is what I'm talking about here. Symbolism, the importance of symbolism. So what you're talking about, it goes to the heart, which is creation of this life, and it's spiritual even. That's what I would say.
Well, what do you think about the story of Adam and Eve being punished with birth and labor pains?
Yeah, that one I have a different take on Adam and Eve. Since you bring it up, my take on it is not along the subject matter that we're addressing now. So I would be kind of going off topic. The thing that strikes me for Adam and Eve, since you brought it up, is it has to do with human beings attaining a higher level of consciousness. They were achieving, and the tree was a metaphor. Eating from the tree is a metaphor for doing whatever, something that actually elevated humans. They became, well, I mean, the quote is in the Bible. He says, man has eaten, now he has become like us, to know the difference between good and evil. Like, now he has become like us. So that's off the topic. But when I think of Adam and Eve, that's what I think. And I think it's a punishment because Eve is the one who disobeyed. They were told, don't eat from that tree because surely on that day you will die. But did they die when they ate? No. It is the complete opposite. They actually, the quote from God, quote unquote, which is plural, now man has become like us. But it was Eve who, I don't know, she's the one who decided, no, I'm going to try. I'm going to go ahead and eat that fruit. And
the serpent tricked her.
I believe what the snake told me.
Yeah, she was tricked by the serpent. The serpent was a good salesman. Salesman, another word that starts with S. And a lot of times they are like serpents.
This is the thing. The serpent said, if you eat from the tree, you will not die. God is saying you will die. The serpent said, no, you will not die. Even says in the Bible, it says, surely on that day you will die. And what the serpent said was, you will not die. In fact, it's the complete opposite. Not only will you not die, you're going to reach God's level. So what is God quoted as saying after they ate from the tree? Now man has become like us. But that's not what God told them. God didn't tell them, when you eat from the tree, you'll become like, and plus it's plural as well. You have to understand where that story came from. It didn't start with Christianity or Judaism. It's an ancient story retold. It's an old story retold from thousands of years ago. And I guess the closest you can get to the original story is the Sumerian text, the Babylonian cuneiform texts. That's why the gods are plural.
I see.
So the snake didn't trick them. But the snake said, you will not die if you eat. In fact, you'll reach God's level. He just doesn't want you to reach that level. And then God quoted after they ate, they didn't die. He said, they've become like us. So they actually did elevate. That's why Eve was punished. In fact, after that was from the tree of knowledge. After that, they were going to eat from the tree of life. And then what is God quoted as saying? He said, if they reach out their hand and eat from the tree of life, they will live forever. And they stopped not having that, and then he kicked them out. And then he punished the snake and said, as a result of convincing them to do that, you will crawl on your belly. So the snake wasn't crawling on his belly to begin with.
All right.
So, I mean, since you brought Adam and Eve, I don't mind talking about Adam and Eve, but that's my take on Adam and Eve.
Yeah, those are all really good points that you made. And again, the serpent persuaded Eve to eat from the tree. So.
Yeah, and it actually, God, according that eating from the tree actually benefited them.
Well,
God said they become like us. He said, now man has eaten, now he's become like us.
But they still weren't really like them, right? Because he still controlled them and threw them out of the garden, and then they had like a...
Yeah, but I think if they had eaten from the... That's the thing, he prevented them, because they had to eat from two trees. There's the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. They were able to eat from the tree of knowledge. They were going to eat from the tree of life, and then God prevented them. But this is the thing, if you understand where the original text comes from, you'll see it in a different light. You have to look at the ancient Sumerian cuneiform text. They even call it Eden. Eden actually comes from ancient Sumer. That name didn't change. All these millennia, the name Eden didn't change. Eden. That actually comes from the Sumerian text. If you see it, so that story is a retelling of the original. Of course, if you want to know what the story really says, you have to look at the original. Things changed. But if you look at it in light of how it originally, then you'll understand why it's plural. Man has become like us because there were multiple gods.
I see.
And what the God was doing was, so you had a being that was preventing humans from advancing, and so told them, don't eat from that, you'll die. But I mean, it's pretty clear. They did not die when they ate from it. They actually did the opposite. They actually advanced. And that's why they said it's become like us, God's plural. Don't let them eat from the next tree, because then they'll really... So
sure, but again, it's like they were in a more innocent state before, and then they didn't have as much awareness, and then they became uncomfortable after the experience. So in a way, that's why I still feel like the serpent did trick them, because it's like they're the creation, right? So they're not supposed to be on the level of God, because then it opens up too much room for manipulation. And that's kind of where I feel like we're at in society. You have these very sophisticated people here who know how to manipulate the masses, and they do it with the most greedy and of intent, which to me is evil. But I love all the points you're making in the history of where the story actually comes from. I just do feel, though, in the way it's told in the Bible, I do feel like it is. I understand that what the serpent said actually was true, but it's like the barrier was put down in that way so that they would not do it, and then when they realized they could, then came a life of problems, and Cain and Abel.
Yeah, but you have to remember they weren't allowed to eat from both trees. Things would have been different had they eaten from the tree of life. The tree of knowledge, which they did eat from, and also the tree of life. Things would have been different. The reason the problems occurred for humans is because they weren't allowed to eat from the human. Even Quarter says if they reach out their hand and eat from the tree of life, they will live forever. My thing is, why are you preventing them? Why did you lie to them and say they die? Think of the contradiction. Adam and Eve were told on that day, if you eat the forbidden food, on that day you will die. Well, and then the quote completely changed.
I was just going to say, don't forget that the word God and the word lie are both three-letter words that both have the same gematria value, 26, like the 26 letters of the alphabet. That was one of my first videos when I first started this. I said, through lying to people, you can play God with them. You can get them to do things they would otherwise not do by scaring them. And again, you're making a point that God was trying to control Adam and Eve through a lie, which the serpent revealed was actually just that, a lie. You actually can eat from the tree. So,
yeah, because he told them you're going to die, and then when they were going to go to the tree of life, if they eat from that, they're going to live forever. You told them they were going to die. Now you're changing your story. It's complete opposite. They actually were going to live forever, which you said it behind their back. You told them they were going to die, which is what the snake had said. He's lying. But if you have to take it in the original context, Christianity didn't exist anywhere near. Was nowhere near existing when that story was originally written in ancient Sumer. If you see the original context, you'll understand it better. That God who's talking is Enlil. It's not the God of creation. And that's the thing that people are missing. The God described in Genesis is not the God of creation. It's a being. It's a superior being who doesn't want other beings to evolve to its level.
I see.
It's a physical being. It's not the God of creation. But you have to understand the original text where it came from to understand that. They're not describing the God of creation. It's a being with the same frailties that human have. Jealousy, insecurity. They do some good things.
Right.
They do some bad things. But what they did have is higher level of knowledge, and they try to help. I guess. So this is the thing. Before eating from the tree, the humans were being manipulated. They were already being manipulated. It's like the difference between being a pet. You could be a pet with really good, loving owners. Some dogs just love their life because their owners, they have affection, they have places to run, and they go outdoors a lot. They have the ideal. Some pets are very happy being pets, but at the same time, what if that pet had the choice to be a human being?
Sure.
Yeah, then you'd have problems. But would you rather be an animal? And even then, a pet has no control over what humans will do. They're lucky if they have a good, responsible owners. Or even they might have a loving owner who keeps it in an apartment. They don't go outside. You're limited. You don't have full autonomy. You have to be. And think about this. What is the first thing that Adam and Eve did after they ate from the tree of knowledge? The very first thing they did after they ate from the tree of knowledge.
They covered themselves up.
They were naked.
Yeah, they realized they were naked.
Exactly. So what is that telling you? There's only one being that can be naked. Have you seen a naked dog or a naked bird? Or
sure.
No one says, because animals don't wear clothes. So you never refer to animals naked. There's only one being that can be naked, and that's human beings. They're describing going from an animal state to a human state. Because once you're a human, then you're naked. There's no such thing as nakedness for an animal. Animals don't wear clothes. There's only one being that wears clothes. So once they ate from the tree of knowledge, the knowledge they had was, oh my God, we're naked.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That is really well put. I actually never thought about it that way, but that makes so much sense. That's interesting.
Yeah, so the question is, one thing animals don't have, like an animal doesn't have morality. So, I mean, an animal can be dangerous, but it's not, an animal doesn't feel, it's not, so like a human killing another human, it's not like an, you know, if a pit bull kills another dog, it's instinctive, it's an animal, there's no morality, it's not committing a sin, it's an animal instinct. Animals are just instinctive. Humans are the only ones where you have the issue of morality, where you have the choice between.
Rambo, have you ever seen like these videos online of a big eagle or hawk swoops in to get an animal on the farm, and then the other different species of the animal on the farm will rush over to defend the little chick or whatever it is? Have you seen these videos?
Yeah, animals will show compassion, but the thing is, the hawk that is trying to grab the animal, it's not committing an immoral act. It's acting on instinct. That's the way it survives. If it doesn't do it, it's going to die.
Right.
But that's not the hawk's choice. Right, yeah.
Sure.
So it's not the same as a human harming another human or an animal. Because humans have morality. Because humans have a knowledge between morality. What is, you know, what's evil, what's good. They understand the principle of not harming. They understand. So you don't need a law to tell people not to harm. Somebody can grow up with no laws at all, and their own conscience would stop them from harming someone.
Okay, I just want to interject. All of the, like, people put off a vibration. You can sometimes feel if there's something a little bit off about someone, or if somebody, maybe they might just have a little bit warmer energy than someone else. Animals seem receptive and pick up on this as well. So, I get the point you're making, but sometimes I think we're selling animals short, and we don't know just how much they are capable of. But I totally get what you're saying about how their morality, like, yeah, an animal doesn't think of morality in terms of eating another animal to survive, and in the same way, well, some people are judging human beings based on what they eat. Again, I'll remind people, my dad, he always worked for a meat company, and back in the 90s, there was something called the Animal Liberation Front, and they would set fire to the vehicles and bomb trucks, and again, because they believe that, you know, this whole meat industry is immoral. I see the argument I see the place they're coming from if you look at what goes on in factory farming, but anyway, that's a whole other topic too. It's just...
yeah, but it's immoral for the human to harm the animal. It's not immoral when an animal harms somebody else. It's only immoral when a human does the harm.
Okay, so for the person who says, well, why is that? How would you explain that argument?
Because look, if a hawk swoops down on a rabbit, it's not committing an immoral acts. A hawk does not understand the principle of do no harm. The hawk is doing it out of instinct.
Right.
It's literally programmed.
Right.
You could say God programmed it.
That's what I mean. It's like they're all part of the balanced system. Yeah, they're doing what they're supposed to do in nature to keep the balance that there is.
Yeah, but so when a human harms another being, that's different. That's a being which has. It should have the knowledge of morality. It's committing an immoral act. The human is the only being that is capable of committing a moral or immoral act. Because morality doesn't exist with animals. It's only instinct in a program.
Okay. So are you saying then that it is immoral for a human being to kill another living mammal?
No, it depends. I mean, a human could be doing it for survival. I mean, the issue there is compassion. Like, if you, and that's debatable as well. I mean, the fact is, animal flesh does sustain life. And some people just say that, look, you know, and unfortunately, they taste really good. I mean, okay.
Hold on, we got a break. We'll be right back, everybody. Sorry. Sit tight.
If you want something you've never had before, you must do something you've never done before. It's taken me years of tragedy, of losing myself inside only to realize what I must have always known, that you can be anything you dream. Dream until your dreams come true. Act on your passion, and when your shot comes, take it. Look fear in the face and embrace it. The time is now. The moment is now. Believe in yourself like I believe this to be true. The world needs more of you.
Extendivite, a 7-herb combination made from garlic, cayenne, hawthorn, bilberry, ginkgo biloba, valerian, and milk thistle. Extendivite feeds our body with the right nutrients to keep us healthy. Just listen to what Arthur has to say.
I was just calling to tell you what a great product you have. I had used this about, 10 years ago after I had congestive heart failure. And it fixed me up and got me going for the last 10 years. Lately, I've been having heart trouble again, so I placed another order because this was the only thing that ever worked. I just wanted to let you know that you have a great product.
To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendivite.
Travis Cook, America's Evil Genius, here to invite you to join us every Tuesday afternoon here on Truth Frequency Radio. No, on our show you will not see a bunch of three-piece suits or a cocktail party, and you certainly won't see a bunch of inside the Beltway banter. But you will see eye-gouging, crotch-kicking, no-holds-barred political discussion, the likes of which you won't see anywhere else in media. America's Evil Genius. We come to you every Tuesday from the outskirts of war-torn St. Louis, Missouri, where there's always a good race rider sex scandal just around the corner. Join us every Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central, and noon on the West Coast right here on TFRLive.com. America's Evil Genius, Travis Cook, on TruthFrequencyRadio.com.
You are now tuned into the Truth Frequency.
Your protection from deception. TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
All right, we're back, True Seeker. We are joined by Rambo, and we've been getting a little bit off topic because I'm sure there is something Rambo wants to talk about. If you wanted to close up your thoughts on what we were just discussing and then get into whatever it was you really wanted to discuss, you're more than welcome to do that, Rambo.
Can you hear me? Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
No, okay. I didn't hear the prompt. No, I don't mind the discussion. It's just saying that the difference between humans and animals is animals they're literally programmed. You can say they're programmed by God, and they're instinctive. So whether they do a positive or negative acts, you can't make a moral judgment on anything they do because they're programmed. Like no religion would say that, some pit bull that attacks and kills a chihuahua is going to go to hell. No, a pit bull will not go to hell. That's just some kind of territorial instinct. It's only humans. Only humans are above instincts. I mean, humans have instincts, but they also have something like you were just talking about the sexual impulse. What does an animal do when it has a sexual impulse? It'll just approach,
right,
the female and fight with any male that But humans can't be like that. You can't just approach whatever woman you want, and if there's some other guy there, you beat each other to death, and the winner. No, you can't. Animals are instinctive. So humans have something that animals don't have. It's very unique. And only humans have what's called the knowledge. It's free will.
In a way, though, Rambo, what you just described, though, in a way, it is happening in some places. I mean, imagine the club scene. A guy goes and hits on another guy's girl, and then a fight breaks out. And, it just... And usually those people, they're more in an animal state because they've been drinking, and, their mind's not as clear as it otherwise would be.
Yeah. Yeah, so humans have that in common. They have what's called the R complex of the brain. It's called the reptilian brain. That's what humans have in common with animals. That's the instinctive part. So yeah, you have the procreative instincts just as humans have, but humans have something that animals don't. A human cannot just go up to, like a human male cannot just go up to female and decide to mate. You can't.
Greater thinking capacity.
You can't have a society where guys just can beat each other to death, harm each other because they both want to mate with. You can't. I mean, so humans have the instinct, but they have something different, which is morality. You can't violate a female against her will. Any human, you can't do harm. That's unique to humans. So what is being described as Adam and Eve when they ate from the tree? They went above instinct. Before the tree, they were naked. I mean, so if people say, I want to go back to the way things were at the garden before the fall, before they ate from the tree. Okay, you want to go back to walking around naked? And they were being controlled then anyway. They've been manipulated there as well. They weren't free. They were strictly instinctive. So eating from the tree is symbolic of the point at which they essentially became human, which is why the first realization they had was that they were naked and they covered up. That means they became human. And they had the knowledge between good and evil. But now morality was an issue for them. It wasn't before. They weren't instinctive. That's what that describes. But you understand that. If you understand, this didn't start with the Bible. It did not start with Judaism. That's not where it started. It's an ancient story. When you see the original story, then you understand. That God in the Garden of Eden was not God, not the God of creation. It was who the Sumerians called Enlil. That's who that is. Enlil is described throughout ancient texts as being threatened by humans. And time after time, when you read the ancient Sumerian texts, he's a narcissist. But he's a narcissist on levels it's unstoppable levels of narcissism. So a narcissist, at the heart of narcissism is extreme insecurity. Enlil, from the Sumerian text, was an extreme malignant narcissist. He was extremely insecure. And the thing that made him most insecure was human beings. And he wanted to maintain his superiority over humans. And the last thing he wanted, he threatened that if humans he knew that humans had the potential to reach his level and the quote-unquote gods. And he did everything he could for them not to realize that. So he deceived them. That's the original text. I mean, you can't... If there's a text written, I don't know, whatever, 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 years before another one, and the older one is based on the original, then it's almost meaningless to just look at you can call it a knockoff, or the one that's influenced. It's almost meaningless to look at that without putting it in context of the original text that it's based on. That's not the God of creation described there. And if you see that energy, it's the same thing that's happening now. That's what we're facing with now. We're facing censorship. We're in the quote-unquote alternative media. We're labeled as conspiracy theorists. What is that? Why is that being done? It's to manipulate the minds of the masses. Because honestly, what we're doing is more truthful. We're attempting to. Our venture is more honest. We're trying to get people to be able to think independently, to have a more realistic view of the world, and have more autonomy. And that's our general goal. We're being suppressed for it. Well, that's the same Enlil mentality. You deceive people, and so there's some energy that's threatened by human beings. So why does this censorship occur? Just let people know the truth. Let them think independently. Let them look at all sources of information and decide for themselves. There's a power that's threatened by that. That is just the way Enlil is described from the beginning. And that's the deception he put. He said, don't eat from that tree. Don't eat from that tree. You're going to die if you eat it. But that's not what happens. He even said himself, oh my God, they're like us now. I told them they die, and if they eat from that other tree, they're going to live forever. But I told them they die. But no, they're going to live forever. That's Enlil. If you look at the original text, that's not the God of creation. That's a very flawed being and extremely insecure, which is threatened by humans. So a lot of the manipulation we're seeing, it comes from that same source.
And just to remind people, Enlil, just the most simple cipher, equals 52, like devil, like earth, like pope, like the 52-week calendar named after the pope. And again, Rambo's done a lot of great works on Enlil and storms and flooding and why that number 52 is so... Again, the first act of weather warfare admitted to in 1952 on August 15th, the Jesuit order's birthday. But... yeah, Enlil. That you brought so many brilliant things to the community, Rambo, and Enlil is another great one. Well, Rambo, but just out of curiosity, where and when did you start learning about all this information?
I've always been curious about the world around me, and I always liked just to know things. I just wanted to know. So I've always been curious about, just the basic philosophical questions. What are we? Where do we come from? Why are we here? They're just very basic core. I always, at a young age, always had those questions. So it's very philosophical. I was always kind of, philosophical. And I don't know, as a young person, and I didn't grow up in a religious family where you're steered towards a religion. I mean, my father was Anglican. Because my father's from Africa. He's from Kenya, which used to be a British colony. So in Kenya, you have a lot of British influenced. You have the British influence. So a lot of Kenyans grew up Anglican. They get that from being a former British colony. You used to sing hymns and that kind of thing. But that wasn't enforced. So we weren't, most of my friends growing up, they used to go to church. We weren't made to go to church, just once in a while. So I was never steered. I guess maybe that helps in some way. But I still lean towards Christianity because that was just the dominant religion. Even though I was surrounded by other Christians, Hindus, Muslims and Hindus I was also exposed to. But I wasn't, so I leaned towards Christianity. I'll put it that way. I used to read the Bible on my own, but it wasn't like a family tradition. But I was just curious. I would have had that, that didn't answer everything. That didn't answer, the philosophical questions. So I had questions about Christianity and religion as a whole. So I was always just very inquisitive. That's just the way I've been. But as far as this esoteric side, that wasn't until, I think 2012 is when it started, when I started to, it also helped because Google algorithm hadn't changed yet. And the key moment there was Sandy Hook. It was Sandy Hook and you were still seeing the effects of that. The big censorship is going to go back to that. So it was pre-Sandy Hook. When you get so many, just on Google, not only on YouTube, but Google, you get all these blogs, these great articles, great, you could say truthers. I mean, for lack of a better term, I don't know that term, but lack of a truthers, the kind of quote-unquote alternative. There used to be so much more available, like they used to just, on the top of YouTube search, you could find, like even you said, wasn't TFR, once Gematria Effect came on TFR got, I think they got, they lowered their rank, I think, on the search or something. So I came in before that. And I was exposed to a lot of good thinkers that I never would have known of some of these obscure blogs, but they quote good sources. It did help that I started around 2012, before the change in YouTube's algorithm. So I'd say, around 2012, so I started looking more. That's when I first heard about, I guess, things like ancient Sumerian text.
I see.
But I've always been, just had a curious mind about the world.
Yeah, and again, it's sad because it's true. I mean, now that the algorithms change, it's so much harder to find good information on the web. And think about all the young minds coming up right now. It's going to just 10 years ago. Had they been 10 years younger, they would have been able to get their, some valuable nuggets that were abound. They're still out there. You just got to look extra hard. But it's amazing what they've done in 10 years.
Yeah, that's actually how I found you, because I was looking for Gematria. I know what Gematria was. I wanted to know more about it because no one's doing Gematria. I used to do some pretty amazing, find some pretty mind-blowing Gematria calculations just with the old Gematrix and Riding the Beast. I hadn't heard of Gematria. I hadn't heard of your work first, but again, this was pre-Sandy Hook. So I was able to do a search, and then that's how you came up. Then I found your video. The first video I saw of yours was on 47, and it's how the government code, and the Democrat 47, Republican 47, or 40, and then you explain how 47 translates to 4th of July. I remember that was the very first video I saw of yours. And I told my friend Dave, who was interested in it, I said that you got to check this guy out, Zach Hubbard. Because we talked about Gematria. I've done some pretty mind-blowing organic Gematria on him. That's before I knew this. So it actually helps. That pre-algorithm change helped me find your work. And that was in 2016. So I think I found Gematria a little earlier, but 2016 is when I found your channel.
Okay. Yeah.
So I've been doing,
That was the year of growth. So a lot of people found the work that year. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've been missing some streams lately. What was there a certain topic or presentation you wanted to discuss tonight?
Yeah, I can do my latest video has gotten. I have to thank everyone they've left responses and stuff. The latest YouTube video, I actually enjoy doing it. I think personally, it's the video I've enjoyed doing the most. I mean, I like doing all of them. For some reason, this one resonated with me. I liked it, but the response I got is, this is the best response I've ever gotten. And I also like to shout out Dan Barrett. Dan Barrett, he did a post where he shouted out my video. And so yeah, I'd like to thank him for shouting out my video. He put links to my video. It was about the spider that appeared on the coffin of Queen Elizabeth. I did a video. It was titled The Queen, the Spider, the Princess, the Goose, and the Raven. So, yeah, it got a great response.
Very cool.
So it's on the Truth Quotes. Everyone that hasn't seen it, they can check it out. It has, there's a lot related to it. And it's related to Charlotte's Web, the classic children's novel.
Sure.
About the spider, the Charlotte's Web. Well, when I saw the spider, I'd already thought of the connection before, but when I saw the spider on the Queen Elizabeth coffin, I said, that's Charlotte. That's it. That's the symbolism. And there is we know the great-granddaughter of Queen Elizabeth II is named Charlotte. Well, yeah, there's a pretty mind-blowing connections I made there. It's also connected to, because the story Charlotte Web features a goose. A goose is one of the main supporting characters. And we know the goose is died. Those who know football, especially, that's Tony Siragusa is the goose.
Right.
He just died June 22nd, and he's tied in amazingly. So he had a total of 564 career tackles. Charlotte of Cambridge, that's her title, Charlotte of Cambridge.
Huh.
In the Latin cipher, Agrippa Jewish, is 564. That's exactly, and the goose again is related to Charlotte's Web. That's a character in Charlotte's Web. Also, in Charlotte's Web, the spider, at the end of the story, the spider lays 514 eggs. When you see a story, when you see a number like that, that's not a random number. It could be 500 eggs or 200. What? No, 514. Well, that's Tony Siragusa's birthday, 514, May 14th. Again, in the Latin cipher, which is Agrippa or Jewish, September 8th, sums to 514, and that's when Queen Elizabeth died, and this spider shows up. So yeah, I'm not gonna. If people haven't seen it, I recommend they see it. But the big connection was the number 52 because Princess Charlotte, which is called Charlotte of Cambridge, she was born May 2nd. That's 52. 52. So 52 was the real clincher. So her birthday is 52, 52. In Gematria, Charlotte's Web sums to 52. It's about a barn spider. The title character is the barn spider. The scientific name for the barn spider is Araneus cavaticus. Well, Araneus cavaticus sums to 52. Barn spider sums to 52. Charlotte's Web sums to 52. The book was published in the year 52. And Princess Charlotte was born May 2nd, 52. So I did do a decode. I'm kind of in the process of doing it actually, because in the playoffs, the Major League Baseball playoffs, it's game 2 between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the San Diego Padres. A goose showed up in the stadium. I think these things are released. I don't think it just happened to fly in there. I mean, this is part of a ritual, but people in the community who'd seen my video, because who was talking about a goose? You know, I was the only one talking about the goose having to do with Charlotte's Web, and I'm tying it into Tony Siragusa. So I've been talking about a goose, and then this goose showed up. So I had a member of the community call me early in the morning, really excited. Saying, hey, Rambo, there's a goose at the Dodgers playoff game. They're really excited because I've just been talking about a goose. And so people say, could you decode that goose? Because I was talking about a goose, and then all of a sudden this goose shows up. So, yeah, I'm working on that decode. And the key to that decode is, if you look at the movie Charlotte's Web, who played the goose? Who voiced? There's a voice of the goose. The movie came out in 2006. Who was the voice of the goose? It was Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey was the voice of the goose. So she's a big part of it. But the real kicker is Charlotte's Web. The star of that movie was the spider Charlotte. And who voiced the spider, which it didn't click at first when I first saw it. It was Julia Roberts. Julia Roberts was the voice of the spider. And I knew this is tied into the British royal family. This is really, if you write a children's book, and to be honest, it's not that brilliant a novel. It's very symbolic. I see the symbolism, mind control symbolism in there. It's very symbolic. It's written by E.B. White, which, I mean, if you write a book like that and it's a timeless book that in 2022 and for who knows how much longer they're going to still be talking about your movie and about your book, making movies out of it and still being read to children, then it's very important. That's somebody who's connected, and they're most likely very hidden esoteric messages in it. So Charlotte's Web is a big one. So the voice of Charlotte, the spider, again, the spider just showed up on Queen Elizabeth's coffin, was Julia Roberts. And so she was alongside Oprah Winfrey in the movie. Oprah Winfrey was the voice of the goose, and Julia Roberts was the voice of the spider Charlotte, who was the star of the show. Well, Julia Roberts' birthday is October 28th. That's when the World Series starts. The World Series starts on October 28th, which is Julia Roberts' birthday. But that's also the birthday of the San Diego Padres manager, Bob. What's the name? Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin's the name. Yeah, his birthday is the same. Yeah, Julia Roberts, and she does the Charlotte. She's Charlotte the Spider. But his opponent was the Dodgers. The goose showed up at the Dodger Stadium. The Dodgers manager is Dave Roberts. Again, that's the name, Julia Roberts, Dave Roberts. So Julia Roberts was born October 28th. Well, you have a manager named Roberts and another manager whose birthday is October 28th. So he's very coded. In general, that's it. It might have World Series implications. So I was kind of thinking along the lines, because another famous goose, fictional goose, is from Jack and the Beanstalk, the goose that laid the golden eggs. Most English-speaking people are familiar with that fairy tale where Jack, he climbs the beanstalk. And there's some esoteric symbol, very Freemasonic symbolism in that. But Jack climbs the beanstalk. He goes, there's a kingdom in the sky where there's a giant who owns a goose that lays golden eggs. Jack goes up there. He steals the goose. The goose lays golden eggs. And it belongs to the giant. So the giant chases Jack down the beanstalk. He goes down the beanstalk. But as the giant is still up there chasing him, Jack chops down the beanstalk at its root, and the giant falls and dies. So another moniker for Jack and the Beanstalk is the Giant Killer. Again, this is speculation. Maybe this is coded into, because that's the other famous goose. Maybe this is coded into that goose showing up at the Padres Dodgers game. When I first saw it, this is actually the first thing that came to mind, besides the Charlotte's Web thing, is if Giant, because Jack and the Beanstalk is Giant Killer, who would be the Giants Killer? In this case, I said that would, because the series was tied 1-1 after that game. It was game 2, so it was tied 1-1. The Padres were leading at the time the goose flew on, but the Dodgers, compared to the Padres, are the Giants. They have the big fan following. They're a big market. It's more beneficial for Major League Baseball to have the Dodgers do well because the ratings are higher for the Dodgers as compared to the Padres. They don't have much of a fan base. So the Dodgers are so I thought that goose, if anything, Because the Dodger fans are saying that's a rally goose. They call it the rally goose, and there's gematria in that. Rally goose sums to, if you look it up, rally goose has gematria of 129. What is 129 as a date? January 29th. That's Oprah Winfrey's birthday. Oprah Winfrey played the goose. Oprah Winfrey's the goose from Charlotte's Web. So it's amazing. Rally goose 129, how it lines up. So the Dodger fans are calling it a rally goose, but I was thinking, no, that's an omen for the Padres, because the Padres are the giant killers. You have to make the connection to Jack and the Beanstalk, the goose that lays the golden eggs. I said, no, the Dodgers are the giants. The Padres are Jack. They're the giant killers. But look at the gematria of giant killer. It's 118. And the next World Series is the 118th World Series. Giant killer is 118. And so the Padres have embraced this thing. I think now they have this, I don't know if it's wooden or plastic. They have this goose they put in the dugout now, the Padres. So they've really embraced this goose image. So yeah, I just found that interesting. There's a whole bunch of gematria lineups. And also the Dodgers manager, Dave Roberts, he wasn't a major superstar. He was a role player, but what he's best known for throughout his career was that miraculous 2004 the Boston Red Sox win. He was the Boston Red Sox in 2000 when they had a miraculous win. They were in the American League Championship Series with the Yankees. They were down 0-3. It's a 7-game series. The Yankees are up 3-0. It's the bottom of the 9th inning, and the Yankees were leading, I think, 4-3 in Game 4. So the sweep was imminent. The Boston Red Sox were about to get swept by the Yankees. Bottom of the 9th, 4-3. And they're facing Mariano Rivera. I mean, this might be hard to really grasp if you're not a baseball fan, but if you're a baseball fan for a while, you know the importance of Mariano Rivera. He's considered invincible. That's what they call him, the Sandman.
What's funny is
the Metallica song "Enter Span."
For people who don't follow baseball, he was known as the closer, and the closer is the pitcher who comes in who throws really hard, a lot of breaking movement, really hard pitcher to hit, hard to get a base hit, hard to get on base against this guy. He just comes in for an inning at the end of the game and closes out the game. And then the funny thing about the modern day MLB is nobody has a closer anymore. Nobody can close out a 3-run lead. Mariano Rivera would have never gave up a 3-run lead. So anyway.
Yeah, they used to bring. So typically a closer comes in the 9th. Like you want your lead in the 9th. It's the close lead. Then you bring in the close. You only bring him in when if it's a big lead. You don't bring in your closer. But if it's the game's close and you're leading, then you bring him in the 9th. They used to bring Mariano Rivera in the 8th inning because he didn't have to throw a lot of pitches. You just get everybody out. They used to bring him in. So if you wanted to beat the Yankees, you had to be in the lead after 7 innings. That's how good he was.
Right.
So just to give context, so that's who they're facing. The Boston Red Sox are facing the Sandman. He puts you to sleep.
Right.
In Game 4, it's Game 4. They're down 3-0. They're down 4-3 in that game. So the Red Sox got a base hit off Mariano Rivera. Dave Roberts, who's the Dodgers manager, he was just a role player. They brought him as a pinch runner. So he's a pinch runner for the guy who got the base hit. And this is so the Red Sox were down 1 at the time. So what he did, they brought him on to steal base. So he did it. He stole second base. Mariano was trying to keep him on first as well because they knew that's why he was there. Mariano threw the first 3 times to keep him close to first, but he stole second anyway. It was really close too. He made it to second barely made it to second. But the next hitter hit a single. Dave Roberts tied the game. That might not seem like a big deal, but the game got tied.
Hold on,
won it in 12.
We'll be right back. Sit tight, everybody.
This is iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio makes you want to move.
When you have a great melody,
A song lasts forever.
Instantly connected.
I love it when the beat goes.
Did you know you can listen to Truth Frequency Radio on iHeartRadio? Just download the app to your smart car, smartphone, or smart TV and get the best of TFR wherever you are.
iHeartRadio.
I'll see you there.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7, with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
I'm making this presentation directly to the American people with the media present, which is an honor to have you this morning, because many of our nation's reporters and folks will not tell you the truth. Russia is a ruse. It's all fake news. It's all a ruse. Not true. It's all fake news. Russia is a ruse. It's all fake news. The news is fake because so much of the news is fake. One of the reasons I'm here today is to tell you the whole Russian thing, that's a ruse. Russia is fake news. Russia, this is fake news. Well, I own nothing in Russia. I have no loans in Russia. Talk all you want about Russia. I don't have any deals in Russia. Tomorrow the headlines are going to be Donald Trump rants raid. Press is out of control. Dishonesty is out of control. We're not going to let it happen because I'm here again to take my message straight to the people. Russia is a ruse. It's all fake news. It's all a ruse. Not true. It's all fake news. Russia is a ruse. It's all fake news. The news is fake because so much of the news is fake. Hillary Clinton gave Russia 20% of the uranium in our country. You know what uranium is, right? It's a thing called nuclear weapons and other things, like lots of things are done with uranium, including some bad things. Hillary gave away 20% of the uranium in the United States. She's close to Russia. I didn't do anything for Russia. Tomorrow you'll say, Donald Trump wants to get along with Russia. This is terrible. This is terrible. Russia is a ruse. It's all fake news. It's all a ruse. Not true. It's all fake news. Russia is a ruse. It's all fake news. The news is fake because so much of the news is fake. What the fuck,
This is the Truth Frequency Radio Network. TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
Conditional range. Conditional range. Situation delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
We have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, welcome back, Truth Seeker. We got Rambo with us and making up for lost time. And he got cut off again by the commercial break. But if you want to continue your thought, Rambo, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so was talking about the giant killer theme. The theme with giant killer, which is what that goose indicates, because the famous story about the goose laid golden eggs related to it's Jack and the Beanstalk was the giant killer. So that could be the symbolism there. That's why I thought, at the time I thought, I said, that's actually a good omen for the Padres. And the Padres did end up beating the Dodgers. They did end up winning the series. I mean, now they're facing the Phillies. They lost game 1, but we'll see what happens there. But I was talking about the Dodgers manager, how he's part of the giant killer symbolism as well, because he was on that 2004 Boston Red Sox. So what happened in that game is the Red Sox ended up winning that game in 12 innings, and then they won the next 7 games in a row. They actually came back, won the series 4-3, then went to the World Series, and they swept. But the catalyst for that is, they say that what started the whole rally was that stolen base from Dave Roberts. So that's actually since he's a role player and not much really didn't have that big a career, that stolen base is the highlight of his career. So it was Mariano Rivera, who's considered invincible. So he has the giant killer theme. And like I said, if you look at the gematria of giant killer, it's 118, it's the 118th World Series. So that could be, the goose could be tied into that. So yeah, so that's just off the top of my head looking into that. I just started doing the decode. The video I'm working on now is a follow-up to the one I did about the princess and the spider and the queen, because it's related to Tony Siragusa. He wore 98, like September 8th. The season started the same day Queen Elizabeth died. And it's on the murders of Ray Lewis, who's the greatest Raven of all time. So famously, there were 2 people murdered in a melee between his entourage and another group. And that just looks like the trend we've seen, the ritual sacrifice. That those are ritual sacrifices for Ray Lewis and the Baltimore Ravens. And I already heard the story, but never looked at it in detail. So now I'm looking into detail. Those 2 young men who were killed when it is actually in the year 2000. Initially, Ray Lewis was a suspect, a murder suspect, and he ended up not being charged. And then 2 other people instead, he testified against 2 other people in his group. They ended up being acquitted, and nobody was ever convicted for the murder of those 2 men. That happened in Atlanta because in 2000 it was Super Bowl 34, which was held in Atlanta, Georgia, in the year 2000. And so Ray Lewis was in Atlanta he wasn't playing in the Super Bowl. It was between the Rams, the Rams and the Titans. And the Rams won that Super Bowl in Atlanta in 2000, the Super Bowl 34. So it was the night of the Super Bowl, the early morning, so the Monday morning. That's when those murders happened outside a club. It's called the Cobalt Lounge, where Ray Lewis ended up being accused of murder. And when you see the whole story, suddenly we've seen, for us in our community, this is a story we've seen all along, where people die and somebody succeeds. Nobody was even convicted for their deaths. One of the people dead he was 5'3". His nickname was Shorty. He was hulking. Ray Lewis was a hulk of a man with a group of people, and you need to go kill you were threatened by somebody who was 5'3". But that's what happened. So that's what I'm working on. I've looked in detail at those murders, and it connects to a lot. It's really eye-opening. The key there was the number 52. That's Ray Lewis's jersey number. Just put this in context. What are the odds of this? His jersey number is 52, because what happened is Ray Lewis would win his first Super Bowl the exact next year. So that happened at Super Bowl 34. Lewis and the Ravens won Super Bowl 35 the next year, and he was MVP. Well, that looked like pure ritual sacrifice. So his jersey number is 52. They were killed on January 31st, 2000, which is a date with 52 numerology. Ray Lewis would win the Super Bowl exactly exactly 52 weeks. 52 weeks and 0 days. 52 weeks after the two men were killed, he wins Super Bowl MVP.
Huh.
The two men were from, it was in Atlanta, but they were from Akron, Ohio. Akron, Ohio sums to 52. They were both stabbed in their heart. Heart sums to 52. One of the victims was, at the news reports, they say he was stabbed 5 times, twice in the heart. So 5 stabs, 2 in the heart, 5-2. 52 all over those murders. And I'm almost ready with that video. It should be out tomorrow. It's on the Ray Lewis murders and the stuff it ties in. Oh, that's another thing interesting about that story. One of the members in Ray Lewis's entourage, the only female involved, she had to testify in court on the witness stand. Her name was Rihanna.
Huh.
And that's football related because the next Super Bowl, Rihanna's at the headlining the halftime show. You can't make that stuff up. So I'm doing the finishing touches on that video. That'll be my next one.
Okay, yeah, just bringing up Ray Lewis. When Tony Siragusa died, if you guys remember the day Tony Siragusa died, he played for the Ravens, the final Jeopardy question was about the Raven that night, and before the news of his death broke, there was news in the morning of a former Raven who had died just the evening prior, and that news was breaking that day, and then Siragusa on the same day, and then again the Raven, which the team's named after, as the final question on Jeopardy. We pointed out then that Ray Lewis was 47 years old at the time, that magic number, and Tony Siragusa died 38 days after his 47th birthday. Of course, you look up that movie poster for Murder by Numbers, they code the 38 right on the poster, and in Gematria, murder, death, killing, RIP, all those words have that Gematria 38, number that shows up a lot in these types of rituals. And again, where was he? All roads lead to Rome. Picture of him in the Coliseum, the National Football League, the modern day Coliseum, keeping, the people entertained and satisfied enough to put up with, the matrix of lies built around them. And again, you guys, make sure you are subscribed to Rambo's channel, The Truth Codes on YouTube. Again, his videos are excellent. He puts in a lot of time, and it shows. And what was there anything else you want to say tonight, friend?
I mean, I can talk about the decode I did last week. If you go to Rambo's Corner, it'll be the first decode up there. I'll try to go through that somewhat quickly.
Yeah. Okay, I got it up.
If you don't mind.
Queen Elizabeth in Minnesota, the Crown, Chakra, and Freemason allegory?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, before we get into this, Rambo, before we get into this, I actually wanted to ask you something. Why do you think they make the book Charlotte's Web as popular and well-read as it is? We knew about it when we were children. Children today know about it. What is it about that story that you think they're trying to instill in children by making it so popular?
I think there's also something positive to it, so it's not entirely nefarious, because there's no proof of it, but I'm convinced that E.B. White, who wrote it, is a Freemason. It's very Masonic. This is the kind of symbolism they do. Maybe a Jesuit as well, but one of the keys to Charlotte's Web, the spider web is one of the main symbols of mind control. A spider web is similar to the pattern of shattered glass. Remember during the riots after the George Floyd killing, there's all this broken glass all over the place. And that's right about the same time that the COVID lockdowns were in full effect. And you see how mind control and toilet paper had perfect alignment. There's all this mind control symbolism all over the place. And that's shattered glass and a spider web. It actually symbolizes the mind, a shattered mind. It also could be positive. It could be your mind opening. Like the blazing star, which I'm going to talk about in this decode. Freemasons have the twin pillars and the blazing star above the pillars. That's Freemason iconography. Sometimes Solomon's Temple, the blazing star is the star Sirius. But the spider web is very similar to the blazing star. In fact, if you see the poster for the movie Charlotte's Web, there's the pig Wilbur, and then you have a spider. It's dangling in front of Wilbur, but the spider is on Wilbur's third eye. It's in between his eyes on his forehead. That's very symbolic of mind control. And actually, if you look at the book, Charlotte actually is doing mind control, but for a good reason. So the pig is going to be slaughtered for Christmas. So I think the story starts in summer, and then so Charlotte devises a plan to save the pig's life, because the pig doesn't understand. The pig thinks he's being raised because they love him, but try to give him a good life. The spider explains to him that no, they're actually trying to fatten you up to slaughter you on Christmas. And the spider organizes everything. She organizes the animals to save the pig's life. But the way she does it, the Charlotte, is she changes the people's perception of the pig. It's purely about mind control. And so what she does is she spins a web, and she puts a message in the web. The first message she put in is "some pig." And what happens is, so the people would see the spider web with words in it, and they think it's a miracle. Like, what a spider actually spun English words in the web. It's a miracle. It became this big sight. Everybody was looking at it. But what people ended up doing unconsciously, they ended up repeating the phrases in the web. So whatever she put in the web, that would affect people on the unconscious level. And then she found she was controlling their perception of the pig. So when she put "some pig," people started saying, "Well, that is some pig," but they don't realize that they were getting it from the web. Then as the web would get destroyed, and then she put different messages. One message she put was "radiant," and then people started saying, "Wow, that's a really radiant pig." So it's about mind. Her web was controlling the way people perceive it. In the end, she's able to change everybody's perception of the pig, and then so that they no longer so they didn't kill the pig at Christmas. So she's actually a savior, but she did it through mind control and the spider web. This book was written in the 50s, so apparently this has been, I guess when you put on these secret societies, the symbolism goes way back. Because I only think in modern day how they use spider web in mind control. I mean, there's a big hit, was it early 2000s, from the group No Doubt. Gwen Stefani is the lead singer.
Yeah.
Their biggest hit is a song called "Spiderweb."
Right.
It's about mind control. In the song, they say, "I'm walking on a spider web. Leave a message and I'll call you back." What that means is, walk on a spider web means you're in an MK Ultra alter personality. It means you're not in your personality. That's why it says, "Leave a message and I'll call you back," because I'm not here. The song is called "Spiderwebs." You're not here means your primary personality is not present. You're operating under an alter personality. Because that's mind control, symbolism. And that's what a spiderweb is. So, yeah, mind control is a part of it, but it's also tied into the royal family as well. So the book Charlotte's Web, as I've looked into it, it's undoubtedly, there's no doubt at all. So it's not official, but when you analyze it, it's pretty obvious. The spider Charlotte is named after Queen Charlotte. Queen Charlotte is especially significant to Americans because she was the Queen of Britain at the time of the War of Independence. At the time the United States became independent of, around 1776, she was the Queen of Britain, but she wasn't the ruling monarch. She was the queen the way Queen Camilla will be the queen when Charles III, I guess she hasn't been inaugurated yet, but yeah, when she's inaugurated, she'll be Queen Camilla. She'll be the queen, but she's not the ruling monarch. Charles will be the ruling monarch. So Queen Charlotte was the queen, but her husband was Henry III. Henry III was the ruling monarch, but she was called queen. But she's significant to Americans because she was the queen at the time of independence. Another narrative I'm seeing a lot is the Anglo-American connection. You're seeing a lot of American, Britain, Anglo-American. It's all over the place. But Charlotte's Web is part of that. Charlotte relates to the royal family, specifically Queen Charlotte. And that's why it's relevant now, because with this major moment in history, huge transition period involving where Queen Elizabeth, a 70-year reign monarch, is no longer there, you're going to see a lot more of that symbolism, the monarch symbolism and the Anglo-American symbolism.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's what Charlotte is named after. And that, again, that's the great-granddaughter of Queen Elizabeth II, and it just happens that a spider named Charlotte, spider appears on the coffin. So that's why the book is so relevant. There's a lot of deep symbolism, and it ties into the royal family, and I think now it's going to become even more. Like that goose was part of it too.
Sure.
They released that goose. That goose didn't just saunter into Dodger Stadium.
Right, indeed. Yeah, there's been some bizarre animal things on sports fields that have been highly ritualistic in the past. But yeah, I just always thought the other thing about Charlotte's Web is, as the reader, it makes you really care for the pig, Wilbur, and you don't want Wilbur to be eaten. But then here in America, I mean, pork, eating pigs is a huge percentage of a lot of people's diets. And I've just always thought about that dynamic too. The story that makes you really care about the pig not being eaten, but then you grow up in a society where pork products and pork in food is filler and pork all over the place is a very common thing.
See, the reason they chose a pig, it's about mind control, it's about perception. So everyone knows the perception. The phrase, you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig.
Right.
A pig is synonymous with something ugly. It's got a snout. Pigs are considered ugly. Like you put lipstick on a pig, you can't make it pretty. And so that's what it's about. So, and the spider is actually even worse. You never have a spider as a protagonist. It's the most hideous creature imaginable. Probably the most hideous creature. So it's about perception. That's why they chose a pig. So a pig, which is food, that's what it was in the book. It's food, and it's an ugly. It's not like a dog or cats or kittens are cute. No, a pig is ugly. And that's the power of mind control, how you can change people's perception of, you see it as food and ugly, instead you see it as a life with a personality and attractive. And Charlotte changed their perception through mind control. And Charlotte is also a similar symbol. Because a spider is even more hideous than a pig. But he had a spider showing compassion. So the moral of the story there is, it's kind of similar to what we were talking about before. You have the physical and the instinct. Then you have what uniquely humans have, that spiritual as well. And this talks about how powerful the spirit is over the flesh. Because if you look at the spider, the true beauty is actually is your soul. If you have a beautiful soul, if you're a beautiful character, a beautiful personality, that is true beauty, not physical beauty. Somebody could be male or female, just extremely handsome, extremely attractive, great body, great face, but that's not true beauty. That's not how you judge them. You judge them by their, Martin Luther King, content of their character. So they took the most hideous imaginable creature, which is a spider, and it had this beautiful soul. It's a savior. It's the same thing with the pig. The pig is ugly and it's food, and then the perception would change to make it, no, this is a soul worth saving. That's where the mind control and perception comes in with that book.
Sure. Yeah. A lot of interesting thoughts, Rambo. Okay. And you wanted to present on last week's post?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's Queen Elizabeth in Minnesota. So you see, again, Anglo-American. There's a lot of Anglo-American themes going on. You see it in sports, too. A lot of sports owners of American teams also own teams in the English Premier League. A lot of Anglo-American. So yeah, Queen Elizabeth, Minnesota, the crown chakra, Freemason allegory. So I talk about the Freemason allegory, which is the allegorical image of the pillars with a blazing star between the pillars, above the pillars. And very often the blazing star has an eye in front of it. That blazing star is the star Sirius. It's a starburst. And you see a checkerboard floor typically. That's Sirius, the star, known as the dog star. Now that's also symbolic of the twin pillars can be the left and right hemispheres of the human brain. And that blazing star Sirius is symbolic of the third eye, the pineal gland, which is open. When you open your pineal gland, which again, that's also similar to the spider web. When you see the blazing streamers. That's similar to the image of a spider web. And that was about mind control as well. So it's about opening your third eye. Well, Freemasons put that symbolism, which I'll illustrate, it's in American geography as well. It's in Washington, D.C. They quote Sirius into Washington, D.C. But also this picture came from the first NFL game played in London since the death of Queen Elizabeth. It's always going to be a big deal. But in one of the plays there, it's like the final play of the game, this image actually, somehow, this image played out in the last game, this Freemason allegory, the allegorical image played out in the final game of the Vikings-Saints game. But I just want to set it up to explain what the allegory is. The twin pillars, the blazing star, which is Sirius, which sometimes has an eye behind the blazing star. And think of a football. The football is shaped like the eye. So think of a football between twin pillars. And so Minnesota is a big part of this because Minnesota has the twin cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul. Minneapolis and St. Paul are the twin pillars of Freemasons. You call it Boaz and Jachin. There are many names for twin pillars. You could call it the pillars of Solomon because Solomon's temple had twin pillars. They also call them the pillars of Enoch or the pillars of Hercules. They have multiple names, but they're twin pillars. And Minneapolis and St. Paul represent the twin pillars. And you'll notice that purple is a color that's associated with Minnesota. There's a reason they do that. The starburst is your third eye. It has to do with the chakra system. And Kabbalah ties in the chakra system, which is from India, the Vedic system, but it does tie in with Kabbalah. Now the colors of the rainbow, starting from red, starting at the bottom, the base, but at the top, the crown chakra. Think of that crown, the queen, which is always seen about. It's the third eye and the crown chakra, which is the Ajna chakra, the third eye chakra, and the crown chakra are both shades of purple. It's indigo and violet. And that's what Minnesota represents. At the north, it's at the top. Minnesota is the crown chakra. That's why they wear purple, because the crown chakra is purple. So the twin cities are the twin pillars. And so Sirius is it's symbolic of the third eye, the pineal gland. That's the starburst. And it's known as the greater dog. The greater dog is Canis Major. Sirius is in the constellation of Canis Major, means the greater dog. It comes to 70 in Gematria. The greater dog is from 70. 70 is significant because that's the number of years that Queen Elizabeth reigned. She reigned for 70 years. The greater dog is 70. She was also born on a day with 70 numerology, and her funeral was on a day with 70 numerology. So 70 is very relevant to the Queen. Now, there's a day that Freemasonry honors the heliacal rising of Sirius. The heliacal rising of Sirius is, well, Sirius is a fixed star. So Sirius, the star, doesn't move, and the sun doesn't move. Earth moves around the sun. So if Sirius doesn't move and the sun doesn't move, at some point when Earth moves around the sun, it'll be at a point where you can't see Sirius because Sirius will be behind the sun. It'll be blocked by the sun. That's actually considered a sacred time to ancient cultures and to modern day secret societies. Because the way they see it is, they call Sirius the sun behind the sun. So the energy of, so the sun is getting the energy of Sirius. That's how they view it. So it's a 70-day period. That's why the number 70 is relevant to Sirius. It's for 70 days that from Earth's perspective, the star Sirius is behind the sun. 70. So that the number 70 is very significant for that reason. And it's tied into Queen Elizabeth. And she's one of the top ranking Freemasons in the world. So they will code Sirius into her, and that's what the number 70 is. It's why it's so relevant. Why they had her reign exactly 70. That was a serious reference.
All right, hold on. We'll be right back, everybody. One more break.
Make a list of the things you want. And on my list of things, now I put everything. Little things as well as major things. Doesn't matter how small it is, it goes on my list. And the reason is, part of the fun of having a list is checking it off. Boy, at the end of the day, if you can go, got it, whatever it is, right? You get into the habit. So load up your list, the things you want. Now, when you check off something major, celebrate. That's an important point to make. Celebrate your achievements. Live it up. Have a party when you reach something you've worked for a while. See, we all grow from two experiences. One is called the pain of losing. The other one is called the joy of winning. We need both of them. Amplify them as much as you can, which also means make losing painful. If you set up something, fooled around, didn't get it, put it on yourself. On the other side, if you did get it, congratulate yourself. Self-congratulations is a sign of maturity.
From the dawn of man, we have turned to nature to help attain balance within ourselves. But somewhere, we lost our way. Western culture is once again remembering the healing benefits of CBD, the non-psychoactive component of the hemp plant. That's why more and more people who use CBD report relief from inflammation and chronic pain, balanced blood sugar and cardiovascular system, relief from muscle tensions, tremors, migraines, headaches, anxiety, depression, and the list goes on. The big question is, where do you get it? iLife is a 99% pure CBD oil made with all organic ingredients, and it's available to TFR listeners worldwide. If you use coupon code TFR at checkout, you'll get $5 towards your order. Head on over to iLife.com now. That's AYA life.com.
Hey everyone, it's Mark Sargent from Strange World, broadcasting live every Tuesday evening, 10 to 12 Eastern, 7 to 9 Pacific, right here on True Frequency Radio. Strange World covers a wide range of topics, from enclosed world theory to lunar waves to the end of the world in film. It's basically doomsday with a silver lining. With the audience as my co-host, we take an optimistic approach to all things conspiracy and promote confidence, hope, and humor whenever possible. If there's a topic you want us to cover or a guest you would like to see interviewed, please email me at msargent23@comcast.net. So please join me and tell your friends about True Frequency Radio, the leader in real radio programming, bringing you quality, cutting-edge broadcasts from around the world.
You're listening to the True Frequency Radio Network.
No hate, no hype, no fear.
All right, we're back, True Seeker. It's already the final 30 minutes, and the only regret is I haven't gotten to the callers, but Rambo's given us so much great information. I think it's been a great broadcast, and Rambo, you were interrupted once again, but you do have the floor.
Yeah, so I was going to talk about the significance of Sirius, the star Sirius, a secret star. In modern day, they're still venerating it. But I want to add something real quick about the goose symbol. I want to shout out Reese researcher in the community. She pointed out that the actor Ian McKellen, he's famous for, he was in Lord of the Rings. He's also in X-Men. Those are two movies he's most famous for. On October 3rd, he had this big production in Britain where he emerged from a golden egg because he was about to take part in it's like a play he was doing on Mother Goose. This was on October 3rd. So the goose is, this is back on October 3rd. So this is, the goose on the field happened October 12th in the baseball game. This is October 3rd. Ian McKellen, famous for Lord of the Rings, did a stunt where he emerged from a golden egg, which actually ties into what I was saying about, I didn't even know about this, but how Jack and the Beanstalk golden egg is part of the narrative. So, yeah, this is something that, now the goose, so the goose is a symbol that they're pushing right now. We had Siragusa, you had actor McKellen, who's a giant golden, just look it up, Ian McKellen, emerges from golden egg. So yeah, I thank Reese researcher for that. Adds, validates a lot of what I'm saying. So yeah, also we're talking about the giant in baseball. Who's a giant? Aaron Judge is a giant. He's 6'7", so he could be the giant. Who knows? But I'll talk about July 23rd. Is the day that Freemasonry uses to symbolize the heliacal rising of Sirius. The heliacal rising of Sirius is the day of the year, or the time of the year, when Earth moves around the sun to the point where Sirius becomes visible again. From Earth's perspective, Earth isn't moving. From Earth's perspective, it looks as if Sirius is reappearing. So they call it. So what happens is Sirius rises on the eastern horizon after being invisible for 70 days. In ancient Egypt, with Kemet, they call themselves Kemet, their new year started at the heliacal rising of Sirius. Now, it doesn't just stay the same. The day changes from a certain location over the years. But whenever Sirius would reappear, called the heliacal rising of Sirius, after being invisible for 70 days, that's when the new year of ancient Egypt would start. So the heliacal rising of Sirius today in 2022, it depends where you are. It's not on the same day. So you say in Egypt. So what do you say in Egypt? It's the middle of August now when Sirius reappears. But when you go back to ancient times, it was earlier. So they use July 23rd. Now the reason Freemasons use July 23rd for the heliacal rising of Sirius is because of symbolism. The heliacal rising of Sirius started a new year, so it started a new cycle. And we know the number for calculating cycles and circles, it's pi. Pi is 22 divided by 7. That's 22/7. So date-wise, that's 22nd of July. So they use 22nd of July to symbolize pi, the completion of a cycle. So if a cycle is completed on 22/7, when does the new cycle start? 23/7, which is the 23rd of July. And that's why they use the 23rd of July to symbolize the heliacal rising of Sirius. And remember I said that the twin cities of Minnesota, Minneapolis, St. Paul represent the twin pillars. So they have to be Sirius as well. Well, currently Sirius is the mayor, Jacob Fry. If you look at Jacob Fry's birthday, it's July 23rd. This is not a coincidence. That's the heliacal rising of Sirius. That's his birthday, and that's why they made him the mayor of one of the twin cities. So that's the allegory, that's the image that they play out in forms like this. And if you look at the gematria of Minneapolis, Minnesota, it comes to 237, like the day 23rd July. So Freemason allegory has been put into the geography of the United States. This was done intentionally from the beginning when they had twin cities. This was done intentionally. Minnesota is the north. It's the head. And that's why it associates with purple, because that's the Ajna chakra, third eye, Sahasrara, the crown chakra, is in the north. So you'll see all the crown symbolism. Prince, that's royalty, that's crown. Where is he from? Minnesota. And what color did he wear? Purple. That's the crown chakra. That's what Minnesota represents. From the twin cities. The twin cities, the twin pillars are the left and right hemispheres of the brain. And that's what Freemasons have put into the geography of the United States. So Jacob Fry. Also his name is Jacob. That refers to Jacob's ladder. In Freemasonry, sometimes you'll see the twin pillars and a staircase or a ladder between the twin pillars leading up to the blazing star. That's the spine. But it's also called Jacob's ladder. So his name is Jacob. So he's Jacob's ladder in between the twin pillars, and he's the blazing star. That's what they do. So there's also a famous Jacob Fry, who's somewhat famous. He's a German animator. He actually won an Oscar. And he did a book about a dog. Sirius is the dog star. And I showed a clip from the movie where they do the one eye symbolism, because you've seen how they have the one eye with a starburst behind the eye. That's Sirius. So this person happens to have the same name as the mayor. Does an animated movie about a dog. That's Sirius. Sirius is the dog star. Or another thing with 237, I didn't put it in the article, but God Save the Queen comes to 237. Queen Elizabeth is directly quoted with Sirius. And there's the dog Sirius that died at the World Trade Center. So you have the Twin Towers. And you have the dog Sirius, they said, the Port Authority dog that died on 9/11. Again, that's Freemason allegory. The Twin Pillars and Sirius. That's not the dog star. They have with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Some Native Americans have referred to the star Sirius as the wolf star, but the wolf is similar to a dog. So the wolf is a Sirius symbol. That's why Minnesota has the Timberwolves as their NBA basketball team. That's a reference to Sirius, the dog star, the wolf star to some people. Now it's called the Timber Wolves. So Minnesota is known for timber, which is pine trees. So why is pine trees significant? Because the pineal gland, the pine cone represents the pineal gland, which is what Sirius also represents. That's why Minnesota will have the pine symbolism and the dog symbolism, the wolf symbolism. Minnesota's in the north, between the twin pillars, the twin cities. Again, crown chakra is purple. Third eye chakra is another shade of purple as well. That's why they wear purple. So that's why Prince, royalty. So there's a United States Interstate 35. It starts on the southern border in Laredo, Texas, and runs all the way to the north to Lake Superior in Minnesota, in Duluth, Minnesota. That's designed intentionally for Freemason allegory. That represents the spine. That's Jacob's Ladder, Interstate 35. From Laredo, Texas, it's right on the southern border to the northern tip of the United States. And it's also called Purple Heart Trail. Now, why do they call it Purple Heart Trail? Because it ends in Minnesota, which is the crown chakra, and the crown chakra is purple. That's why Route 35. And that bridge collapse, I didn't put this in this decode. That famous bridge collapse in Minnesota, that was an I-35. That's the spine. So it collapsed on the place that's symbolic of America's third eye. So that was part of what we're talking about, the theme of these powers who don't want humans to evolve, constantly suppressing humans, lying to them, saying, you're going to die if you do that. But in fact, this power is afraid that humans will reach their level. That's what that ritual is for. It's to collapse. They don't want humans opening their third eye. They don't want that. So they did a ritual, I-35, which is Purple Heart Trail. That bridge that collapsed is a part of I-35 in Minnesota. And there were 111 vehicles on that bridge when it collapsed. 111. While Queen Elizabeth was born on the 111th day of the year. And so that's what that was. That was a ritual to prevent awakening. It's to prevent a higher consciousness, to prevent the opening of the third eye, to prevent the opening of or attaining the crown chakra as well. That's what that bridge collapse was, because that's what I-35 is, Purple Heart Trail. And if you look at where Purple Trail ends, you could say beginning, end, depending if you go from south to north, it ends there. Specifically, it ends in Duluth, Minnesota. The point at which Route 35 ends in Duluth, Minnesota is actually at the intersection of 26th Avenue and London Road. It ends on London Road. So again, there's the 26. We know how 26 is big with the Queen. Queen is 26, Crown is 26. 26 all over. She was coronated on the 2nd of June. She became Queen on February 6th, 26. So that's a big Queen number. Well, Interstate Route 35, Purple Heart Trail, ends at the intersection of London Road and 26th Avenue in Duluth, Minnesota. What are the odds of that? That's Purple Heart Trail. So that's what that ritual, the collapsed bridge was. They don't want you opening your third eye. They don't want you evolving. The same story throughout human history. And so the crown chakra, I think crown, queen, it's called the Sahasrara chakra. Sahasrara chakra sums to 128 in Gematria. 128, like the date January 28th. Well, that's when the Minnesota Vikings were established, in January 28th. and they wear purple, like the crown shark is purple. So if you spell out I-35, the letter I-35, it comes to 70. That's the number of Sirius. That's the number of days Sirius is invisible before it rises again. So this takes a visual. You have to see the visual for this one. It's the final play of the game. This is the very first game. You see the connection of Minnesota to the Queen. It's not a coincidence that the very first NFL team to play in London since the Queen died. And remember, Route I-35 ends on London Road in Minnesota. Well, who's the first team to play in London after the Queen died? Minnesota, the purple team. The final play of the game, which the Vikings won, the Minnesota Vikings won, was a 61-yard field goal attempt by the New Orleans Saints kicker Will Lutz. And Will Lutz is a big part of the ritual. It was a 61-yard field goal attempt, and he had already nailed a 60-yarder earlier in the game. So it was not out of. It was a very final play of the game, but the image of the Minnesota Vikings attempting to block Will Lutz's field goal attempt just ended the game in London. It's actually a Freemason allegory. It's amazing. So if you look at the two, well, they're both linebackers of the Minnesota Vikings. It's DJ Wanham, number 98, and Danielle Hunter, number 99. They're mirror images of each other. It's amazing. They look like, apart from their numbers and names, they look like mirror images of each other. Well, not surprised, they're both 6'5". They are the twin pillars in this image. And the football is Sirius. Remember, Sirius has the eye, the football shaped like the eye. The football is Sirius. Wanham and Hunter are the twin pillars. Again, they're from one of the Twin Cities. And they're both, Wanham and Hunter, they're both Scorpio. Scorpio is very relevant to it. Although they're born in different years, their birthdays are only 2 days apart. One of them's birthday is the 29th, the other is October 29th, October 31st. So they symbolize twins. And again, amazing mirror images of each other. Also, the numbers of the pairs there are also relevant. They're both 6'5". They're exact same height. If you look at Wanham, what is the name of Wanham? W-O-N-N-U-N. Wanham and Queen have double overlap, 62 and 26, which is that's a big Queen number.
And Kirk Cousins became 62 and 62 in that game, which was a big clue. It was all set up for the Queen. And again, just right there on the surface, in case people aren't seeing it, again, the Queen died on 9/8. You got number 98. And remember, Philip died at age 99 on the 99th day of the year, and her birth name, Elizabeth Alexander Mary, has Gematria 99. Again, purple, the color of royalty. First game in London. With regards to Sirius, it has Gematria 32. The NFL has 32 teams. Of course, America equals 32 as well. So does UK. Special number there, 32. Middle degree of the Scottish Rite in American football is credited to the Scottish Rite Freemason Walter Camp. And again, the 32nd degree of the Scottish Rite shares the Ad Merum Dei Gloriam motto with the Jesuits. But think about it. This whole thing also with regards to saying how it's paying tribute to Sirius, they're kicking it right on the logo in London for the international game. Again, UK, use the 21st letter. K is the 11th, 32. NFL, 14 plus 6 plus 12, 32. Sirius equals 32 when you use the alphabetic order with numerology. And again, all of this is tribute to what's happening above. And that's why the leagues are in, perfect seasonal alignment year after year. But, if you guys missed our work on this game, it was identified how it was all about the Queen, and it looked pretty dang good for the Vikings who did win. And we saw that it was all synced up with the royal family. In Gematria, royal family 61 ends with a thrilling 61-yard field goal with the purple team prevailing with the most perfect numbers on the linebackers. And sorry, Rambo, I wanted to interject with those points, but handing the mic back over to you.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that how you talked about Kirk Cousins' 62-62 record. I was going to mention that you brought that up. So yeah, 62. So Wanham is 62, and then that's the big Queen number.
Yes.
So again, and the football has that shape of the eye. The football represents Sirius. Now, just in reverse ordinal, Sirius is 67. 67 is a huge number in rituals for Sirius. Now the kicker, he's in the center of this, who attempted the kick, Will Lutz of the
Rambo, just to remind people, the Queen died 67 days before Charles' birthday, and the word king also equals 67. And the new Queen's name, Queen Camilla or whatever it is, equals 67. So this was a big number in the Queen's death. Okay, I'm done again, sorry.
Yeah, it's all about Sirius. It's all about the sacred star Sirius. So Will Lutz, who attempted the kick, his name is William Lutz. His nickname is Will, W-I-L, but his name is William Lutz. Well, the way they do it on Wikipedia, they put your name, your nickname, and then your last name. So William Will Lutz is 67. William Lutz is 67. The third eye, the chakra for the third eye, which is called the Ajna chakra, which is also a shade of purple. Ajna chakra comes to 67. But Sirius represents the Ajna chakra. 67 Ajna chakra is 67. Now the star Sirius, it's in the constellation of Canis Major. It's fixed star, it doesn't move. It's in conjunction with the constellation of Cancer. That's in the tropical zodiac. That's the 12 sign zodiac, Western zodiac. It aligns the star Sirius with the constellation of Cancer. They're always in conjunction permanently. That's where you get the expression as Sirius as Cancer. That's actually an astrology reference because the star Sirius in the constellation of Cancer. That's why for Sirius ritual, very often you'll see people of the zodiac sign of Cancer, such as Will Lutz. He was born July 7th. He's a Cancer for that reason. I gave a diagram just so you understand. When Will Lutz was born on July 7th, he's born at the time when the star Sirius, the sun, and Earth on the other side are in straight alignment. That's why July 4th was made the Independence Day for the United States. They were aligning Earth with Sirius. That's why they chose July 4th. Sirius was the sun behind the sun. It's called, from Earth's perspective, the sun and Sirius are in conjunction. And that's the alignment on July 7th. And that's why Will Lutz was chosen for the Sirius ritual. When you consider where Sirius and Earth were aligned on his birthday, now you know why he represents Sirius. And so Sirius is two stars, Sirius A, Sirius B, and it takes 50 years. They have a 50-year orbital cycle between those two Sirius. So 50 is another number related to the star Sirius. William Lutz also sums to 50. So one of the players right in the middle as blocking for, he's the center, I guess, or the long snapper, for the New Orleans is you see number 49 in that picture. Well, that's another Sirius number. Sirius sums to 49 in reverse Pythagorean. That's another Sirius number.
Just like
now, this is a big one. If you look at the
just for people who don't know, NFL, America, Scottish, all those words are 32 forwards, 49 in reverse. You see that pattern come together, 32, 49.
Yeah. So I show the constellation of Sirius, or the star Sirius, I'm sorry, and look at its proximity to the constellation of Orion. Orion is very identifiable by Orion's belt. The three stars you see right next to each other are really easy to identify in the southern sky. Sirius and Orion are right next to each other. They're very related. Now, Orion's moniker is the hunter. Orion is the hunter. Well, who's the player on the Vikings? You know, one of the twin pillars, number 99, is Hunter. That's a direct reference to Orion. And if there's any doubt about that, we'll look at the gematria of Orion. Orion in gematria is 71. And who do you see in the scene? Number 71 of the New Orleans Saints. Now, you can say Orion the Hunter also comes to 71. What are the odds? There's a player named Hunter, and then number 71 right there. That's Orion, and Orion's relation to Sirius. So this is an amazing allegory, how they line this up. I don't know if it's organic or it's amazing. And they're both Scorpios. Scorpio, I'll just read. Ancient sources told several different stories about Orion. There are two major versions of his birth and several versions of his death. The most important recorded episodes are his birth in Boeotia 71, around 171. This is number 71. And you see Orion's connection to the star Sirius. So, one last quick thing.
And just all that came out of George Floyd, the Capitol insurrection, how it was all synced up through Again, George Floyd dies in a huge 201 ritual. The only Confederate statue comes down in D.C. 201 days before the insurrection, before the flag flies, and then the media compares the police presence for that compared to the police presence for the Black Lives Matter protest after George Floyd. Again, they're putting all these pieces of the puzzle before our eyes right now. And again, the Civil War thing is a huge... the Civil War thing is a huge theme, and this observation you have about Kirk Cousins, the quarterback of the Vikings, in this ritual they just did, it's dead on. The Kirk Cousins thing had a lot to do with the number 320 as well, which also connects with the Queen. And of course, George Floyd was pulled out of a Mercedes-Benz ML 320 and killed in front of Police Cruiser 320, and a big number of the Roman Catholic Church. And we ran out of show. Sorry guys, it flew by tonight. We'll be back next week. Rambo, you're welcome to call me back on the 509 if you had more you want to say. And I will stay on a little bit later and take a few more calls tonight. 509, sit tight. Okay, I didn't realize that we were at the end of the show like that. I'm so sorry that we did not even end up taking any calls tonight. Somebody might have sent me a really awesome edible in the mail, and I had no idea how potent it would be. I thought it'd just be a nice, relaxing thing during the show, but man, it was something else. So thank you to the people who send things to the P.O. Box. I do appreciate it. Here, Rambo does have my number. If he wants to call back in, he has been up all night streaming away. But if he has more to say, I will hold the line open for him. And in a moment, I will open the other line, the backup line. The line that was up for the show is the TFR line. But I will... Okay, I will open up the other number in just a moment. Oh, you know who's already on it? Okay, hold on. Well, what's up, DK? Let me switch the phone line here real quick so they hear you nice and clearly. And
I'm still back at the last break, and I just fast forwarded it to live when I saw it was 55, and so I heard you say Rambo call back. So I don't, if I'm interrupting, I'll call back after.
Well, if he calls back, he might have decided he's had enough because he got a lot of airtime tonight, and he's welcome to call back in if he's out there. But just go ahead, DK, because he might be wrapping up. I know Rambo has to work and double check. I got to go back and double check whose song it was.
I'm trying to think of the rap part of it because Salt and Pepper raps a lot in their songs.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. So, sexual energy is the most powerful energy in the universe. It's actually like what the creator is actually male and female energy working together constantly to create. So the creator is not female or male per se. It's both together. And then the creator is just creating souls, but not creating these physical avatars that we're incarnated into and all that. That's a much lower level. So people get kind of caught up on that, especially in religious people. God really, created these bodies so imperfectly. Obviously there's been some manipulation to our physical, avatars. It's obvious. Why are we only using 5 to 10% of our brain? Any being that was created would be using 100% of its brain. It makes no sense. You know what I mean? How would you survive, or if survival of the fittest, or what? How would you be surviving on only 10% of your brain? It doesn't make any sense, and in any way, shape, or form, it just goes against logic. But so that we're electrical beings, and we have these auras that look like these, basically like a donut, like a torus. So when you're having sex with somebody, you're actually penetrating into their aura. You're in each other's aura at that point. And then they label it, on a battery, they label it plus and minus, which has been misconstrued. And those are male and female energies. It's not positive and negative. And then that leads to the misconstruing the positive and negative, the negative for being evil. The positive and negative poles on a battery, the negative pole is not evil, and then the positive pole is not positive. It's not how electricity works, So there's a whole thing that they've misconstrued there. And then in the New Age, it's you hear people say, well, evil has to exist because you need positive and negative to make like electricity or whatever, when that's not the case. You need male and female to make electricity, and then evil is a third wheel trying to come in and siphon energy off of that system. So the God, and then like what Rambo was saying, the God of the Bible, that's not the actual creator, because the creator wouldn't be saying to beings which are already created, humans, and then come down and offer them fruit or whatever allegorical story you want to put to that, and say, now they made let's make them like us. First of all, why would the creator be saying us? It would be saying like me. So that also doesn't make any sense if you look at the Bible like as a whole. And so as you're instead of the positive and negative, it should be the line and the circle, just like the on off buttons are. So the female would be the circle, the line would be the male. And this is why they have us like wearing condoms, rubbers, because rubber insulates electrical energy. So when you hit that G spot, which is the ground, that's why it's the G spot. So you ground your energy into the female energy, and you're both, supposed to have that like...
DK, don't forget what you're saying. Rambo's just calling right back. I want to get Rambo back on, but I want to hear everything you're saying too. So as soon as Rambo's done, I'll come right back to you, okay?
You want to just call me back?
Yeah, I will. I'll call you back. I'll call you back.
Okay, good. Okay.
All right. Hey, thanks for calling back in, Rambo.
Yeah, I was using the number. I was calling the old 509.
Oh, okay. Well, we got you on. I'm glad.
Yeah, I don't want to just leave abruptly like that, man.
No, it's okay. You the commercial break interrupted your closing thought, so wanted to make sure that was out there.
Yeah, so I got a lot there downstairs. I mean, I think it's amazing how that scene of that 61-yard field goal attempt, just how perfectly the two lines, because they're both 5, they're both Scorpio. Scorpio is named after Scorpius, which is related to Orion the Hunter. The player is named Hunter. And is related to Sirius, or the combination of Sirius next to Orion, and the whole Sirius ritual with the kicker born as a 7 when Sirius is in the line. It's amazing. And just all the numbers, the 71 is Orion, is 71, Orion the Hunter is 71. I was amazed. But again, it's also in the geography of the United States, the twin pillars. The Minnesota wears purple. Purple is the two chakras. The third chakra and the crown chakra. And Route 85, I-35 is Purple Heart Trail. And that's why Minnesota was purple at the top. Where does Purple Heart Trail end in Minnesota? At the intersection of 20th Avenue and London Road.
Right.
So, yeah, it's coded into, it's coded American geography. I think I was a spark. Something was Jacob's Ladder. That's why the mayor of Twin Cities, Minneapolis, is named Jacob. So, yeah, it's amazing. That's a very good allegory. When you see twin symbolism, if you see something related to like a ladder case, like was it the Ivana Trump death? The bottom of the staircase. Staircase is right over. It screams Freemason and an allegory. And outside her building, the huge twin pillars outside the building. Donald Trump, his staircase, he's a Gemma twins. And then and in a Trump. Attendees were told to donate to the Big Dog Ranch Rescue. What do you think that was about?
Sure.
Big Dog. Yeah.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Rambo, unfortunately, when you just called in, it's kind of broken up, but I hope everybody was able to hear most of it. I was able to understand what you were saying based on everything you gave us before. But yeah, awesome research as always, and I love how you're always bringing it back to the same symbols and rituals and how often they're paying tribute to the exact same things, and it's clockwork. So thanks again, Rambo. Brilliant information tonight as always, and I appreciate you staying on overtime.
Oh, no problem. It was fun. I enjoyed the discussion.
Me too. I think everyone else did. I hope everyone else did. And I look forward to next week. We won't be missing any shows for a while. That's the good news. And thanks again, friend.
Yeah, and I have a video I'm going to put up tomorrow on the Ray Lewis murders. It ties into a lot of things. Like I said, female more than that, part of the group was named Rena. What did he say? I'm going to put a video on the Ray Lewis. He didn't do the murder, but it was for him. It was a ritual sacrifice for listen to them.
Okay, so you guys, Rambo's got new content coming out tomorrow. The Truth Code's on YouTube. Unfortunately, his call's pretty broken up right now, but his videos are awesome, so be sure to check it out. And again, thanks again, friend. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
All right, have a good night.
Take care.
All right, that was the new record broadcast for the amount of time Rambo spent on the show. I do apologize that we didn't get to your guys' calls, but it was nice to get some overtime with Rambo. He really is a brilliant guy, and his observations are super helpful. Let me call DK back. DK was getting to the topic of the hour. Are we destroying ourselves because of our sexual behavior was the question at the beginning of the show. Again, hey, DK, you there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so DK was in the middle of making a point about what condoms do and the again, just I'll let you run with it. We just got interrupted, but if you want to rewind a little bit, we're listening.
Okay, I'm in the middle of eating an apple real quick. So basically, can you hear me well from this distance?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so basically, the condoms, I mean, they tell us it's for contraception, so you don't have a child every time, you have sex. But it's actually to kill that connection. So you're never really making that like actual loving connection with the person. It's just actually sex. And, vowels are interchangeable. So the word sex is actually six. You want to be actually like what it's called. That's why it's called making love, because you're actually making something, when those two energies come together, you make something.
Here, before you go on to the next idea, I've made this point in the past, but again, sex and six almost sound the same. My take on that is it being biblical, because man's made on the sixth day, and sex is what makes another person.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's all kinds of other connections. I was just bringing that point up, which, I wasn't really thinking. You probably talked about that 10 years ago. That's kind of an obvious one. So anyway, yeah, so then we're going around basically just kind of, it's almost like being in lust, you're not really in love because you never made that loving connection. And they used to, a woman releases her without, her being able to do anything about it. She releases every 30 days her chemicals and hormones that go to build up that egg that gets released every month. For a guy, it's the same way, but it doesn't get released it doesn't just come out every month. You know what I'm saying? It gets released when you release it, so you choose. So there's the stuff these prophets and a lot of these teachers were doing back in the day, where they would not ejaculate for like 90 days, and then things start happening. So once those like hormones and life creating chemicals don't get released, they start turning back on themselves, and then it starts like just healing you like crazy. You start going into higher states of consciousness and stuff. And this is when these prophets and seekers of knowledge at the time would go into temples and pyramids after they called it like tantric sex and stuff like that, where they wouldn't have sex for a super long time, and then when they did, it would be specifically like to create, with another woman who was also in tune with the same, ideas. And so now, I mean, you have to obviously have a certain state of mind and focus to do that. But then if you don't ejaculate, or, you don't have that release of energy or connection with somebody for, a long time, and you don't have your like, your emotions in balance, what it can do is, magnify and exacerbate the worst parts of that person's personality, like kind of like how you talk about like with your mom. And then we have the phrase like, oh, they need to get laid. You know what I mean? Because instead of, channeling that energy into something, consciously, they let it build up, and now it's driving them nuts, basically. And then they start, all their parts of their lower personality start getting way more magnified and obvious than they normally would be. And then you're like, oh, that person is, has a lot of tendencies of this and this and this and that, like some of the stuff you may have said about like your mom. Also, what Rambo was talking about for the like animals, how they have instincts. The thing is, if you're born and you don't have to learn something and it's already inside, that means it's a program. So if the animals have a soul and we have a soul, how come we're coming in? We don't know nothing, without rearing, we would die. The animals come out, they can basically hunt right away, walk right away. They can do all kinds. We can't do anything. We have to be taught everything. We have to even be shown how to hunt after we can walk and all this stuff, which takes a while. So, the reason why is because once you reach like human level, like let's just say most souls on the planet are going from first density consciousness, which would be like you're part of the clouds or a rock. You could be that for billions of years. And then you get to second density consciousness where you're going to be a plant, but you're still stuck in the earth. You're not moving around. And then when you get to third density consciousness incarnations, now you're an animal and you can move around freely. And then once you get to the animals that work closely with humans, like cats, dogs, elephants, horses, you start, getting closer, higher third density consciousness, because you're learning you're going human next. So you need to be around humans more. You're not going to be like a lion. Lion would eat a human. So, you need to be able to survive as a being that can move around on the earth, whereas a plant is just stuck and it doesn't have to do as much, work as far as, to fend for itself, for its life. It's just going to collect the nutrients that are come up from the earth where it's at. Then once you get to like the human level consciousness, now you have your like I am presence. Now you're in charge. You're the God of your own soul journey at this point. You're not part of any group soul. When you're like a cat or a dog or whatever, you're still part of a group soul that's where your instincts come from. So like when a cat sees a mouse go by, even though it's a fat ass cat, it's got plenty of food, it's just going to take off after that mouse, because for what? It's not hungry. Why would it do that? It's just because that's that group soul instinct it's still connected to. So there's the differentiation when you start, it's like a school. Once you can't go back down. You don't come back as a dog. You can only go up or get stuck where you're at here, or run into a lot of problems and be, end up in the lake of fire or something. Another thing you guys were talking about Eden, and I would say Odin is the same thing as Eden. It's the same thing with just different vowels. So I think a lot of those stories going back even past Sumer and Atlantis, it's just the same story with slightly.
Absolutely, 100%. And again, the Vikings are pagan, and they just did that huge ritual with the Vikings in London, and then they play their next game on Leif Erikson Day. That falls on October 9th, and this year the Vikings became 9-0 all-time on Leif Erikson Day, the great Viking, and they did against the Bears, which equals 90. But
to the number 6 with Leif Erikson.
What about Leif Erikson?
Any link to the number 6? Because in ancient Egypt, when the black magic cults took over, it was it was said that the kings were replaced, and the kings that took over were called the Hyksos. Hyksos is 6, so it was 6 kings. Vikings is actually Vi-Kings, V-I-Kings, which Roman numeral 6. So it's the same 6 kings who were going around the earth taking everything over, and then putting their black magic cults in charge, and then going to the next spot and taking it over. So once they took over Egypt, they left the cult of Amen-Ra and the cult of Aton basically in charge of everything. And then, the cult of Amen-Ra is the Catholic Church. That's why they still say Amen. And then the cult of Aton is like the banking side of it. It's the same thing. It's just, what I'm saying? The cult of Aton is the operational running structure of the earth, and the cult of Amen-Ra is the spiritual operational structure of the earth. So it's the same cults. They've just changed their names. They were Pharisees and Sadducees before. They were Guelphs and Ghibellines. They were all kinds of different things. And then, then we're left kind of perplexed because of all the different time periods. Is it from Babylon? Is it from Sumer? It's the same story, you know? So, what else? Let me get into some other things you were talking about. Oh, I have this. Estonians are big people. You were talking about your Estonian friend. It's right next to Croatia. Estonians, a lot of them are big people. So are Croatians, but Estonians in particular. And they have like a lot of growth hormone in their genetics, because even their women have like crazy facial bone structures. Looks like, I mean, a lot of them are hot, but they'll have like a pretty square, like manly jaw. You know what I mean? Like, and you know, of course, all the people will be like, "Oh, it's a man," you know. But I mean, they just do. Some of these Eastern European chicks, they could be like super hot, but when you look at them from certain angles, they totally have like a manly jaw and stuff. And you know, the people who are into some of that stuff, they would just go off, "Oh, it's a tranny," you know. But no, they really are. I don't know what it is in that area, but those suckers can be big, tall, and thick, and everything, you know. So
yeah,
probably good at every sport. Like you said, the guy who came from playing college basketball to NFL or something, right?
He was always a basketball player. Again, DK is bringing up how I went to high school with Michael Roos from Estonia, but he grew up here in the States. He was the left tackle for the Tennessee Titans, but he was always a good basketball player. But then his senior year of high school, the coach had him play tight end. He ended up becoming a tight end lineman at Eastern Washington, and then ended up signing 2 massive contracts over a decade-long career in the NFL, making well over $100 million in the league. And again, I just talk about how he was such an interesting person, because he was this huge giant man who was like a gentle giant who just dressed simply in a white button-up T-shirt and khaki pants every day, and was just always friendly. I mean, he's from the outside just looking at him, it just almost seemed like, is he the perfect human being? Who is this guy from Estonia? And again, he's the only one I'm aware of that went to my high school that's made over $100 million. And again, it's just like, I look back and I'm like, are these Manchurians? He was like too perfect. He was like too perfect to be true, this guy. But okay, Estonia's got big, strong people. Good to know. It makes sense to me.
These villages, I swear to God, the average height will be like 6'4". You're like, what the fuck is going on here? How tall was the guy?
I forget, but at least 6'4". He's probably taller than that.
There's been places where, like, there's this one town in Croatia, you go out in the clubs, the average height is like, every guy is like 6'3" to 6'6". You can't see anything. You got to stand up on a chair to see anything. You literally just are like walking around like, what's that one cartoon where it's like the guys are shrunk and he's walking in the grass, and it's like, you know, the grass is like huge. You can't even see through it. That's how it feels. And even the women are like, you know, like 5'10", 5'11". So in heels, they're like 6'4". It's just, I mean, and some of my friends who are like basketball players, like Croatian basketball players that are from here, and we go like meet up over there in the summer, they're like 6'3". They're short in the club, and here they're like super tall, you know. It's crazy. So I don't know if it's in the water, or if it's in the minerals in the soil or whatever, but there's some places in particular.
I think it is something like that ultimately. Michael Roos was listed at 6'7", so yeah, I mean, he was a big guy. 6'7".
The way these guys are built, they're not all like, they're like thick in their bodies.
Yeah, he's
like,
a strong guy. I mean, tall and strong. Exactly. He had a brother too that wasn't quite as big as him, and his brother was a big, strong guy, just not as big as the one that went to the NFL. So.
Yeah, you look at them like, basically if they were at any height, they would look like the same. You know, like you see like a Luka Doncic, he doesn't look all super skinny and exact. If he was like 5'10", he would look the same. He's just like 6'10", you know? It's just, they're like kind of thick in their bodies, and they get maybe not the most athletic, but that's why all the guys out there, the tall guys, are like shooting 25-footers. You're like 6'10". I'm like, dude, get in there and rebound.
I know, man. That's why I can't even watch. I'm like, this is just so stupid. It's just like they got to have everything upside down. Nothing makes sense if you know how to play these games.
Yeah. So, let's see what else. Oh, you did that one video on discipline. That word literally means disciple in, like disciple inside. So you have a disciple inside you, which outwardly shows, you know, will show a disciple inside, or what we call discipline. So that's where the word comes from, being a disciple of whatever it is that you're seeking. You have to have like patience and discipline for it.
Well, what do you think about this whole autophagy thing?
Oh yeah, that's a whole nother thing I got written down right here. That, let me see, was I about to go into that next? Oh, let's just do that right now. Yeah. So that is totally fantastic, and that's exactly how it works. When your body runs out of stuff to, use for energy, it starts eating up all kinds of bad stuff. I mean, it'll eat up some of your own tissue. You're definitely going to lose weight and like some, muscle density and stuff like that if you're doing that for prolonged periods of time. But if you have an acute issue that you need to heal from, like cancer or something, like, there ain't nothing that's going to heal you faster than just don't eat and drink your own pee for like 2 weeks. You'll be, and whatever, I don't care if it's stage 4 cancer, it'll be done. So there's a whole nother, thing in there. But even the Egyptians knew that they were getting killed through their food. So they would fast, they would fast and take monoatomic gold and do all these things that would like raise their vibration. So, and they knew that the food was the lowest vibrational thing they had about them. So, and imagine this is, thousands of years ago when there was no such thing as like you had to label organic or pesticide free or whatever. So even they knew at that time. And what Rambo was saying about, about like if an instinctual animal is killing another animal for food, that's not like, it's not doing anything wrong per se in the energetic scope of how the creators created this. But if humans are killing other humans or animals, then yes, we're spilling a lot of blood, and that's a lot of like loosh energy that we're releasing, a lot of fear energy we're releasing into the morphogenic field. So while there's slaughterhouses, humans will still be getting killed and sold off and trafficked and all that. That's like a common thing, unless we realize that, we shouldn't be doing that to animals. There's other sources of food that are totally plentiful. We're still going to have this situation with us because we're not the top of the food chain and we're acting like we are, but we're not. We're actually food for some other beings on an etheric level right now, which has been suppressed from us because we don't have our all-seeing eye open, which is the next thing I'm going to talk about. But yeah, the autophagy definitely works. Do as I say, don't do as I do, because I eat right before I go to sleep and right after I wake up, because my metabolism's so fast and I'm so lean. I just skip one meal, I'll lose like 2 pounds, and I haven't weighed this little since I was like in junior high. I graduated high school at 165. I spent most of my life around 170, 175. When I stopped playing soccer for like a year and kind of got into like bodybuilding, I'm like, let me try to put on some muscle. I got to stop playing all these sports like so heavily. I'll just play indoor and basketball and just try to eat more. I got up to 182, and then, but soon as that was eating like every half hour. It's just, like 9 meals a day. So as soon as I went back to like normal eating, I was back down to 170. And then when I went, 171, 169, 173, just all around there for years. And then when I went vegetarian, I basically went down to like 161, just like 10 pounds. And then I stayed there for a while. And then I did a couple fasts. Like I went to hike the Inca Trail for a month in South America through Bolivia and Peru. And, went to all those sites, Machu Picchu, Ollantaytambo, all that stuff. And I lost like another 10 pounds. I was like, oh my God, I'm like a 6th grader right now. I was weighing like 153 or something. It was just ridiculous. You could see like my, like my organs secreting insulin through how lean I was. It was ridiculous. So then I got back up to like 160 after, coming back and eating for like regularly again for a month. But I haven't necessarily been able to get over that. And I'm trying to now, just to like try to put on some pump in the muscles more than like just being flat and lean. And I got to eat like seriously, like so often. Right before I go to bed, I have to eat, and otherwise I wake up really hungry and I look at the scale. Not that anyone should really be looking at the scale. You should be looking in the mirror. But I'll be like, damn, 5 pounds? Like I just lost 5 pounds overnight, And this is like my autophagy time is like 9 hours. And you're talking about like 16, 17, 18 hours, which most people are overweight. I definitely would recommend that to most people. Like I said, do as I say, don't do as I do. And another thing I was going to tell you, the frozen vegetables, you should be doing like fresh vegetables, because when you freeze vegetables and fruits, you actually turn them acidic. It changes the molecular structure. I know they taste great and it's convenient, but you damage it completely when you heat it, or when you expose it to extreme cold like that. So and plus it's faster anyways. If it's fresh, you just throw it in there, on the wok with coconut oil for like 30 seconds, it's already ready to go. Plus it's a little bit crunchier. It's not as like soggy. Just like if you have pre-frozen meat or pre-frozen anything, it's not going to taste the same and have the same texture. Another thing I wanted to get into, and this is like kind of like, I guess it could tie into a little bit about like the sexual repressive energy and stuff like that too, is humanity in general. We have like self-sabotage programming. So they want us living our worst lives. Hold on, let me get a drink of water. They want us living our worst lives, of course. So, the black magicians, they know that how our mind works, that 95% of our mind is run by the subconscious. At best, most people is 99.9. And then, so you only have 5% of your conscious mind left to make like decisions. So it's very overpowering, the 95%. Now, what the subconscious does is it's like a safety mechanism where it's trying to keep you safe. So it associates being with the bigger herd, like animals are, as being safe. So whatever the herd is doing. So like, I mean, they made this, they had the show, the Cosby Show. I think it ran for like 8 or 9 years. I'm sure people remember that show. But during the run of that show, the amount of blacks enrolling in law school and medical school, which he was a doctor and she was a lawyer. Remember, he was Dr. Huxtable, and she was like a lawyer. So it went up like 20% during enrollment in law school and medical school for blacks, went up like 20% during the run of that show. And in the mainstream, they call that the Cosby factor. Then they took that show off the air. The shit went back down to even below the levels it was at before the show. Plus they changed the music a lot. And then they called that shift the Lil Wayne factor. Because that's when music started getting really debauched, the rap music and everything. It just got really, everybody was, Lil this, baby this, like we talked about before. They're all infantilized, everybody. So, yeah, that whole part of like the brain, the subconscious part is what's leading us. So it wants us to be part of the herd. So if the herd, it doesn't want you to be any better, because then you're going to stick out from the herd, and then the herd will try to bring you down. So a lot of people have like kind of like self-sabotage programming. And I know a great self-sabotage coach who, like, you listen to his stuff for a while and you're like, damn, I am doing all those things, like I didn't even realize that. But when you look at yourself like impartially, like a third party, then you're like, wow, so that's what makes a lot of people so like what you would call like bitchy and like, constantly arguing with people and like, just kind of like living their worst life when it could actually be so smooth. They just like, they're creating all these speed bumps for themselves in their daily life. Like, instead of driving through a smooth parking lot, it's like 20 speed bumps just to go across the parking lot, Okay. That's how like their life is. So, yeah, that there's a combination between all those things that people have to get like in balance, like their food and like, oh yeah, let me get into I'm going to go all the way down the rabbit hole on that food thing and what I talked about before, how people would fast to get into higher states of consciousness. And then Rambo was talking about eating from those trees. So the reason we're disconnected from God is because of our pineal gland. And it's not like broken or shut off or anything. It doesn't have its fuel. Its fuel is dimethyltryptamine, or what we call DMT. So basically everything we eat has DMT, and especially like fruits and vegetables and all that, like grasses would be like, like wheatgrass, and some of these rich grasses will have like the most amount of DMT in it. The thing is, you could go eat, buckets of that stuff and it doesn't do anything, because we have this chemical in our gut biome called monoamino oxidase, or MAO2. So then when people go drink the ayahuasca tea, they think like, oh, it's DMT. Like, no, the whole point of the ayahuasca tea is for the MAO2 inhibitor. That's part of it. It's this bark that comes off this like vine, and then they can cook any other plant with it to get the DMT out of it. So basically what happens is the tea is a combination of a decent amount of DMT, which is whatever grass or vine or plant they cook. Jungle, some of these jungle plants are richer than like lettuce or, kale. And then they have the bark from this vine which is what's going to activate it. So it's like an acid and a base. That's why they call it free basing, because the base is going to free the alkaloid. So, and then what happens is now all of a sudden the DMT that's circulating through your bloodstream isn't being blocked by the monoamino oxidase because there's something that binds to it and inhibits it. Now you have DMT flowing all through your body in a natural state the way it should be, and it activates your pineal gland, and you just blast off depending on, if you go to one of these new age people and they let you only take little shot glass sips of it, then you're not going to really go to where you need to go. But if they do it the right way and give you the full cup and let you drink till you start dry heaving, then you're going to start seeing things that are in the ether and possibly even in the lower astral plane. And, people that have been on it can explain it to you. When you smoke, they have like the bufo toad, and, you can, there's a smokable version called 5-MeO DMT, which only lasts about 10 minutes, but you can get some pretty crazy visuals. People will see like elves and a control panel, and they'll feel like they're on a spaceship, and the elves are just like, calm down, just watch what's going on, don't ask too many questions because shit's about to get crazy. You're gonna be too backed up on questions, just try to focus. So this is how we used to be normally, and we were tricked into eating something that changed our whole gut biome, which I think is represented by this apple with the bite missing out of it. Now, was it an actual apple? I don't know. I think it was some type of genetically engineered thing that changed our whole gut biome. Once it got in us, then every child would have that same thing in their gut biome as well. So it changed the whole human race from that point on. So that was the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So that's actually been mistranslated. It actually was the tree of not knowing it, being able to distinguish between good and evil, because now you lost your pineal gland and you can't see people's auras, so you can't tell if you're looking at a human with a reptilian aura or a human with a angelic aura, a human with a arachnid aura or whatever. And I think that'll bring us into the Saturn moon matrix. Supposedly, Saturn is controlled by the archons, or the demons, which are silicone-based life forms merged with AI who need loosh for energy. And the antenna they use to do all that is the moon, which is controlled by these beings called the chimera, which are part spider, part human, like arachnid humans, hybrids, kind of like Dr. Octavius in the Spider-Man movies. So there's been a lot of people that have been put under hypnosis that say they've been in like doctors or like dentist type chairs on the moon being fucked with by human spiders and stuff. So there's a whole side like genre that deals with that, and I don't know if that has to do with like the Charlotte's Web and all that stuff, but also it could be a symbol for mind control. When you shatter glass too, it looks like a spider web. There's that center punch, whatever, got hit, and then it spider webs out from there. And we see that in a bunch of videos as like mind control symbolism, like shattered glass, like they were monarch mind controlled, or these families, they rape and molest their own children at very young ages, so they'll be the psychopaths that they are when they get younger. That's like you said, these children that are abused, they want to, they tend to be abusers. So when you go all the way to the level of the Illuminati and black magicians, that's what the black magicians are doing to their children. On a lighter note, did you see that they made custom Nikes for the Pope?
I did not.
Pull that up, please. It's hilarious. The Jesuit logo's right on there instead of like where it would be like the Converse All-Star logo. It's the Jesuit logo. It's so funny. While you're pulling that up, did you see the Kanye West, Candace Owens debacle thing?
No, what happened?
They're walking around with White Lives Matter.
Yeah. I saw that. I did.
And then I said she was a shill when she first came out. I think it's solidified now that she's hanging out with Kanye or whatever. Did you find those Nikes?
I do have them up here.
How funny is that shit with the IHS logo on there?
Yeah, it's also got the Vatican flags with the keys and yeah.
Pope Francis on the back.
Indeed.
You know about those keys, right? You know what those are for?
Well, I'm sure you know something that I don't. Gold and silver always stood out to me, the sun and the moon, but what do you see in the keys?
It's the physical and the spiritual. They have the keys to the physical thing on earth and the spiritual thing on earth. That's the cult of Amen-Ra and cult of Aton working together with the two keys. And then always the crowns are always triple crowns. Like if you look at any king or queen's crown, it's got the center thing like with the cross if it's the king or whatever, and then it's got two other points on the side of it, and then the rest of the crown is smooth. So that's why the horse races are called the Triple Crown. You know, they talk about the Triple Crown of the Queen, you could just put in Queen's Triple Crown and all kinds of shit will come up about it. So that's also a version of the trident. That's why they have all those triple crowns.
Interesting. Okay.
If I have anything else written down on this page. No, I think that's it. What is this? I can't read that. I think that's it. I've been talking for a minute. I can tell my throat is dry.
Okay. All right, DK. Well, interesting as always. Always appreciate it. Thanks for phoning in tonight.
Hey, I still got to call you back on that computer. I've just been dealing with some bullshit over here, but I'll call you like tomorrow or Friday or something during the day about the computer.
Okay. All right. Sounds good, man.
All right. Thanks for taking the call. Have a good night.
Yeah, take care.
Okay, bye.
All right, 772.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Zach, what's up?
Just doing the show.
So I wanted to say I haven't talked to you in a while, but so what's funny is that on the day that you made that car crash video, I didn't watch that video that day. Instead, I watched another video, and I just happened to not look at your channel, but I was watching another one of your videos from 2017, and you were talking about your mom and how she brings negative things and whatever, and it happened to be that you were talking about the car crash that you got into in 2002 with the handyman, and then I turned off that video and then I watched your other video, and then you were talking about the same thing. It was really funny. Well, not funny, but I thought that was pretty interesting. Considering all the stuff with crashes that happened that day.
Sure.
I just happened to be watching that one video.
Huh.
And also what's funny is that your Q&A video that you did, because I haven't really seen you do a question and answer video in a while, because I was watching your old ones from 2017. And I was actually going to ask you, I was going to be like, oh, can you do another Q&A video like you used to do that people would leave their questions in the comments and then you would make a video answering people's questions.
Sure.
I thought that was...
Yeah, I'll do more of them. People seem to like the question and answer, so we'll do more.
Yeah, it's fun. I like watching your old videos too. I wanted to say, so my dad does illustrations, he draws and stuff, and he's actually been wanting to do a kid's book for a while. And if you're interested, I'll give you his email off, or you can tell me.
Again, I am going to do these children's books ideas, and I do want drawings from the community, and each book will essentially be a community effort. And yeah, so your dad is welcome to participate in that. That'd be awesome.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Also, I wanted to say, I'd like to do, because now I don't live with my mom anymore. Now I live here, so I'm kind of available all the time. I could do thumbnails for you, for videos, that you could send me an email, and I can just create a custom thumbnail for you, without a copyright issue or whatever. And I can just do that for you,
Okay,
and,
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Thumbnail.
Okay, very cool. Thank you.
And yeah, you can just save my number. So I'll send you my email. I don't have one yet, but I'm gonna get one today. I wanted to say something about the topic earlier. So you guys were talking about like they're kind of like being other gods in the Bible. So there's another one. I think it was on Genesis 28:3. If you look up El Shaddai, so it says I can read it.
Yeah.
So it says, "Now may El Shaddai bless you and make you fruitful and multiply, so that you will become an assembly of peoples." So that was when I think Leah was leaving. It was Joshua was sending off Leah or Rachel, and he blessed her in the name of El Shaddai. And it's funny because El is actually kind of like in Genesis, or not in Genesis, but in the First Testament. The Old Testament, he's kind of the main god. They don't really talk about it, but he is basically the main god in the Old Testament. And it's funny because even in Israel, it has the name El in it, Israel.
Right.
So I thought that was an interesting thing to bring up. And I also thought it was interesting that you guys talked about Enlil. That makes you think, you know.
Indeed. Yeah, great observations.
And I was watching your video about that you don't eat breakfast. So honestly, I think my opinion on it, I think everybody's different. Like, I eat breakfast. I usually like to eat breakfast, or I just feel like kind of tired and stuff.
Sure.
But I don't like snack throughout the day. I only have breakfast, and then I won't eat for like 6 or 8 or 9 or 10 hours, you know, and then I'll have another meal. I usually only eat like 2 meals.
Sure. And again, you're a fit guy. You're not what I'm talking about, and like a lot of people in your age group. But yeah, I think there is something though to learning to eat in that smaller window, because it does sound like it has some healing benefits for cleansing the junk out of the body. So that'd be the advantage of switching it up a little bit if possible.
Well, yeah, and if you think about it, like from a nature perspective, it kind of doesn't really make sense that we would be eating like sweets and stuff all day and like snacks and stuff. Because like in nature, you're probably not really going to be doing that. You're gonna, you'll kill whatever animal and then you'll eat that, and that's your meal. That you'll get 1 or 2 meals out of the whole day. Or animals, even animals. Animals don't snack all day. They have 1 or 2 big meals and that's it.
Right. Yeah.
And sometimes, you don't get food, and that's basically kind of like what fasting is, basically. So in nature, there is kind of like a natural fasting period that there's, maybe you don't have access to food for a certain time, so the body gets to be cleansed,
Yes, indeed.
I definitely thought it was interesting what you mentioned. So I noticed you guys were talking a lot about kidney stones. So what I've noticed, the one thing about that I don't like, some vegetables, actually a lot of vegetables have, spinach is the worst offender. It has, what's it called? Oxalates. So it's basically like these crystals, and they basically turn into kidney stones. And so also another offender is nut milk.
You're saying spinach can cause kidney stones?
Yeah.
Huh.
I'd look into it. Also nut milks. Actually, I think Jay with open eyes, he can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but he said that he would drink nut milk, and I was like, be careful with that. You'll get a kidney stone from that. And same with my mom. Like, she drank a lot of nut milks, and she got a kidney stone. I think she actually had like 2 or 3, and she was having nut milks. It's actually, I don't really hear a lot of people talk about oxalates, but yeah, they're in a lot of vegetables, but some of them have a lot of oxalates, like spinach. I think maybe kale, but I might be wrong about that. But there's you can definitely look into the oxalate thing. It's pretty interesting. Also, I kind of found what you said interesting about going like on a vegetable cleanse, that like you don't eat meat, but like, not like forever. That's just a cleanse. And I thought that was interesting. It kind of like is an autophagy thing, because you're like depriving your body of meat. And then so I guess you burn off whatever toxins are inside. But you know what's funny is that my dad, he had went vegetarian once, but he also went carnivore another time. And when he was vegetarian, I mean, he like lost some weight, but when he was carnivore, he lost a ton of weight, and he was like, he would go out and exercise a lot and stuff. Like, and it wasn't even like that he did it because he was on a diet. Like, him eating the meat made him want to do that. And like, he looked great, and he looked like 5 or 8 years younger by doing that. And I think he did it for like about the same amount of time. He had done like a vegetarian diet for a month, and then he had done a carnivore diet for a month, like maybe a couple of years later. And he looked great, you know, after the carnivore diet. But then again, he was also eating like grass-fed stuff, not like that processed garbage or like abused animals and that kind of stuff. Because this is important to say, even if you don't care about animals being abused, which I don't think is okay, but, you know, even if you don't care about that, there is a nutritional benefit to having an animal that was out and not in a cage, because they're eating the food that they're supposed to do. Like whenever you see, chicken are fed vegetarian stuff, like that kind of thing, because I see that gimmick, it's like chickens aren't vegetarians. Chickens are supposed to eat bugs, you know? That they're probably giving them like whatever feed or whatever bullshit. You know, cows are supposed to eat grass, you know? So, you know, it's kind of important to have animals that are in their natural environment, because, you know, if you're eating meat and stuff that's like poor quality, and like, you know, that they're in a feedlot with disease, that they're giving them antibiotics, you know, that's not going to be healthy for you. That's what the average American is eating when they're eating meat, you know? That's why so many people are unhealthy, because they're eating vegetables doused in chemicals, and then the meat that they eat, they're probably not getting the right kind of meat. You know, they're not eating like organs and stuff. They're eating just muscle meat. You know, and then that's doused in antibiotics and chemicals and all that stuff. You know.
Indeed. Yeah. Lots of great points. I'm going to let the next guy get in because he keeps calling over and over, so he must have something urgent to say.
Okay.
But thanks, Sebastian. You have a good night.
One thing, so now that I'm 18, you know, after you move and whatever, I'd be happy to like go over there, fly over, and you know, if you could pay for the ticket, I'll be like your like tech guy or whatever for a couple weeks, and I'll help you like upload all your old videos and stuff, and like just, you know, help you with a lot of stuff.
Okay. All right. We can talk about that. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Appreciate it.
Okay, cool.
All right. Take care. Yeah. Have a good night. Okay, 347. Thank you for your persistence. You're on.
Okay, what's good is that? I had to make this point. I wanted to save this for your Saturday show, but I might be at work. I might not get this out. So I'm gonna make two quick sports points, and I'll get to your topic. The first one is, you always say when it's championships playoffs or series going on, look at the other sports and colleges and see if the cities are playing during that time. Right? Guess who's playing? Well, the World Series will start October 28th. And Game 4 and Game 5, Game 4 would be, I want to say November 2nd. And Game 5 would probably be November 5th or 6th, I think. And on Thursday, guess who's playing Thursday night football on November 3rd?
Who is it?
Let's take a wild guess, Zach.
November 3rd?
Take a wild guess. Who is hot right now in sports? What city is hot right now?
San Diego?
I ain't saying they ain't won no championships, but they kind of hot right now.
San Diego?
Philadelphia.
Oh, Philadelphia.
Philadelphia Eagles at the Houston Texans.
Okay.
So what if it's Philadelphia and Houston in the World Series?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, they've done that before. That's a really good point. Again, Philadelphia was the team we ranked behind the Dodgers in the NL to represent because they got the 118 connection. But it recently came across my plate that anytime the city of Philadelphia wins the World Series, there's economic hardship. So it's like, this is the World Series winner we don't want to see.
But you know what's so crazy? If it's Houston and Philly, you gotta remember that people who don't follow baseball. I know you follow baseball. Houston used to be in the National League, right? Huh?
Yeah, they used. You're right. They switched.
Okay.
Leagues.
When Philly won their first World Series, because in '29 that was the Philadelphia Athletics. But when the Philadelphia Phillies won their first World Series, that was 1980, right?
Right, and then 2008.
Guess who they played to get to the World Series in 1980? And the team they played that was their first playoff appearance. Take a wild guess. And they said, if you look it up in Wikipedia, they said this was one of the most exciting. They said the most exciting playoff series ever, a 5-game series.
It was
the
last
Astros.
4
games went extra innings.
It was the Astros?
Yes.
Yeah, back when they were in the same National League. Now there's a chance they can meet in the World Series, I see.
Yeah, and that's 42 years ago.
Okay, that's a great observation. I didn't realize that. Houston, Texas has that Gematria 181, the 42nd prime. Huh.
So I'm not saying that it's gonna be Philly and Houston, but just the fact that the Philadelphia Eagles playing in Houston, Texas, in between Game 4 and Game 5, that's so suspicious to me right there.
That's a really great observation, and we've seen it so many times where they got the right cities playing on the day of the championship in another sports league, and then the numbers cross. I mean, we've seen it before, so. Very interesting.
And plus, these teams they got history. They say that playoff series was one of the best playoff series in history in 1980. The last 4 games, all the last 4 games were in extra innings.
Huh.
So you get that 42 years later.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So I just wanted you to make that point, because there might be some people out there can do the numbers, and because I ain't do the Gematria numbers, but I just saw it.
I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna look at that. You gave me a great lead right there, so I'm gonna look at that one. I appreciate it.
Okay, going to what Rambo was talking about the Queen and the Vikings and stuff. I was thinking about what if I know we be talking about Tom Brady or whatever, but who we know, his wife says she's a good witch, so she might put the juju on him, ain't gonna win shit. But what if it's Buffalo and the Vikings? Both of these teams have lost 4 Super Bowls in a row, and one of these teams will have to win their first Super Bowl. Wouldn't that be crazy? Because you remember, Buffalo is known as the Queen City too, right?
Right.
Or it's something related with the Royals of Buffalo or something in Minnesota. I'm just saying that's a wild shot right there. If it's Buffalo and the Vikings in the Super Bowl,
that would be interesting.
Put the Abraham Lincoln with the Kirk Cousins thing.
Yeah, what Rambo's find is very interesting. And again, Minnesota Vikings does equal 201 in Gematria. Again, just like how the Queen died 201 days after her birthday. One of us is going to have to go back and watch that movie Contagion from 2011, because it's mostly set in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I don't think anybody's talking about Minnesota Vikings in the Super Bowl, so I'll have to give that one a look. That's interesting.
And think about it, both of them had lost 4 Super Bowls. Think about that. Both of them are 0-4 in the Super Bowl, right?
Right.
And one of them have to win. Now be 14 is in, and the other team would go 0-5 in Super Bowls.
Right, huh? Very interesting. Very interesting.
Okay, on your topic, but what Rambo said about the animals and the human comparisons, that made so much sense. Didn't it? I don't know how much more I can add to that. What he said.
Are you saying like how Adam and Eve became aware they were naked? Is that what you're saying with the comparison?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree, because it's like I never thought of it that way, but that makes a lot of sense, because everything in nature is naked except for us.
And plus, we have a conscience. Do animals have conscience and morals?
Rambo was arguing they don't. I will not answer those questions definitively, because I wouldn't say to the same degree. I can't imagine to the same degree as us, but sometimes I see things in the animal world that makes me wonder.
But do animals feel like they naked?
I don't think so.
Right?
I don't think they're worried about that at all.
But we feel like we were naked.
Well, maybe.
Right?
Yeah, in a way that makes to me it makes us kind of like a a sillier species.
Exactly. So that's my take on that. The way Rambo broke it down with the animal. Once they had the apple, then they saw they was naked. Before they didn't know they was naked before.
Yeah, that's the way the biblical story is. Yeah, but I've always pointed that out too. That's why I always thought the story had to do with sex and just like becoming aware of your body. And, but yeah, the way Rambo put it was very interesting and it did make a lot of sense. And then it also reminded me that that's the Old Testament. You know, there is another book that's related to Judaism that talks about, you know, people who aren't Jews essentially being the same as animals. And then I've always pointed out how in Kabbalah, the tree of life, you know, one of the Kabbalistic teachings is that if you're too focused on sex, you can't spiritually evolve, and just how much focus there is on sex in our society, it's just pushed everywhere. It's like impossible not to see it. And again, you just look at all these old stories and kind of what's going on in the world, and it starts to all make a lot more sense. Like we're being kept in an animal state by, you know, people who think that look at us like we're animals, and some people more than others based on the color of their skin, just like how what the CDC approved today, and that's why people got to really wake up, man, because we are getting treated like they're the ranchers and we're the cattle out in the field. So,
and just like Rambo said, the herd mentality.
Uh-huh.
So I just want to hit you with two. I know somebody gonna pick up on the sports thing and do the numbers or whatever, but I just saw all that on the surface level about the Buffalo and Minnesota and the Philly and Houston thing.
Yeah, those are great observations. You're always the master of the great observations. So I'm gonna look more into that. That's really good research.
All right, Zach. That's
all right.
it.
Yeah, have a good night.
Okay.
All right. He also came out and met us when we were in New York City. I can't believe it's already been over a month, man. I got to figure out how to slow life down. But, oh, we got another call. I do want to read the super chats. We raised $47 tonight. Can you believe it? 47. What is 47? Well, tonight is what we raised. What's up, 984?
What's going on, Zach? I just wanted to touch on what Rambo was talking about with the Ray Lewis murder situation.
Okay.
Ray Lewis, him and like two friends went to the after party of Super Bowl 34, the night of Super Bowl 34, and I guess they got into it with some guys, and Ray Lewis supposedly ended up stabbing those guys to death. And, you know, he went through court and eventually got acquitted of it.
Right.
But, you know, people still believe that he did that. But to go with the Gematria side of it, this took place on January 31st, 2000. And then 52 weeks later, the Ravens win the Super Bowl.
And
their first Super Bowl.
Super Bowl equals 131, 131, like the date it happened.
Exactly. And if you look at the date numerology of that day that it happened, the first three date numerologies is 52, 34, and 7. And again, this is about Ray Lewis, who wore the number 52. And then 52 weeks later, he wins the Super Bowl and wins Super Bowl MVP. And then the final score to that game was 7-34. And again, the date numerology of the stabbing was 52, 34, and 7, the first three. And then they win the Super Bowl 34-7. And then to go with that, the Ravens have been in the Super Bowl twice, and they won both of them. And in each one, they scored 34 points. And again, the stabbing happened the night of Super Bowl 34. And then, you know, they just ironically scored 34 points in both of the Super Bowls that they appear in. You know, like that's quite crazy. And the stabbing happened the night of Super Bowl 34. And the date numerology, and then Ray Lewis wears 52, and then the guy that he stabbed to death just thinks D. Baker, his name equates to 52 for reduction. Just thinks D. Baker, Jacinth. His middle name starts with a D, but they just have the D there. It's crazy how they have it there instead of just giving the full middle name. They have it just think abbreviated middle name and then Baker, which equates to 52 full reduction. It just ironically just so happens to be 52 to go with the scenario. But I don't know. I think if you did like a decode to it, like if you look into it yourself, like it would be one of your like must watch videos for sure. Like if you did your own breakdown of it, because it's really really interesting. Like how deeply tied into it Ray Lewis is. It's kind of undeniable. Like I know you do decodes all the time, but I feel like if you did that one, like you would be kind of blown away with it. It's no denying like Ray Lewis. Those two people died for those Super Bowls.
Yeah, and again, that's what we're pointing out year after year, the rituals by the numbers and the perfect. Yeah, and again, these types of things, they don't feel organic. They feel highly contrived. I will go back and look at that, but you already did some really great research. So, I mean, you already, your decode right there, I mean, was great.
For sure, yeah. But, yeah, I think if Zach's decode would really do it justice, I think it would really be a must watch. Like if you did a Ray Lewis decode of those Super Bowls. But yeah, I just wanted to share that, man.
All right, I appreciate it. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
You too, Zach.
All right, take care. Yeah, you guys, it's awesome how many people have got really good at decoding, and I mean just things like that. He's like, you should decode. It's like, I don't even know if there's anything more to decode. But that's how they do it year after year. Let me say thank you to the people who made super chats during this stream and in the last few streams where I've been driving my car. Well, hold on. We got a call, but right after this call, I'm going to do it. 805.
Hey, Zach?
Yeah.
Wow. I can't believe I'm actually on the air. I've been following you since like 2016. Just kind of on and off. I wanted to share like some organic gematria, if that's okay.
Yeah.
If you go on Gematrinator, and you look up my name, Matthew. It equals 90, 27, and 99. And then if you look up January, that also equals 90, 20, 27, and 99. And I was born on January 27th, 1993.
Okay.
So it's not 90. I know 93 is Thelema. I'm just like super nervous, bro. I can't believe I'm talking to you.
You sound great.
Sorry.
But yeah, again, Matthew, and again, the point about Matthew and 27 I always make is the first book of the New Testament is Matthew, and there's 27 books in the New Testament.
Wow. That's cool. If you also look up Jessica, Nye, Neie is my last name.
Yeah.
It equals 99. And then I think 123 and 20 and 51 in reverse, right?
Uh-huh.
And then if you look up Matthew, it equals 120. Matthew Nye. Wait, what did I just tell you to look up? Shoot, I can't remember. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like super nervous.
It's okay.
Okay, it equals 99, which is Matthew in reverse, right? And then if you look up Matthew Nye, it equals 123 and 51. And then if you look up Jessica, it equals 123 and 51 in reverse.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting how those things work out. Huh.
And then one more thing. And then if you look up Andreas, Andreas, that's my father's name, and it equals 62 and 26, and I know God equals 26. And then I'm also Aquarius, so I'm kind of like, I don't know, I'm just like tripping hard. It's just organic, and I'm happy to call in. I follow you, and I've been following you since 2016, but I just wanted to say that.
What do you have a theory on how the organic side comes to be?
Yeah, I think it's pretty gnarly. And I'm sure there's like tons of other stuff for everybody, and it's there, and it's pretty cool.
Indeed. All right, well, call us again, and next time you sound just fine. Again, I don't think anybody would have known you were nervous unless you told us. So look forward to the next call. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, you have a good night.
If I see anything cool or something, I'll try to bring something in interesting.
Very cool. All right, you have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 480, you made it.
Oh, cool, man. Hey, I just wanted to touch real quick on what Rambo was talking about and you were talking about in regards to when Adam and Eve ate of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Well, actually, I just want to actually back up to the caller, like 2 or 3 callers ago, that kid that said he'd come out and be your tech guy or whatever. You said that El Shaddai was mentioned as a different god in the Bible, but that's not true at all. That's just like the title of God Almighty. So just want to bring that up. But yeah, so when it talks about them eating of the fruit of good and evil, and then they bite of the fruit, right? Because why? Because the serpent tells Eve, well, surely you won't die, right?
Right.
So the whole meaning behind that is because they ate the fruit and they didn't die, right? But what happened is, so in like ancient Israelites, there was a like standpoint that they had of being in death and resurrection. Now, if we look at what happened in the Babylonian siege and the destruction of the first temple in Jerusalem, when the Israelites were taken out of Judea, right, the kingdom of Judah, right, and into Babylonian captivity, you can go back and there's actual historical record of them saying that they were dead because they were no longer under covenant with God. However, once they went back into Israel, right, under the Exodus, the mass Exodus, they said that they were resurrected. They were back in covenant with God. So when he says like that you will die, he's not speaking of an actual physical death. However, he's saying a spiritual death, but the serpent is using doublespeak, saying you're not going to die because they did it. Because the serpent was speaking of a physical death. So an interesting tidbit, though, about that as well, just so you know, is that in Revelation, and it's Revelation chapter 22, so, I mean, it's literally at the very end of Revelation. So if you follow the eschatological belief that Revelation already happened, and it was with the destruction of the temple in 70 AD by the Roman army. It says straight up in Revelation 22 that there's like a river that has the water of life, and down the middle of the main street of the city, on either side of the river, stood a tree of life. So they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and in Genesis, God even says, okay, so they've eaten of the tree of good and evil, so they become like us. And God also says, let us make man in our image. He's speaking of him in Jesus, because Jesus was there since before the foundation of the world. But then he says, now before they think to eat of the tree of life, ... And then that's when he makes them, he kicks them out. He kicks them out of the Garden of Eden. But at the end of Revelation, with the new Jerusalem, quote unquote, that comes down, that's the new covenant that we're now all under. There is the trees of the free of life that are in access to us, because we do not taste death. Physically we do, but spiritually we don't, because we have direct access to God and Christ. The MHP is now within us. I just wanted to kind of point that out to you.
Okay. The one thing I notice when you call in is you're very certain about your points, and it's just the way you know it. What gives you that great certainty? Because I don't know where it comes from when you look at these texts and how many times they've been translated and written and rewritten. Why are you so confident that it's exactly as you say it is?
Well, that's a really good question. So I use what's called the Berean Study Bible, and the Berean Study Bible is going to be the most pure translation that you can really get. However, I will also use an interlinear Bible, which it's literally just straight up the Hebrewic and the Koine Greek text. So, it does take discernment, Zach, and it says in the Bible that we need discernment to know really what's being said. And there is censorship in the Bible too. Matter of fact, with the book of Jubilees is like a really, I think it is Torah. It's like referenced as Torah. It's quoted, referenced in the Bible, but it's been left out, and I believe that's intentional because with the book of Jubilees, it corroborates way too much information, and you can go in and see where certain things in the Old Testament have been censored. Now, why would they have been censored? Well, because the Yahudim, right, the Jesuit order, the Pharisees, of course they wouldn't want there to be a direct link of Messiah because they don't believe Messiah came. They're still, quote, awaiting Messiah because they still believe they're God's chosen, quote unquote. So they have an air of superiority about them, whereas the New Testament, if you know what it is, it's Jesus coming, being the perfect prophet, priest, and sacrifice. And now everyone's on the same level playing field, man. Like with the destruction of the temple in 70 AD, everybody has direct access to God. You don't need a high priest. You don't need him to go into the MHP to atone for everybody's sin. Salvation is here. It's brought to us, and it's funny because what do you think when Jesus was crucified and he yielded up on the cross? What do you think that signifies? Just to you personally.
To me, just personally, just the symbol of Jesus on the cross. What does it mean to me personally?
Yeah, when he died on that cross, right? What does it mean to you personally?
Well, I mean, when I was a child, it meant something different to me than what it does now. And now it's a story I know well and question. And again, it's also a reminder of capital punishment, how long states and authorities have been putting people to death for all kinds of wrong reasons. But I think you're going for something else. I mean, what's it?
Tricladianism, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The three nails, bottom of the Jesuit logo.
Right. Yeah, the Tricladianism. So Tricladianism didn't really become a concept until way after, actually. But so just to let you know, what that is supposed to really symbolize.
How do you know that they didn't become a concept until afterwards? I mean, it's about crucifixion with the three nails, right? So why wouldn't that have been a concept?
Right. So it is something that actually happened. The Roman army, they crucified people long before Jesus. That was a form of torture and punishment and death that they sentenced people to. But the actual ideology of Tricladianism didn't come around till after. They attached that name to it after it already happened. So essentially under the Old Covenant, there'd be a day of judgment, right? That it just passed last month late last month. But what it was when everybody would gather into the temple and the high priest so people would have to buy doves, they'd buy doves, be okay, here's our sacrifice. The high priest would collect everybody's sacrifice, animal sacrifice, and he'd go into what's called the MHP, the most holy place. And it was a place that only the high priest could go to. What he would do is he would go in, he would put the blood of all the doves or whatever kind of animal sacrifice these people had on the altar, and he'd come out and he would flick the blood on all the people that were sitting in the rows in front of him. And he would say, okay, now you're forgiven for your sin this year. And that's what it was. It was a thing. Now we know in Isaiah 1:11 that it lost its meaning because people were still perpetually sinning, and they just be like, oh, it doesn't matter. We're gonna get we get our day of judgment, and the high priest will go ahead and flick the blood on us, and we'll be good till next year. But in Isaiah 1:11, the Lord says that everything that you're doing, I care not for your sacrifices. I'm full from the fat of cows and everything. Pretty much he's saying, hey, I know that this has no meaning to you guys anymore. So what it is Jesus being put up on the cross and sacrificed. There's a lot of things that go into it. Like it could take hours to really explain how he fulfilled everything that needed to be fulfilled. But at that moment when he died on the cross, man, he was the final perfect sacrifice. And it was the transition period then. There was like the 40-year period between when Christ yielded on the cross to 70 AD, where he brought redemption on the cross, right? Not salvation, but redemption. People didn't need to sacrifice animals now because he was the perfect sacrifice that took all of that sin, right? So the redemption for all sin was there. Then when he came back in 70 AD, the salvation was brought because the new covenant was brought down, and now everyone had direct access to God and by extension Christ, because the MHP was now residing in all of us, with New Jerusalem, quote unquote, being in all of us. So we don't need a high priest to be like, okay, I'm going to atone for your sins for you, and you're saved now. See you next year. It's direct access at all times.
Okay, well, I appreciate the perspective again, and thank you for calling in.
Yeah, man. You have a great night, buddy.
Yeah, you too. Take care. All right, I know Sacramento wants to get in here too, so I'm going to keep the line open for Sacramento, but again, I've been trying to say thank you to the Super Chatters. I do appreciate the financial generosity, and first Sacramento, and then I'm shutting down the line so I can get some thank yous out there. What's up, 916?
Hi, Zach. I'm just calling to thank you for setting up the Mighty Network, and I posted some stuff on there. I just think the level of communication in our community is going to really increase if we can get people in there. Indeed.
You guys go to freetofindtruth.com. It is free to sign up for. It's the new social media platform, and it's a slick application. It works very well, and it's all about getting people networking and communicating and finding out who's in their community and feeling, more inspired and hopefully doing more to change the path humanity is on. So.
Okay. Yeah, it's awesome. I put a decode in there for Joey Logano to win the NASCAR championship.
Okay.
Do you remember when the Daytona 500 went down and Austin Lewis Cindric equals 221 on the day 220 of Roger Penske's birthday.
Right.
220, and Roger Penske was 85.
Yes.
Okay, and we jumped all over that, and we saw the 22. Well, prior to that, they had a NASCAR Hall of Fame dinner, and they put a man in by the name of Red Farmer. And Red Farmer gave a speech, and Red Farmer talked about he won at Daytona on 213. His mother was at the race. It had been 9 years since she'd been to a race, and it was her birthday. And his son was at the dinner, and the dinner was held on 121, and it was his son's birthday. Then he went on to talk about his best buddy, Davey Allison, who was killed in a helicopter accident in 92. And what Red Farmer did most important for Davey Allison is he tested his cars at Talladega that went to Daytona to race. And they tested 2 cars and brought 2 cars to Daytona. And the reason that Red Farmer tested them was because Davey was in Arizona. That's where the NASCAR championship is this year, in Arizona. Davey was in Arizona racing the Copper World Classic, and that race was on January 2nd, 2-2. Red Farmer takes 2 cars to Talladega and tests them. brings him to Daytona, and Daytona, Davey wrecks his primary car, has to go to a backup car, and he wins the Daytona 500. That was in '92.
Okay.
Now, that was always the first race of the year. Now, this year, the first race of the year was the Clash in Los Angeles, and all the blue with yellow Rams winning and the Warriors winning. And they went to Los Angeles, and they had this little race, the Clash, in the Coliseum. It was 137 laps. And then I have some things written here. That was just kind of a background on it. And so when we go to Davey Allison and his connection to this, of course, he raced for 9 years, and Red Farmer's mother hadn't been to a race in 9 years. He raced 191 races. The Society of Jesus equals 191, the 43rd prime. Roger Penske, that's the guy that's born on 220. His nickname is the Captain. It equals 43. Team Penske equals 43. Joey Logano equals 43. Now, Davey Allison won 19 all-time Cup races. This year, the big number with NASCAR was they had 19 different winners. And they made a big deal about that. And, of course, we all know about 19. And then from Davey Allison's birthday to Roger Penske's birthday is 222 days. Now, we can go back to that Austin Cindric winning the race. If you write David Carl Allison, you get 153 and 156 and 66. And if you write Austin L. Cindric, you get 156 and 66. So Davey had a straight link with the Daytona 500 for sure. Okay? And then we'll go into this to just what's going on with Davey Allison and Joey Logano, because when I looked at the Daytona 500 and I looked at Roger Penske, the only thing I could tell people was really for sure is that I thought Penske was going to win the race, and I didn't know which car. I really thought it was going to be the Blaney kid, or it was going to be Kyle Larson, because emotions got a hold of me on that. Now, and also Kyle Larson's born on the 213th day of the year in a leap year, with 153 days remaining. And in his regular birthday, not in the leap year, he's 212 and 153 days remaining. And that kind of plays into this, and that kind of directed me to the Daytona and Larson. But anyway, from Davey Allison's birthday to Roger Penske's birthday is 222 days. From Davey Allison's death on 7/13 or 137 written anywhere in the world to the Daytona 500 is 222 days. Davey Allison died on the 13th day of July, 137, and the race at the LA Coliseum, the Busch Class, is 137 laps. The winner was Joey Logano. He drove a blue and yellow car, just like the other champions. From 216, Davey won the Daytona 500 on 216. And from 216 to Logano's birthday is 97 days. The Captain, that's Roger Penske, equals 97. Penske equals 25. Red Farmer, who did the Hall of Fame speech, drove the number 97 for his whole life, famous for it. From Davey Allison's win on 216 to the final race this year on 11/6 is 263 days, the 56 prime. The Captain equals 56. Roger Penske equals 56. Allison was born on the 56th day of the year. 216 is the 216, that's the day he won the race, is the 47th day of the year. Joey Logano equals 47. Now we can go over, Logano won 3 times this year. He won the Clash on 213. I really like that number, and NASCAR really likes that number. And, of course, we know he won the Clash in L.A., and L.A. is the 213 area code. And then he went forward a few races, and then on May 8th, 580 or 85, and we can look back to the Daytona 500 and see that 85 played really big with Roger Penske in that race. And I lost my spot. Oh, from that race, I think that's just all I got on that.
Okay,
now, from the final race on 11-6 to Davey Allison's win on 2/16 is 103 days. Okay, and that's that Super Bowl stuff. So we got 58th World Series and 103rd Super Bowl. Now, the 58, Allison was born in Hollywood, Florida. Hollywood, FLA equals 58. And then I've got a lot more posted on the Mighty Network in there on this, and I'm going to post a lot more. But I think you get the gist, and I think everyone else.
How can people look you up on Mighty Network? How can people look you up on there?
Yeah, and I think that's why I called. More importantly, was to let everyone know that we're on that Mighty Network, and we're working hard to take down these crazy fucking assholes that are running our world.
Indeed. Indeed. If people want to find you on there, what's your name you go by on there?
Illegal Smile.
Illegal Smile. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. My name is Finley.
Perfect.
I've gone by Finley my whole life.
All right.
That's all I got. Thanks,
all right.
Jack, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
You know that. All right, later.
Yeah, have a good night. Take care. Okay, Illegal Smile. He knows his NASCAR. He's in the Sacramento area, and I'm glad he's using the site. And hold on, 772. Again, I got to get off here, but I wanna keep it open for Ocho to call in. I told Ocho to phone in. Ocho was out pounding payment with us in New York and Philadelphia. Or I didn't make it to Philadelphia. He's from Philadelphia, but at Yale, I mean. What's up, Ocho?
What's up, Zach? How you?
Doing well, man.
Good to hear you.
Yeah, good to hear you
I
too.
was just calling in. I just wanted to ask the chat. Yo, what's up with all of these, like, Jesus Bible thumpers in the community? Like, I really just don't get that. Like, where do they keep coming from?
Well, the truth community, a huge percentage of it is very Christian. And again, the reason that there's so many Christians, I think, is because a lot of the rituals they do, it's got the Christians seeing that something's up. Just like the Clade X simulation being 666 days before the pandemic. So in their mind, that's the confirmation that their religion's right. But then for other of us, we're saying, well, it looks like it's all part of the script and the divide and conquer plan. But yeah, again, they're always a presence.
No, I mean, like, I didn't mean to cut you off, but like, I'm somebody who grew up in the church too. Like, I was a Christian. That was like my religion. You know, I was like thrown into the church. I was a praise dancer. I was in the choir. You know, all of that as a kid. But like, even still, once you wake up, I don't see how like they hold on to that for just dear life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't get it. And my question to them is just, if they use this book to enslave you, why do you use this book as, like, validation, or use that book to like, confirm that book? Like, I don't understand. How can they use that book to confirm it? Like,
they never really have a good answer for that question. They'll usually say something that usually, like, makes me think, okay, how does that prove anything? But it's just like the last guy who called in, who pretty much started his call by saying Rambo's wrong and here's why this is true. And then I asked him, I said, well, how come you're so confident about your opinions? And he's like, well, because I'm reading this version of the translation. And it's like, I don't know why that makes you so confident.
Gematria gaming.
Yeah.
That's Gematria gaming, Zach.
I think it is him, but I don't understand why that makes him so
and that's what I mean, like gaming. Gaming has multiple different meanings.
True.
He doesn't make games. He's not making Gematria games. So what the fuck is he Gematria gaming? You know, is he gaming us? And that's what I think he's been doing. Because what the fuck does he, like, he doesn't show his face. He calls in sounding like fucking, what's the dude? Zuckerberg. He calls in sounding like Zuckerberg from South Park. It just doesn't make sense. And he always talks about the Bible and only talks about the Bible. Like, that's all he got to talk about. Like,
yeah.
you can't use the Bible to verify the Bible.
Next time
like,
he calls in, you're right. Next time he calls in, we got to ask him, why does he go by that name, Gematria Gaming? It does seem trollish.
Yeah, a lot of these people, even kinfolk, bro. Think about kinfolk. Richard been making videos talking about kinfolk, right? And a couple people been making videos talking about kinfolk, and he doesn't respond to nobody. He doesn't even bring it up, any of that. I think that's weird. Then he has so many followers and so many people, like, they started attacking Richard when he tried to correct something. And if they're different people than your followers or Simple Truth followers or Mr. Future followers, who are these people? The Gematria community is all together. We all basically know each other. If I go from your chat to another Gematria person chat, I see the same people. See what I'm saying?
For sure.
Anywhere in this community, I'm seeing the same people. So, like, how does he have different Gematria followers than anybody else? I think that's weird. You know what I mean? And they move like any other troll page. Like, when he had tried to get on the Day and Night podcast, he asked his followers to go spam the comments, and they did that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody does that on this side. Nobody moves like that. You know what I mean? Like, I just think it's weird that he has the different Gematria followers than us if his channel is based around Gematria. That doesn't make any sense. Who are those people? Who are these people in his comments?
Well, you make good points.
So it's a lot of BS going on. Yes, I know, because you know what else he did? He got drunk on the stream and he was saying, "Oh, I want to keep my Instagram private," right? He said, "Oh, I want to keep my Instagram private. Some things I just don't want to show people." He got drunk and he forgot he said that and then showed his Instagram. Every post he had, the dude is in the Army. He has his Army costume on. Every post, he with his Army friends, he doing his Army thing, you know what I'm saying? So who are these people? Why he's not on here decoding the Army? You know what I mean? Why he not coming on here exposing all the BS he's seeing through the Army or weird things or weird people? Like, if I was in the Army and I came across this knowledge, I would have immediately started decoding that and showing my part in that. You know, like, we all do our part of what we see and intake out here. So why isn't he doing that? You know, he want to blame everything on celebrities and whatnot, but it's way deeper than that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these characters is very questionable, very question mark. And I think they need to be called out and stop being allowed to speak. Because on the low, bro, they brainwashing the people. At the same time, they still brainwashing people. Coming on here, being on the new TV and saying false things is brainwashing the people into believing that that is the right way to think. And honestly, they're just wrong. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, I get. We can see if we can connect with kinfolk. We can get him to come back on and answer some questions. But I do know that his channel did not originally start as a Gematria channel. I think it started as like saying this rapper is a clone and this type of thing and
yeah, he used to react to music videos or whatever, stupid stuff like that, which is dumb stuff too. Like that's dumb. So like, all right.
That could be why he has a different following, though. I was gonna say that could be why he has different people on his channel.
Yeah, but them people will fall off because they don't follow Gematria. So now his followers believe in Gematria because all his videos is based on that. They tune in to see him do a decode. He always come in, all right, let's get right into it. You know what I mean? That's his thing now. is based around Gematria. It just doesn't make sense for him to have different followers than anybody else in the community.
Well, here
And
I'll point out the
everybody
one thing
like,
that I still have my eyebrow up at, because one of the videos of his that first came on my radar is when he showed why Boston would win the NBA Finals. And just the one decode, he skipped the number 22. 22 was so relevant to the finals. He said Boston has no connection to 22. And I said, wait a minute. How can he possibly be saying that on the video, that Boston has no connect? Boston equals 22 in the most pure cipher like basketball, and the year's 2022. And they're in the 22nd championship. And tonight's game is all about 2 and 2. And he totally skipped that to his audience. I thought it was so weird because I was like, he can't seriously think that Boston has no connection to 22. I know he's watching my videos, so he knows that I would say in the most pure cipher, Boston's 22.
Exactly.
And that did weird me out because he got a lot of views for that video, and he told everybody to go 3-1. It was going 3-1 because there was no 22 connection. And he is having a lot of views on his video, and I was like, he pretty much just told everybody like the worst advice ever. That's just so false. And I again, he said he overlooked it. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm like, how do you overlook that? How do you say there's no connection to that number?
Yo, I said the same thing when he tried to make a video saying that something was organic within the deaths. He tried to compare the celebrity deaths or all of these deaths to Final Destination. Like, oh, they signed a contract and magically they die on these days and stuff like that. And he tried to do a decode based around that. And I told him, like, hold on, bro. How could this be possible if this, that, and this, and this, and this? And I said this to him on the phone in Discord, and he was like, oh, I don't know. I ain't know that. You know what I'm saying? And we wound up not even being able to finish talking because it was a lot of Bible thumpers in his Discord, and they wanted to argue with me about what I just said. Why do y'all believe a book that was used to enslave you? It was created to enslave you, literally. So, of course, it's going to be in the Riddler form. It's going to be in these crazy mumbo-jumbo lyrics, just like they do with the legalese. When you go to court, it's in mumbo-jumbo stuff that you don't even understand, but you going in there with the belief that this is even supposed to be happening. That whole building ain't even supposed to be existed. But you going in there with the mindset that you're in trouble and you're supposed to be complying with this shit, right? All of these crazy big terms that you don't even understand. And it's just like that with the Bible. They give you these crazy weird terms. They give you these rules and tell you you're supposed to do this, that, and the third. But common sense, you know what's right and what's wrong and what you're supposed to do to people and what you're not supposed to do to people. So when you do wrong, of course, wrong is going to come back to you. I mean, I'm seeing that all the time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see why people have to believe in something that was used to brainwash you. You don't need it. You literally don't need it. It's nothing going to happen. You don't have to be scared. You're not going to blow up. You're not going to just start burning when you say, oh, this book was created by a man who wanted to enslave me. So maybe I shouldn't even worry about it.
That's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. It is a fear-based story. Believe or else, and you get it when you're a child and you're more impressionable. And a lot of people really do ultimately think that's why they won't give it up or think otherwise, because they were taught that even doing that much could put them in the eternal hellfire. And again, that's why when you do actually start to think about that, you should realize, like, is this really how the Creator would treat us? If we even question something, it's eternal punishment. I mean, it just doesn't sound right to me. So, yeah.
It's a mind game. Mind control 56.
Yeah.
It's a mind control 56, bro. I keep telling people, and I'm always say it like it's a chant. Every time, since I ever seen that vaccine equal 42 and 30, nigger equal 42 and 30, and sick equal 42 and 30, I haven't gotten sick since I seen that shit. I said, oh, okay, this is an agenda. I just haven't gotten sick. I haven't got a common cold. We're talking about coding, and this shit is called code, and there's a code behind the word code. Like, what the fuck, bro? There's a code behind having a code. You see what I'm saying? Sure. It just don't make sense. So I haven't been sick since I seen that. It's crazy when you remove something out of your mind, out of your life, that your brain is basically creating, because you were programmed to think that every winter you're gonna get sick. Every time it get cold out here, you think you're gonna get sick. You already think that.
Mind over matter, yeah.
But if you're
frame
not,
of mind is important.
you know what I'm saying? If you're not even thinking that, how is it gonna happen? I have not gotten sick, bro. Period. So I'm just telling people, bro, like, you do not need a book that was created by a man to be connected to the creator. You're already connected to the creator, or you wouldn't the fuck be here.
Right.
Like, what
I
the
agree.
fuck, man? I just don't get these people, bro. We don't need them, and I'm tired of, like, being nice to them or even ignoring them, because it's kind of annoying. It's just like
well,
what? And then y'all,
in a way, when he calls in, like, just the way he answers questions, sometimes I'm hoping that people are out there thinking and listening. They'll be like, wait a minute, that's not proof of your point. You said, like, your opinion's correct and his isn't, and then you're basing that off somebody else's book that you trust in. I mean, you know, so it doesn't make sense if you think about it.
It don't at all, bro. It don't. I got a question, Zach. When I try to go live, right? It says it takes 24 hours for you to go live. What is up with that? It said that last night, right? Then when I went on there today, it said the same thing.
Did you just set up live streaming just very recently?
Yeah, like I did it yesterday.
Yeah, so that's what it does. It, like, makes you wait that whole day and the whole next day. So tomorrow you should be able to use it.
All right, yeah, that's cool. Then I can make videos, because I just really can't. I can't do them, like, not live. I'd rather do the live videos. It come out way cleaner, you know. It's like smooth, like a, you know.
Unless your signal cuts out while you're broadcasting, but yeah, it is pretty good. All right, Ocho. Well, it's good to talk to you, man.
No, bro. You can't kick me off.
Oh, I thought you were done. I thought you were done. No, go ahead. Go ahead. You got more time. You got more time.
Wait. Bro, you can't kick me off yet, bro. I'm in Philly, and I've been screaming this Philly narrative, bro. And it's just insane to see it unfolded. Like, what the fuck? It looked like they about to have every Philly team in the championship for 2023, because Philadelphia equal 223. It just makes so much sense.
Lincoln Financial Field does equal 103, 103rd NFL season.
Oh, my God, bro. What the fuck? And then I made Simple Truth look up some stuff for the Sixers. And the championship, I think he said, what is it, 283 is the 61st prime number?
283 is the 61st prime.
61st?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's 283 days from Wilt Chamberlain's birthday is the start of the NBA Finals, which would be the 61st prime, right? And I think it's also 101 days from fucking Charles Barkley's birthday. And the Jones start on 6-1, like Philadelphia 61, and that means there will be a game on 6-5 most likely.
I'll just remind people, the Warriors became 7-5 in the 75th NBA season. Now it's the 76th NBA season. They're the original Philadelphia team, the Warriors. Do they fall to 7-6 in championships in the 76th season? Does it happen against the 76ers? That would be the most slap you in the face thing they could do. The 76.
Oh my God, that's probably it, bro. That's probably it, bro. And it's the 76th season, so it would be all about the 76ers. So why wouldn't you just have the original team in there?
But yeah.
Oh my fucking God.
But yeah, just think about it. Because again, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is 118. The Phillies are in the NLCS on the verge of the 118th World Series. You got the Eagles as the only undefeated team in the league, who are now going to play the Steelers in their next game. They used to be the Steagles back in World War II. And that would be the any given Sunday thing if the Steelers came out and beat the Eagles and made them 6-1. But
right.
And then you have the 76th NBA season beginning at the same time. So yeah, Philadelphia is a huge focal point. And again, the country was born in Philadelphia, and the country is kind of coming to a close right now as we knew it. So I think it's all symbolic.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy. And I don't know, this Philly narrative is hot, and the Phillies. If you look at the whole storybook, I seen it coming. When I seen the little graphic they put out on MLB Instagram of like Bryce Harper sitting on the house, and then Albert Pujols like on the left of him with his hand on his shoulder. I'm like, yeah, this is definitely going to them. Like the Cardinals is in a bad spot. Plus they got Albert Pujols and they walking him off like they're not winning anything. You know what I'm saying? So like when we tried to call the home run derby, we had seen that Juan Soto was gonna beat Albert Pujols, and when he did that, he wound up going on to win the whole thing. So now the Phillies then just eliminated Albert Pujols in the wild card round, and it looked like they about to go on to win everything. Because why would they play the Braves next? You know what I'm saying? Philly moved the Boulay moved from Philly to Atlanta. I didn't mean to say LA, but Atlanta.
Right.
You know what I mean? Oh, one other thing I noticed, Zach, I looked up Robert Johnson. You know who that is?
The musician who died the day Elvis born on that same day later?
Nah, Robert Johnson, he was the old co-founder. Well, he's a co-founder of BET. He's the old owner.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Of BET before he sold it to Viacom. He was the first black billionaire.
Okay, I didn't realize
Well,
that.
this guy. Well, yeah, he's the first black billionaire. This dude is 76 years old right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed that he was in Kappa Alpha Psi, and that's headquartered on Broad Street here in Philly. So I thought that was funny. You know what I'm saying? He's 76. River's 61. So,
and again, you just had the death of Lucius
just
Jackson on the anniversary of Wilt Chamberlain, and the news broke on Doc Rivers' birthday.
But who is he? Like, all right, I understand. See, me seeing that, I'm like, all right, the Jackson thing. We've been following the Jackson narrative, but that player in particular, like, nobody really knows who he is here.
Here, let's go back and look. They're making him disappear. Now they got a band up there. Let's go back and look at what years he played for Philly.
These people crazy, man. They insane. They are insane. They insane, but they also smart as hell. But they insane, bro. This shit is ridiculous. 2023.
Look at his date of birth.
I've been telling people here this for.
Look at his date of birth. He's born on Halloween, which is the day leaving 61 days left in the year, like Philadelphia and Church are 61. He was drafted in 64, the year of the Civil Rights Act. And that means 2023 is going to be 59 years after he was drafted. The year you're talking about with Philly, because it's got the 223 connection. And you know what? He died in Houston. The friend just called in from New York and was pointing out the connection with Houston and Philadelphia and baseball history. So this man who played for the 76ers died in Houston.
Oh, and he won a chip with them in 67.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know he was on a chip team. So that's crazy, too. He was on a chip team.
67, the 19th prime, and he dies 19 days before his birthday.
What a joke. And yeah, he got nothing but connections to Houston. To Texas. Houston, Texas. And that's what I was thinking, too. I was like, yo, could they have Dallas play the Sixers in the chip for the 77 plus the 76 connection? You know, they love this big 77 shit with Luka. So could they? And that'd be crazy if they did some bullshit like that, because Luka's team, they're trash. Luka, to me, bro, is not even really that good. I feel like people just stand there and watch him do shit, and then it's so scripted.
Yeah.
They just stand there and watch him move all slow and do anything he want to do. It's crazy. Same with LeBron. Like LeBron plays that same way.
Yeah. Yeah. For the record, Lucius Jackson in his rookie season played in 76 games.
Yo, for the record, Ben Simmons can't shoot equals 76 in Gematria, the most pure cipher. And I'm tired of y'all motherfuckers saying that.
I remember Ben Simmons at the free throw line. It's like, come on, man. How much you getting paid to practice basketball?
Yeah, yo. And Ben Simmons was $7,600 today on fantasy, so I knew to stay away from his ass. He scores 4 points and fouls out.
Oh, my God. Yeah,
They mocking the hell out of people with this shit, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I got one more for you before you kick me off, because I know you about to bounce me. I know you about to drop me off the stage like Showtime at the Apollo. Listen, bro, you gotta look this shit up because I just actually went back into boxing this week.
Okay.
I'm about to turn pro July next year, so I'm planning on going into this with the mindset of I can't lose because I got a plan for this. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, I got 2 friends right now that's pros. One is signed to Eddie Hearn, and that is a big pawn. You know what I'm saying? His name is Raymond Ford. But the one I really want you to look up, you gotta put this on the screen. Like, you have to show this, bro.
Okay.
You have to show everybody this. Y'all have to see this dude's name. Okay, now, I sparred this guy when he was 14. I was 16. I met him at 14. I was 16. They brought him in the gym. They was like, yo, go a little easy on him because he don't really, he's new. I get in there. This nigga was good. It wasn't like he was like a walkover, none of that shit. Like, he was pretty good, you know what I mean? So he's a cool dude. So anyway, this dude's name is Atif Overton. It's spelled ATIF and OBERLTON.
Okay, yeah, he comes up on BoxRec.
Yeah, he's 7-0 right now, and his name equals 70.
Huh.
Now he's signed now or whatever. And the way they do it in boxing, they make you fight a whole bunch of nobodies to build your character up or whatever. When they're building you up, you fight a whole bunch of nobodies until you get those big name fights, and then that's when you fight some real good people. That's when you're on TV all crazy and all that, But anyway, so I'm saying that to explain why he might be 7-0 and his name equals 70. But I need you to see his name in Gematria and see his date of birth, bro. Do you see his date of birth?
Let's see. His date of birth. Where's it up on this screen right here? Oh. No, that's his debut. Is his birthday up there on the screen? I see he's age 24. I think he's born in Philly.
Yeah, he's age 24 now.
Here,
you see how he's ranked number 67?
I do see that. Yeah, I'm like, man, that's not good.
76, yeah.
His date of birth's not on that page, though. It looks like he's born July 9th. He's got the same birthday as O.J. Simpson.
That is his birthday, July 9th.
Okay.
Which is 97 or 79, right?
Right.
Like Society of Jesus.
Uh-huh.
Like murder. So, bro, go on Gematrinator and type in his name, please. Show the people it.
Okay. Atif
Along
Overton.
with that birthday.
All right, hold on. I'm getting it up here.
And I sent this to him, and he just told me thanks for the information. So I thought that was weird. He didn't ask me to tell him what that was or what it mean or anything like that. I told him it was an interesting time for him because he's 7-0 and his name equals 70. But he didn't really. I sent him a screenshot of his value, but he didn't really give a fuck. So I'm showing that to say, like, you never really know with these people. And this nigga name, you got to see his name, bro. You have to see his name.
I see it. No, I see how it's got 56, 187 like Society of Jesus, 70, 137. Yeah, he's got numbers.
The 33rd prime. Like, how? How? And then when he came to spar me, he came from 69th Street Gym. So I thought that, I was just like, all right, that's a little reach. But, 69 shoe gym, that was funny. That's just like an interesting synchronicity with it. But this shit is crazy because my gym, I'm from Fast Lane Boxing Gym, right? Meek Mills, when he did that video that had the Creed video, he did that at my gym. This was after I stopped boxing.
Huh.
He came to our gym. I don't know why he chose that gym, but he wanted to base his video around them at that gym. So I just think it's funny how stuff like this happens. And I was telling y'all, Chad Johnson was just down here a few months ago, running around down here for 2 months at a gym that I sparred at before.
Huh.
Running around with the boxer Boots Enos.
Huh. Interesting.
And he's like a really good pro coming up right now and shit like that. It's just weird how all of this stuff is, unfolding. But like, Atif is signed now, and they building him up right now. So I want people to see this before they about to see him, way more. Like, he's a big character. Like, he dances when he fights. Y'all go look at his highlights. He's dancing on people when he's knocking them out. He got 6 knockouts. He's 7-0 with 6 knockouts, and he's ranked number 67. And his name equals 70.
Yeah. That's high up there. So
7-0 with 6 knockouts. 76. Ranked number 67.
Huh.
From Philadelphia. 76.
Yeah.
Going into 2023. You see what I'm saying?
76ers lost in the finals in the 76-77 season. You know who they lost to? It was the time this team only they only won their one championship that year. The team that beat them.
They only won one championship.
The same teams lost to the Blade. I just said who they are. I was gonna say they've lost to the Bulls and the Pistons. It's the city I grew up in, Portland. So.
What? Hold up. Portland played the Sixers? I never knew that.
Yeah, 76-77 season. Bill Walton's Blazers beat the 76ers.
Get the fuck out of here. The 67,
Maurice Cheeks,
season.
Portland, Philly. Something about the P's. Padres and Phillies, PP. Something about that PP thing. So.
And the Padres, and if you go to my page, you see I did that video on Juan Diego. But I never heard of Juan Diego until I'm in physical therapy right now for an accident I was in, and the therapist had just started talking, because I'll be talking about all this stuff, and I'll be trying to show him, like, when I make money off of my home run decodes. And, like, he gets it, but at the same time, he's still trying to, it's cognitive dissonance. He's kicking it.
Right.
But, like, he had said to me, Juan Diego, and this was before the home run derby. So it was like the universe was kind of telling me what to look into to see this shit, right?
Sure.
And then right after that, they send Juan Soto to San Diego. So now he's Juan Diego. You get it?
I see that.
I'm just like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, he was telling me, like, yeah, man, Juan Diego, he had this cape and it had the Virgin Mary's imprint on there and all this magical BS. And I'm just like, man, get the fuck out of here with that BS, man. Get out of here. And, like, I kind of got upset. And the whole time it was something I really needed to hear. I was just like, fuck. Like,
funny.
damn, that was really the riddle right there. Like, because we called every round right up until the last two, like, who was going to actually win. Everybody was high on Julio Rodriguez and made me start getting high on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it was really Juan.
Took you off the path. So. Indeed.
And San Diego, California Padres equal 117, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania equals 118.
Right. So. Yeah. The Pope Francis recently appointed a cardinal from San Diego, and he did it 1 month and 18 days before they clinched their spot in the NLCS. So.
What do you think about San Diego in the NFL? I mean, they got so many.
Well, notice just how like the Chargers, because they're not really San Diego anymore, right? Now they're the LA Chargers, but the Chargers were Monday Night Football winning right after the Padres clinched their playoff spot. So, yeah. All right, Ocho. Well, I do got to wrap it up because it's getting late out here, and we went two extra hours on the show. But appreciate you very much, and keep us posted on Turning Pro.
Oh yeah, for sure. I will, for sure. I'm most likely gonna make videos about it and stuff. But I do want you to look into our chief. I think you should look into that because, I mean, I know him personally, and I think this is like he's about to be really big. Like he got really good over all these years I stopped boxing. I haven't boxed in 9-10 years, bro. So I'm trying to come back, and he's been boxing all the time. I just think it's like something to look into because he's about to be big. Like he's about to be as big as Floyd and everything else we see, Spence and all of that. I'm telling you, I already know. I can see it. So and especially if his name equal that.
Yeah.
Like he got murder values and all of that. So.
It says his height is 191 centimeters too. That's how they got him listed. So.
Yeah. And one more thing before I go, just this weekend, Caleb Plant knocked out that dude Anthony Durrell or whatever his name is. And when he did his celebration, he was doing like a shovel, like he was burying him. So like all of that stuff, shit like that ain't like they're gonna run with that. You know they're gonna run with that shit. He fucking was burying him after he knocked him out. That's just crazy.
Yeah, that is strange.
All right, thanks, Zach. I appreciate the 30 minutes, and hopefully I get in I'll wait a little while and I'll get in again.
All right, Ocho. You have a good night, man. Take care.
You too, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, have a good night. All right, you guys. Yeah, Ocho, he came out with us to Yale. I'm putting the phone on airplane mode. But yeah, Ocho was out there with us at Yale, and he had a really nice moment at the end. There was a man in the park. He was just the nicest guy in the world, and you just wonder what his story was, how he ended up homeless. He didn't seem like he was any kind of drug addict or anything. He just, would have liked to talk to him again and find out his story, but he was real cold, and he just wanted a blanket, and Ocho happened to have a blanket in his car, and he gave it to the man. You should have seen the way he just went right to bed, just laid down on the bench. He had a blanket, and it was lights out. And that's what he said to us. He said, I just want to sleep, but I'm so cold, I just need a blanket. And Ocho was there and just happened to have a blanket on him. And it's pretty much the last thing that happened for me on the trip, because then after that we had to head back home, and the tire blew out, and it changed the plans. And it's been a really interesting story ever since, which I will share in due time. But here, let me say thank you to everyone who made a super chat. Shout out to Sarah Sutherland. She chipped in $10 and with a cash app. But hold on. Let me make sure I got this. Okay. Earther chipped in $2 and said, have you read The Jesuits, A History by Marcus Friedrich? I have not. Definitely on my to-do list now that I'm aware of it. Thank you. Math2Con. Again, you guys, Math2Con, all one word. Math, the number 2, C-O-N. He is now posting Gematria Decodes on his YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to Ocho's channel and Math2Con as well. And again, it's good to see more people sharing the knowledge. Gina with a big $25 donation. Thank you very much, Gina. I really appreciate it. She said, always a great show, Zach. I hope so. I got to admit though, man, the edible I ate, it was super potent. I thought it'd give me a nice little relaxation buzz, but instead it man, this edible is strong. Is it ruining the quality of this show? Nate Robinson, he chipped in $5 and said, it's a man, baby. I forget what part of the show we were in, but again, that always reminds me of Austin Powers. And Yeah, talk about predictive programming. Shout out to the Shark. Thank you again, Shark. I appreciate your continued generosity. And again, Shark saved a fortune with the True Seeker discount for us in New York. Never forget it. And we will do it again before long. Bamboo Soldier chips in another $5. Thank you again, Bamboo. He says, thank you for your work. I hope the rest of your move goes well. Bless up. I appreciate that. We will be done soon. Math2Con chipped in another $2. Again, reminding that he's got the site. And again, please do subscribe to all the people who are helping get the work out there, including Math2Con. Cuts1 chipped in $2 and said, bless this mess. Appreciate it. Thank you, Cuts. Also made the trip to New York all the way from the West Coast. Math2Con got in another one. Thank you again. And Snake Eater 75 said, peace, everyone. Great info. I appreciate that. Mr. Scott chipped in $10. Said, great topics tonight. Amy 2 cracked their code. Said 2 years and 222 days after pandemic was declared. You must have been talking about the beginning of the show. Today's ruling. How about that? And again, thank you to all of you guys who continue to make the contributions. People like all the names I've said tonight. Mr. Scott, Amy, Math2Con, The Shark, Logan Thomas. He chipped in earlier today. He said, keep the savage edge. That's what the world needs. The ones that hear the drum getting louder know what we should be doing. It's a personal battle within a worldly battle. Yeah, you guys, I've just been thinking more just about things we all kind of do at this day and age. Or I shouldn't say that we all do, but a lot of us do. And maybe they really aren't right, but they're pretty normal. It's normalized. I've just been thinking about how many things we're being tricked into doing for the sake of pleasure that ultimately creates a big problem in the world. And it's a big topic, but I've just been airing out some thoughts. And yeah, I guess the edge thing too, I just said, like people got mad the other day, like they get mad every time when I say it, that I say, people really don't like when I say it, but I say it because it's honest and it is the way I feel. I'm not saying it's necessarily right, but I continue to say that the one thing that I'm kind of on board with what the Illuminati's doing is, again, I think they realize that they helped create a massive, really trashy population, and this is their way of taking out the trash. And I hate to refer to people as trash, but and again, I'm not saying that I agree with the I don't really agree with the way they're going about things, but I just think a lot of people do need to go, and I think that from the 20 plus years of speaking out and the way I've been treated by people just for sharing information. And it's just like, these people are the plague, man. The world's never going to get better with these people around. But yeah, I mean, what the Illuminati is doing is super evil and disgusting. But at the same time, there's a part of me that goes, well, you know what? They're getting rid of these same people that have been demonizing me for the last 20-some years, who I've recognized. And I'm not saying get rid of them because they demonized me. I'm just saying I recognize that because they're so opposed to the truth and they're so into marching, again, to the drum of tyranny, that as long as they exist, and this is what society is, it's just, I don't know how we'll ever overcome. And getting rid of them all doesn't mean that we're going to overcome either. The people who are here are going to have to step up. But yeah, anyway. Divine Lion, again, I think that's what Logan Thomas was commenting on with that remark, because it was about what I said earlier today. Divine Lion, who's always so generous, he chips in $10. It says, it means a lot what you're saying, Zach. Truly motivating. And he probably wasn't referring to the part about me talking about how people need to go, but there were other things I said in that stream besides that. Math2Con chipped in $2 earlier as well. He's been doing it all day. He's trying to beat Truth Vibration Podcast, who's always donating his taco money. He chipped in $2 as well. Truth Vibration Podcast, you guys. Also trying to build up his channel. And again, he's all about he's all about the fitness, and he's trying to bring in humor and fitness and thinking, and somehow I'm not subscribed to his channel anymore. And again, very strong guy, so a man worth listening to because he knows a thing or two about making a strong body and more. He's a bright guy, So Truth Vibration Podcast. Matthew Kahn with another one. You were busy. Oh, I'm looking at actually super chats from days ago. But I owe thanks there as well. Eric Meller chipped in days ago. He said, then in the end, a giant bat kills the doctor. And before that, he wrote, I watched Cabin in the Woods after you recommended it and noticed that the betting board had Doctor's Corona 112 on it. And the name of the zombie girl in Gematria equaled 177. Okay, that's interesting. I'm going to have to go back and look at this movie. Again, Cabin in the Woods came out years ago. It's kind of like a cheesy horror movie, but again, it's about a government facility under a cabin in the woods where they lure teenagers in and they make a ritual sacrifice each year. It's a really demented movie. But how weird is it? Because there is a scene where these government employees are betting on how the different teenagers are going to die. And he's saying one of the names on the board is Dr. Corona with 112 next to it. And of course, big number with the Jesuits who claim to operate in 112 countries. I don't remember who the zombie girl is, but I'll go back and look. But yeah, those were the super chats for this week and tonight. So thank you. I know we raised about $75 tonight, and it was like $16 last few days, so we've raised nearly $100 for the week. I appreciate it, True Seekers. And again, you guys, make sure you're subscribing and supporting the other people in the community. Help build up their channels so they get more views, so the word gets out there more about the topics we're trying to educate people about. And yeah, anyhow, it's been a nice long stream. Wanted to go the extra mile tonight. Hopefully it doesn't make the stream so intimidatingly long that nobody watches it on the rewind. But I did not want to miss TFR in recent weeks, and I'll make a point to make sure we're not missing any more TFRs anytime soon. All right, all, have a great rest of your night. And, of course, if you're in the other part of the world, have a great day. And until next time.